can you at least be just Homo sapien? Tom, I hope you got your computer problems fixed. Sorry I couldn't help you more, but I need monkey and a brain transplant machine. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that first guy is a fucking leftist too. But there have been protests about Epstein. They've been all over the fucking place. The No Kings protests are general protests, and half the fucking people there are holding Epstein signs. Like, you can go back to my coverage of the protests when I'm at protests, and you can see half the people there are holding Epstein signs. There's a bunch of people, there's a bunch of protests that are taking place right now that are even like weekly protests over this shit. Weekly protests. They are already scheduled, already happening, and they have been happening on weekends every single week. It's so annoying, dude. These people are too fucking stupid. Too fucking stupid. But thank God we got a smart guy ready to talk here. We got Nick Fuentes, so he'll make us all feel so much better. I mean, in reality, he's been one of the few people making sense lately on the right. So, unfortunately, there is if there is somebody with brains recently on the right, it's just Nick Fuentes. it's just him. Unfortunately, this is the best they got now. It's actually sad. It's actually fucked up.
My message in 26, you could take it or leave it. Don't vote. Don't vote. Do not vote in the midterms. The Republicans have to lose. They have to lose. They have to crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot.
Okay. I don't buy this. I don't buy this. This is a fucking grift. If you actually felt that way, Nick, you would tell them to vote for Democrats. If you actually really felt that way, you would tell them to vote for Democrats. If you really wanted the Republicans to lose, if you really were hoping that they're going to crash and burn, you would tell everybody to vote for Democrats. You would not be sitting there just saying, oh, just don't vote. Just don't vote, guys. Now, you would be telling them to vote for Democrats if you actually felt that way. If you really wanted that.
Not be fixed. Fuck them. Fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA. Fuck all this stuff. It can't be fixed. If it could have been fixed, it would have been fixed in 2025, but it wasn't. They made every mistake. Liberation Day, disaster. Doge, disaster. Big Beautiful Bill, disaster. Epstein files, disaster. Iran, disaster. The personnel, Mike Waltz, disaster. Ratcliffe, disaster. Rubio, disaster. Pam Bondi, disaster. All self-inflicted. Trump personnel, Trump policy, Trump strategy, Trump playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work. Fuck you. Now we don't vote. That's the message. Seriously. Can't blame anybody else. Bad advice, bad advisors, Biden's economy. Enough already. It didn't work. We're not voting.
I mean, I had a guy on the last stream, and he came on, and he's like, "Yeah, I disagree with you in the way that you talk about Trump, and you just seem to have TDS." And I was like, "Okay, all right. So here's a problem with the Trump administration. Let's start with Pam Bondi and her hearing." "Oh, I don't agree with Pam Bondi. Yeah, I don't like her." Okay. So you don't like her, and then And then what? It's like, well, Trump is her boss. Trump's the one who's supposed to be making sure that she's doing her job. If you agree she's not doing her job, then there should be some condemnation here. No. Trump's still better than the Democrats. Like, wait. You were a minute ago, we're saying that Trump's like a great president and all of this shit. But if you're just going to say he's the lesser of two evils compared to Democrats, well, then I'm not going to make an argument as to like why Trump sucks or why he's bad. I'll just argue with you why Democrats are better. Well, no, I still think Trump's doing a great job. Okay, all right, Trump's doing a great job. He shouldn't be condemned, right? No, he shouldn't be condemned. Okay, all right, so let's go back into the Pam Bondi. Not doing her job. Yeah, I don't like Pam Bondi. Okay, good. All right, so Pam Bondi, we agree she's not doing her job. She sucks at it. She should be kicked out. Trump's not kicking her out. He's not doing anything about this. He's not doing his job. No, Trump's doing a great job. How is Trump doing a great job? Well, I mean, he's better than the Democrats. Okay, hold on. You're doing it. Hold on. Like, and it was like an hour of this. It was an hour of this. And I'm not exaggerating. I swear to fucking God, I am not exaggerating. This is exactly how the fucking conversation went. Every single time we would just go in this fucking loop of Trump's doing a great job. Okay, here's an example where he sucks. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, so he should be condemned. Well, he's still doing better than the Democrats. Okay, well then let's talk about lesser of two evils then. Well, no, I still think he's doing a great job. Okay, well here's an area where he's not doing a great job. Yeah, but he's still better than the Democrats. Okay, well let's talk about lesser of two evils then. No, but I still think he's doing a great job. It was just this. Just over and over and over and over. And I kept stopping him. I'm like, bro, you can't keep doing this. Like, if you're going to make the lesser of two evils argument, let's talk about lesser of two evils. If I'm trying to push you on where Trump sucks, you can't keep falling back to he's better than Democrats. Like, we gotta have one conversation or the other. Either he's doing a great job, but we could talk about whether or not he's doing a great job, or he's just out. At least he might suck, but he's better than the Democrats. Then we can have that conversation. But you gotta pick one, and it would not click. It was just the whole fucking time, bro. Holy shit.
Voting. I'm staying home, and you know what? I hope the Democrats impeach him. I hope the Democrats impeach all of them. I hope they indict everybody. I hope they depose and compel the release of documents, and I hope they find all the criminal behavior.
Then vote Democrat! Then vote Democrat! Until you actually say, we need to vote for the Democrats to make sure that this happens, this is all just fucking virtue signaling. This is all just pointless virtue signaling. He's going to change his mind tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He will. Bro, the guy flip-flops on his support for Trump more than a fucking bipolar person flip-flops on whether or not they like you. It is part of his grift to always just keep you guessing. Like him coming out in favor of the Super Bowl halftime show, right? Like, he's just always trying to come up with the next thing that's going to keep you guessing. He doesn't ever want to be too predictable, so he's always just gonna switch it up on you once in a while.
And I hope it destroys the GOP. I hope it creates a crisis for the GOP so severe that they never recover. And then I hope we get a fucking Nazi to run in 28. And I mean that metaphorically. I don't mean that literally. I hope we get a fucking fascist to run in 28 to burn the GOP down as a dark horse and win the presidency as a right-wing radical. That is my hope. That is my playbook. That's what I want. I don't trust them anymore. They say, we just got to vote for Vance. No, shut up. I'm not listening to you. The same people that brought you this garbage now want to sell you Vance. I'm not listening. You fucking people told me that Trump was going to deliver a golden age and mass deportations and $2 trillion.
Tom doesn't know what bipolar is. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Do you know who you're talking to right now? Bad. You've been around long enough, okay? You have been around long enough to know having bipolar is like checkbox 1 for me to be attracted to you. Okay. For me to be even remotely interested in a girl, having bipolar disorder is like number 1, okay? Every girl I ever date, they're all fucking bipolar, okay? I am an expert in the field. I have been doing on the ground testing for as long as I've been alive. What the fuck does bipolar have to do with people liking you or not? Bipolar disorder is drastic shifts in mood. That's what bipolar disorder is. Drastic shifts in mood, right? Like a bipolar person 1 minute might be super happy with you, super excited to see you, so just infatuated with you, and then the next minute they hate your fucking guts. You're the fucking worst person in the world. They hope you fucking die. Like, they're ready to kill you themselves just to make sure that you're fucking dead. Like, that's what it has to do with bipolar. When you said I didn't know what bipolar is, and that description that I just gave, how does that not connect? What of what I just said do you disagree with?
Dollars in cuts and charter cities and all this crap. You lied. It didn't happen. Now you're selling us on Vance? I don't think so. I'm not even listening anymore. I'm not voting. And they could say whatever they want. Say whatever you want. Try and squirm and struggle and flail around. I am not listening anymore. I am not voting. I am not reasonable anymore. We all
having drastic mood shifts doesn't mean you go back and forth on liking people. Okay.
Played that for the last how many cycles? Were we the reasonable ones? Hold your nose and vote. Lesser of two evils. We can't let the Democrats win. Okay, well, we let the Republicans win. Look at what that has profited us. I know it's profited Israel. I know it's profited Silicon Valley and Wall Street and the rich.
Yeah. Got me.
What good is that doing us? What good is that doing any of us that live in cities like Chicago or New York or LA or even the red states for that matter? It's not doing us any good. Ken Griffin, Trump's boy, is down there in Miami, back in the Democrat mayor over there. I'm out. You lost me. I voted for Trump in 2016 because Trump was an outsider, because Trump was a disruptor. Trump was going to destroy the establishments of both parties. That's not what he is anymore. And that's not what Vance is either, by a long shot. We need something else. I don't care where it comes from. I don't care who it is. All options are on the table, other than voting for the GOP. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Is that not what we have been doing?
Epstein was a Democrat, a liberal imperialist, certainly not a Republican. Sure, but it's not. Epstein was not like fully integrated into the Democrat Party nor the Republican Party. Like, he was not fully like attached to the GOP, nor was he fully attached to the DNC. This isn't about Epstein. This is about Trump. This is about Donald Trump, Donald Trump's connections to Epstein, what Donald Trump did with Epstein, and his attempt to hide all of that crap, his attempt to cover it all up, his attempt to try to make sure that this doesn't get out, or at least he can make people cope about it enough. No, this is about Israel. No, this is not about Israel. Okay. Even if it was about Israel, that still wouldn't get rid of Donald Trump and his implications in it. Like, even if that was true, Donald Trump, the best friend to Israel, the person who ran on being the greatest ally to Israel, the president who ran on being the best president for Israel in his first administration. The guy who has done everything to help and protect Israel. Even if you want to make it about Israel, still Donald Trump. Still got to go through Trump. Trump's still the one who's trying to hide it.
Republican in 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. At what point do you say, let's try something else? We tried it that way.
Governor Newsom press office tweeted out, Nick Shirley found some waste, fraud, and abuse for you to check out. Or do you only go to blue states? Waste, fraud, and abuse. Scott Maxwell tweeted, new reports show Florida gave $92 million to a single porta potty company involved with alligator Alcatraz. $92 million? Yet the state has yet to produce a single audit. Audits required by law about all this emergency spending.
Zed King tipped $5. I'm glad the right has had their Hassan finally discourage voting Republicans, so this offsets Hassan's damage now, right? AF is a growing movement on the right and prominent Republicans embrace it because they can't decide if they hate Jews or Muslims more.
Well, the thing is that it's the same for like the leftists, where they do the whole like, because Nick has been against Trump 1,000 times in the past, right? Again, the guy flip flops on his support or non-support for Trump all the time, all the fucking time. Leftists are they're a bit like, they're just as confusing, at least like with leftists like saying they're not going to vote. It just, I don't know, and none of it makes sense to me. None of it, like the pragmatism for these people, leftists, and the things that they say, if they actually meant it, they would vote Democrat. Nick Fuentes, if he meant what he's saying, he would vote Democrat. Like all of these people, they just have no like real principled position. They're just provocateurs who just want to say something edgy on the internet to get a bunch of views on it. But if they actually meant any of it, they would be voting Democrat. Like, but there's always been people on the right, the alt-right, the farther right groups who have been against Donald Trump, like Fad in chat is kind of like the old alt-right sort of person, and he doesn't like Trump. He says all the time he didn't vote for Trump. Is no Latino? Yes, but he never actively discouraged voting Republican like Hassan did. No, he did. Yeah, he did. He did. He said, leading up to the election a couple of times, that he wasn't in favor of voting for Trump. Early life, no one was born. Christy Lynn Arnold to Connie and Ron Arnold on November 30th, 1971 in Watertown, South Dakota, and raised with her siblings. Family farm near Town Hazel. She has Norwegian ancestry and is a descendant from Ephraim Wilson, who fought in the Revolutionary War. Huh. She does seem Latino, like like she does come off a little Latino. And I don't know if you guys saw this. We went over this on my show a while ago.
Kristi Noem, my bad. Head of Homeland Security. You know Kristi Noem, she did that video where she stands in front of that prison with all those Latin prisoners in the back. She, acting tough and saying, yo, if you disobey United States, that's where you're going to be, right? Remember that?
Do not come to our country illegally. You will be removed and you will be prosecuted. But know that this facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use.
And it was mainly, I think, like Spanish-speaking people, like in the back. It was crazy. And as much as she has been down with this whole ICE thing, snatching up a lot of Mexican people, she just celebrated her 54th birthday. This is what's so hilarious. She celebrated it at a Mexican restaurant. I'll say that again. She celebrated it at a Mexican motherfucking restaurant and had the nerve to wear a sombrero. I thought you didn't like Mexicans. What is up with these racist ass, a lot of you white folks, you'll talk about black folks, but will be at a soul food restaurant eating ribs.
Yeah, she literally celebrated her recent birthday at a Mexican restaurant, wearing a sombrero, all this shit. And after I thought, Latina, yes. It's actually Latinx, if we're gonna be accurate, guys, okay? Actually. That's what all the Democrats say. I told you guys the other day that I was sitting in a car with a couple of people and they were listening to Republican talk radio the entire time. And that's one of the things that they kept talking about is that only the Latino people say that they don't want to be called Latinx, but the Democrats insist it is only the white liberal who continuously calls Latino people Latinx. I'm just saying, don't make her trans. Well, Latino is the O's are generally considered the gender neutral term, or for males, Latina is always like the feminine version. So you can use O's as a gender neutral as well, but
So Nick Shirley went to California to try to go find voter fraud.
California's got some weird things going on.
This time they claimed they found a dog that was registered to vote. You had Elon and all the Republican senators posting about this. This was their big discovery. Except that
I'm Latinx. Yeah. That's it. But anyways, like with the Republican people always doing this, like only the white liberals ever use the term Latinx. Latinx was never a popular term. Never. It was never a commonly used term. This was like a TikTok fucking fad. This was never a real thing that people were actually pushing at widely, systemically. It was a small group of people who started using Latinx because they wanted to use gender neutral terms. And yeah, Latino people were like, nah, bruh. AOC said Latinx. Yes, she did. AOC did say Latinx. Latinx. Tom, if you call me Latino, you better not. Okay. It's like in English when you say guys, that may not actually mean everyone is a guy, correct? Yes. I know a little bit of Spanish. I know I can get what I'm trying to say across generally, but it is horrifically broken and sounds My problem is I've never been able to really understand Spanish grammar and the order of things, and so I can translate one word at a time. The problem with Spanish is that the more you put it into a sentence, the more the words change, and so that's where I fuck up, is I can't, like, words even change as you put something into a sentence. The like string of words now change and the order changes. So when I speak Spanish, I am just doing a straight translation as if I'm speaking in English, just from one word to the next at a time. That's how I speak Spanish. It is horrifically broken and very bad, but that's as good as it gets. So Latina is feminine, Latino is masculine. But Latinos can be gender neutral. Right, that's what I said. That's all languages, to be honest. I think so. From what I understand, there are. I think I'm trying to remember. I want to say. I feel like there is a language, but I'm trying to remember which one it is. But there is a language where everything does just kind of like have a straight translation from one to the other in English. And then I think even there's like Asian languages where that's the case as well, where they can have like direct translations between each other. Not, it's all languages, Tom, even Japanese, which is pretty linear and less gendered, still changes. I'm not disagreeing with you that all languages have different grammatical orders, or whatever it is that you're even arguing. I'm not even sure, but I'm not disagreeing that all languages have different differences in them from one to the other. I'm saying I think that there are languages where you can have like a direct translation where it doesn't change from one to the other all that much.
That was already debunked. The woman that registered her dog to vote was literally a registered Republican and literally was already charged for this exact same thing. Her ballot was rejected, it did not count, and she was held accountable. Thank you, Nick, for proving that our voting system works. The only fraud.
Yeah, I kept seeing, there was a thing a while ago where I kept seeing that there were like 11,000 votes in Georgia that were cast that that were fraudulent, and this was Republicans like pushing this non-fucking stop. Look, the Georgia, the 11,000 votes they found that were doubly counted. This is fucked up, blah blah blah. And so I thought, oh wow, that is interesting, because Trump literally lost by 11,000 votes, and we apparently double counted 11,000 for Biden. So shit, I wonder if there is like something to them. Found out later, it was literally Trump and Biden ballots that were counted, but the majority of them were Trump ballots, and that it was a right-wing lady who did it, and it was charged, and they weren't ever counted as for part of like the overall tally. And yeah, just like so much, like I was just kind of inundated with so much information about this all the fucking time without the actual details of it for a long while. So
fraud that Nick Shirley is exposing is himself. So Nick Shirley went to California to.
So yeah, this is a thing that they constantly do, where they'll go and find cases and say, oh yeah, you have a problem with that? Well then, you didn't think there was fraud? Oh yeah, well, what about this? And it's like, well no, we do know about that fraud. Those people were charged. This was accounted for. When we give you like a stat that says like 0.4% of the total votes are fraudulent, that was part of that 0.4%. That is included. So when we say there's a very small percentage of fraud, and you just bring up an example, well, that example is part of the 0.4%. Tom Foolery show. The Fulton count voted that the Fulton count voted that the in question recently were also accounted for during the multiple hand counts. The Fulton County vote count. I'm sorry, the way that you're saying that makes it sound like you're saying it was included in the total, but it wasn't. But it could be that you're saying when you say accounted for, you could mean that it like that it wasn't accounted for, or that it wasn't included in the total. When you say accounted for, you mean just like, yeah, they already knew that this was wrong and they didn't put it in the total. The dog voted in 2 separate elections. The vote was counted in the first election. The second election, it was caught, but they didn't catch her. She self-reported it. The guys are literally trying to pivot and say it didn't happen, yet a dog's vote was counted. Voter ID now. False. Why lie? The dog voted twice. It was rejected once. They only caught the lady because she reported it. Is this the lady who said that she was trying to prove that the election was stolen by doing stuff like this? Tom, I'm not home, but I'm also behind in the VOD. But this week's Lib and Learn had some good Hassan bad segments and other good general Dem discussions with moderate guests. Okay. Yeah, I was sent some stuff from that, so we'll probably get into that a little bit later. Thank you. Thank you, Freddie. Laura Lee Yorex, a 62-year-old Republican from Costa Mesa, California, registered her dog, Maya Jean Yorex, to vote with no party preference listed for the dog, and cast mail-in ballots on the canine's behalf in 2021 gubernatorial recall election, which was counted, and the 2022 primary election, which was rejected. She got caught after self-reporting her actions to the Orange County Registrar of Voters in October 2024, apparently to highlight vulnerabilities. Yes, yeah, to highlight vulnerabilities in the voting system. So yeah, so this is the lady who purposefully engaged in voter fraud, just, she says, to try to prove voter fraud was easy in California. So odd. But yeah, she still got arrested, even though she's saying, like, well, no, I did this to help you. They're like, well, it's still illegal, so fuck you. Thoughts on SAVE Act? I think it's a complicated issue. I like, we've had a bunch of conversations about this in the past. I don't have a problem with voter ID. I don't have an issue with voter ID existing. I don't have any qualms with it. My issue is that people who push this don't understand that what is being used in places like California seems to be just as reliable as voter ID. With that said, then people show a bunch of polls, like CNN came out with a bunch of polling recently that shows that something like 85% of black people are okay with voter ID, 78% of Democrats are okay with voter ID, so this is not a controversial issue. It comes in literally at the margins. The margins are where the problem occurs, and that's something like 10% of people, 10% of voters wouldn't be able to vote. Okay, now that's not a huge number. That's not like, oh, this is insane. But when we're talking about the last election where the Democrats lost by 200,000 votes against Donald Trump, 230,000 votes against Donald Trump, that 10% is like 280,000, 230,000 out of 170 million. This is 0.03% of voters. So when we look at 10%, that is like 50 times what it is that Kamala lost by in the last election. So more than 50 times. It's a lot more than that, but yes, it's a lot. So while I don't think black people are incapable of getting a license, I don't and I do believe part of my understanding is that part of the SAVE Act is that they will, if you can't get a license, you don't have like, they give you a ton of options in order to find a way to get an ID. So even if you can't get a license or you don't have a car, you have no reason to get a driver's license, they will give you a voter ID, and then that voter ID will be just as good as a license anywhere you go. That's fine with me. Like, as long as like there's a lot of options and that there's a lot of ways to make it easy for people and make it more accessible. That's all that matters to me. From what I can tell, it seems to be fine. Yes, and they're free. And they are free. I forgot about that part. So that's how we've been doing it here in Georgia for a while, is that we've had voter ID, but we have like free state IDs for people who don't have a license and have no reason to get a license. You can literally just go get a free ID. And that's that. So, yeah.
Candace, I am so sorry about the incident last week with all the mispronunciations. We have taken all the hard words out of the script for you, so this should be easy. Let's go through one.
It wasn't because people were just trying to delegitimize him.
Ooh,
it was
that should not have been in the script. It's delegitimized. That's on us. We should not have.
Delegitimize. What was that again? Delegitimize?
Ooh,
it was
that should not have been. Let's go through one.
It wasn't because people were just trying to delegitimize him.
Ooh.
It was
Delegitimize. What the fuck? Delegitimize.
So this should be easy. Let's go through one.
It wasn't because people were just trying to delegitimize him.
Ooh,
it was
that should not have been in the script. It's delegitimized. That's on us. We should not have. It's a hard word. It's a big word. It's a big word. We'll move on.
You, in this moment, have a retired Green Beret.
Yes, sorry. Also probably on us.
Beret.
Beret, not beret. Silent T. French, I believe.
We also learned that last night a bomb squad and agents from the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco.
Bureau.
Oh no. We went over this the other day. She says borough all the fucking time, dude. Always says borough.
Bureau.
What is the borough doing?
Bureau. Yeah. So like Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Were you brought into an FBI bureau?
Candace, you did it again. It's bureau, not borough. Borough is like a hole, like to make a hole.
Who's a former borough of prisons chief?
Candace.
Because there is a borough that has been.
Listen to what I'm saying. Bureau, not like churro, which seems to be what your brain is made up of. Just churros up there. I did not mean that as a racist thing. I don't know. Are churros associated with your? Okay. Let's cut here. We're gonna cut here.
Is she not black? I don't. What happened? What happened?
I'm a bit of a history buff. Which, by the way, that is early onset Republican. That's very...
Reading history books doesn't make you into a Republican, unless you're only reading history books by upper middle class white dudes.
Please tell me this is a fucking joke, then. Please tell me this is a joke. He's literally wearing a Ninja Turtles shirt? Bro. This has to be a meme, right? This is a fucking meme? At least he looks autistic. That's what I was about to say. He literally looks autistic. He sounds autistic. He's wearing a Ninja Turtle shirt. Like, this is peak autism right now. He looks like he like just had like greasy fingers from some chips that he was just eating and kept pulling on his hair right here, and so he's just got like a bunch of grease here and here, but not anywhere else. So it's not like gel or anything like that. This looks like peak fucking autism here, bro.
That is early onset Republican. That's very...
Reading history books doesn't make you into a Republican unless you're only reading history books by upper middle class white dudes. I was a 36-year-old liberal history nerd in 2020, and after George Floyd got killed, I started reading books by more radical...
Wait, why can't he wear a Teen Mutant Ninja Turtle shirt? Well, he was 36 in 2020. So that makes him 42 now. Now he can wear it. It just seems like it's adding to the autistic aesthetic.
Authors so radical they had the audacity to not be upper middle class white men. Once you read history that stops treating the presidents like Marvel superheroes, you realize that 99% of historical figures were bad people, and the other 1% were actually just fictional. The people that history books mostly talk about were the rich assholes of their day who oppressed everybody else. Learning this didn't make me a Republican. It actually made me hate the Republicans so much that now I also hate the Democrats for not fighting hard enough against the Republicans. If you actually learn how ugly history is, you become extremely left-leaning, which is what Shane would be if he didn't want to build an audience through right-wing podcasts and then star in beer commercials.
Trump is trying to take voter rolls from states. So is this just the same thing with voter ID? Answer my fucking question, Tom. Playing OW and don't have chat time to be ignored. Well, I'm sorry if I'm wasting your time. I don't know. We can look into it, okay? Hot take, Shane is mediocre as fuck at comedy. I think Shane is one of the few stand-up comics today that I actually think is good. Shane is actually one of the few good stand-up comics left. The rest of them are just like anti-SJW people who are 10 years too late. That's it. So I do like Shane Gillis. I think Shane Gillis is fucking hilarious.
Joining us, hosts of the Fast Politics podcast and MS Now political analyst Molly Jong-Fast, managing editor of The Bulwark and MS Now contributor Sam Stein, former RNC communications director and Republican strategist Doug Heye, and former Ohio State Senator Nina Turner. Doug, why? Why all the misinformation?
Well, clearly they feel that this is an issue that's going to benefit them. I don't like this rhetoric. I don't like this rhetoric when it comes from Republicans or Democrats. And I say that as somebody who participated in the Florida recount in 2000 in the Brooks Brothers revolt, which I'm still proud of doing. I don't like tearing down our system and denigrating it to where people don't have trust in it. And we've seen this happen for a long time. Trump has put this on overdrive. And I think the ultimate result here for the country is a negative one, even if I support things like voter ID. And I say that as somebody who's been in polling sites throughout the country, being a poll watcher, going hour and after hour to see who showed up to vote and who hasn't, so we can then have our campaigns call people and say, get out and vote now.
All right. So, Molly, then I'll ask you, too. Why?
Because Trump has seen the polling, right? I think this started when he lost the election. I remember that quote of the Republican senator who said, right, anonymously, who said, let him play golf, let him say the election was rigged, he's not going to do anything. I mean, good people have gone along with this. Republicans who know it's not true, have gone along with it long enough so that they have created a monster. So that kind of anti-democratic rhetoric has gone on.
So what happens if the election's close, Sam? If the election's a landslide, that's another story, I think. But if the election's any single election, or maybe control for the House is close, or even the Senate is close.
I'm a little confused. Who's putting out the misinformation? Are they saying that the Democrats are putting out misinformation, or Republicans are putting out misinformation? Which side are they saying is doing the misinformation? I'm so lost.
What should we expect?
Well, there's two things to look for. One is what happens prior to the election, right? Kristi Noem is hinting at it, but you can see, and you've already seen to a degree, Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security making plays to, for instance, take a look at state voter rolls, to have people on the ground at voting locations, to launch investigations into fraudulent accusations of fraud. That's the pre-vote element. Then there's the post-vote element, which is, are they going to try to have a federal presence in the counting of the ballots? Are they going to try to seize ballots? Will they do what you saw Donald Trump try to do in 2020, which is question the sanctity of the results, mired in litigation, and then have a compliant House Speaker say, well, we can't seat these people until we get to the bottom of this. Those are all real possibilities. I don't think we should treat them as, impossible hypotheticals, because they're openly talking about this stuff and now making moves to actually implement some of these reforms.
What about the bigger impact here, Nina? And that's not just that Republicans might doubt the election, it's that everybody is doubting the election. That number that I just cited, 60% of people don't trust the system. That's bad news.
It is, Katie, but that's exactly what the president wants. I mean, let us not forget, in 2021, the president asked the Secretary of State in Georgia to find him 11,000 extra votes. On the record, said that, setting the play for this moment. He continues even to this day to bemoan the results of the 2020 election, even though he is the sitting president. You know, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. And so the Republicans here have a good story. Let's recap just quickly what Secretary Noem said. She said a lot, but these two things struck me. We need to have the right people voting for the right candidates. I mean, if that's not giving a signal that if things don't go the way that they want, meaning no longer should we allow voters to elect the people they want to represent them. We want to let the people who are running select their voters. And so this frenzy. And then my final point, Katie, the stats that you laid out from all kinds of institutes that study this, from more right-leaning ones to more left-leaning ones, have come to the same conclusion. And the Brennan Center's seminal report, The Truth About Voting Fraud, less than 1%. And a lot of the impersonation type fraud that people think is happening is actually due to some type of clerical error, but it's non-existent.
Okay, this doesn't seem to actually give us what I'm looking for.
On Thursday, the U.S. House passed a bill called the SAVE Act, short for Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. It would require documentary proof of U.S. citizenship for anyone registered.
The Economic Times is using AI voices? What the fuck?
Registering to vote in federal elections.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 208. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on.
It's always so hard for me to tell if I can trust this fucking outlet. It really is. This outlet is so confusing, bro. It's so confusing. It seems like they do everything in the cheapest way possible, and their website is flooded with ads. It's hard to even, scroll on that website because it's just popping up with ads all over the place. But the information seems to be good. They seem to have good information and good reporting and stuff like that, but everything they do just seems to be in the with bullshit aesthetics. They always have the aesthetics of a Pakistani ripoff. It's hard to tell.
On the table.
Republicans say it's about preventing non-citizens from voting.
In the SAVE Act, we can ensure that only eligible Americans are registering to vote. Additionally, the SAVE Act is aligned with President Trump's recent executive order, preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections, which will help restore trust in American elections, enhance election administration, and make our elections secure. This legislation is just one step that we can take to ensure President Trump's executive order could not be undone.
Democrats are cheating. Well, if you actually think that, which, you know, you probably don't. You're probably a bot. But if you're not a bot, and you actually think that, you're welcome to call in. There's a phone number on the screen that you can use to call into the show and let us know why you think Democrats are cheating.
Americans deserve to have confidence in our elections.
Passed the SAVE Act today, as you know, and that ensures that you got to have identification. You have to prove your identity because only U.S. citizens should vote and decide U.S. elections. It's already in federal law, but there's no mechanism currently to ensure that that law is.
Yeah, Fulton County cheated. Well, I live in Atlanta, so as far as I know, you're completely wrong. With everything that I've been through and all the evidence that I've looked at, doesn't seem as though there was any cheating in Fulton County. So again, if you actually think that, you actually believe that, you actually think that there's evidence to back that up, you can call in. Let us know.
Always followed, and this measure, the SAVE Act, will help make sure that is true.
Democrats and voting rights groups say it could disenfranchise millions, especially people who are already legally registered.
What exactly would the SAVE Act do? It would create enormous burdens for every American citizen who seeks to register to vote. Let's dig into the details. As my Republican colleague and friend admitted at the Rules Committee, under the SAVE Act, most Americans would be unable to register to vote using their real ID. Further, under the SAVE Act, almost 70 million American...
Most Americans wouldn't be able to use their real ID? What? What? Must suck when reality proves you wrong, Democrat called this. Wait, I'm asking you to show me the reality. I'm saying you can, if that's true, I'm open to it. You can call in, you can explain it to us. I'm giving you the opportunity to show us reality. I'm saying this isn't a thing that Republican shows do. No right-wing shows say, hey, you think I'm wrong, just call in and tell me. If you think I'm wrong, we want you to call in. We want the liberals and Democrats to call in and explain to us why we're wrong. We say, oh, you just don't want to acknowledge reality. No, if you have reality, call in. Call it. Explain it. I'm here for it. Let's go.
Women will be unable to register to vote using their birth certificate simply because they changed their name upon marriage. The bill would disenfranchise survivors.
Hey man, have a good day. I like how you are steadfast even though we disagree. Alright, see, appreciate it. Appreciate it, Bellin Books. You have a good day too.
Of domestic abuse who have changed their names for safety purposes, which is truly shocking. And the SAVE Act will also have a steep financial cost.
Wasn't that the point of having Real ID? Yes, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I thought the whole point of having Real ID is that it was supposed to be so like like fraud proof that like people couldn't replicate them. They couldn't make fake IDs out of them because they were very hard to replicate. They're like top fucking notch with all of the reflectors and different things in different places and all of that. Like it's like impossible to replicate, and so you can just use your fucking ID for anything at that point because the state has already verified that you are who you are when they gave you the ID. So if you're not allowed to use your real ID, then what the fuck? Is it true Americans can't use their real ID too? Fuck, I don't know why it does this. It is not true that Americans can't use their real ID to vote, but there is some confusion due to recent legislation called the Save American. Act.
Zed King tipped $5. Republicans need to be legally mandated to wear red ties and Democrats wearing blue ties so I don't have to listen or think and tell right away who is who and woman can wear ties with cleavage.
Based. And if you don't have boobs to have cleavage, then you have to get some. Okay? You gotta get some. Currently, a real ID is a valid form of identification for voting in all states that require a photo ID at the polls. However, the situation changes if you're registering to vote for the first time or updating your information under new proposed rules. Voting versus registering. While most states accept a real ID as a valid photo ID to cast a ballot at the polls, the Save America Act passed in the House in February 2026 would require documentary proof of citizenship for voter registration. The real ID gap. Most real IDs do not satisfy this proposed registration requirement because they do not explicitly state that the holder is a U.S. citizen. Currently, only a handful of states like Michigan, Minnesota, New York, Vermont, and Washington offer enhanced IDs for specific real IDs and denote citizenship on the card itself. In the other 40-plus states, a standard real ID would not be enough on its own to register under the SAVE Act. You would need a passport or a birth certificate. Okay, so it sounds like what they're doing is almost exactly they're using a process that is almost exactly the same as what it is that California does with their entire fucking voting process that they all think is fraudulent and makes it to where illegal immigrants can vote. They're telling them you have to do this at registration to prove this thing. And then once you do it at registration, once you go to vote, you will use something at the voting poll that will connect to your voter registration so that they can use one to the other to verify that you are who you are and that you are a citizen. This is what California does. When you go and register to vote, you have to show them proof of citizenship. You have to show your ID. You have to show all this shit when you go register to vote. Then, when you vote, you normally sign your voter roll, you sign your ballot, and then turn it in, and then that signature has to match the signature that's on your ID and on your voter registration. That's how they connect all of this shit. That's literally what they're fucking doing, is they're just using shit from your voting, from when you vote to connect to your registration. That's what they're doing here. Well, okay.
To American citizens, because yes, the SAVE Act does allow Americans to use their passports to register to vote. But half of all Americans do not have a...
Why the fuck are they the Economic Times, dude, this is what I'm talking about. They always have the aesthetics of like a bullshit scam artist. They have Halloween music playing in the background. They literally have Halloween playing in the background. What is this? This is, again, it's not saying don't trust them. It's just saying they have these aesthetics of a website that you just can't trust.
Call from
Billy.
Billy!
Yes.
What's up? Were you the one in the vertical chat saying that Fulton County was found to be fraudulent?
No. I just saw your description of calling to disagree. I'm assuming you're not a Trump supporter?
Definitely not. Definitely.
Okay, so what issue do you think that you're well knowledgeable about so we can have a spirited debate?
I mean, pretty much anything. I guess if you want to tell me why you support Donald Trump, I can probably get into that. Like, I would assume first you think he's the lesser of two evils, and that like you may not agree with everything he does, but you think he's better than Democrats. Yes.
Yes, the lesser of two evils argument is innate in every presidential election.
Mhm.
So, yes, I did choose Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. And what he's shown so far under his second tenure is that he's implementing policies to sustain America's superiority on the geopolitical chessboard. And I can give you several examples of him doing such, which is the strategic mission in Venezuela, taking out Maduro, and it being followed by the interim president, Rodriguez, which is now having diplomatic talks and implementing policies to be more pro-American friendly.
I guess to an extent I can understand some of these things. It's not like my values or what I care most about. But I can understand somebody who does really care about these things feeling like this is a really big deal and that it's really important. But I also think there's too many other things that would disqualify anything good that he ever does. Anything like even if I was really happy with like that sort of stuff and I thought that was a really big deal, there's still too many types of corruption from Trump and his administration, and the too many lies, too much misinformation, to where I think that there isn't really any upside to anything that he does if he's kind of like breaking down all of our institutions and our norms in the first place. And I think even just recently, the stuff with the Epstein case and the Epstein hearing from Pam Bondi, and the way that Trump has kind of tried to hide a lot of this stuff and stop it from coming out, and the lies that almost him and almost everybody in his administration have told about their connections to Epstein, kind of makes almost anything else that he could do kind of moot, don't you think?
Well, let me make this clear. I think what went on with Epstein and his affiliates that were involved in it is absolutely disgusting. But I want to play devil's advocate, and it might be some thought-provoking questions that erupts in your head. If the accusations are true that there were political figures and part of the oligarch class involved in the Epstein files, and that all gets revealed, do you think that would be a danger to democracy as we know it? Because there will be several sycophants that would take it to the extreme because they don't believe what they're seeing or hearing, and they will double down on who they advocate for, that they're innocent, and there potentially might be a January 6th incident which could be 10 times worse. Isn't that a high probability if that's the case?
I think that is what's happening, though. I don't think that that's just a probability. I think that that's what happened in order for people to vote for Trump in the first place. They already had to do these things. Like, most of the information that's come out about Trump and Epstein, this stuff was out. They came out during the Biden administration. Like, tons of information about Trump and his connection to Epstein, court cases linking them, sexual assault cases, the 34 felony charges and convictions of Donald Trump, plus another 40-something on top of that he still didn't even go to court for, the civil cases. Like, all of these things were denied by everybody who voted for Trump. They all sat there and said, we don't care or we don't believe it. And they had to covered their ears and eyes the entire time to make sure that they never actually acknowledged anything that was actually going on. I don't think that that's something that's just happening right now with the Epstein case. I think that is the culture of the Republican Party in order for them to vote for Donald Trump.
So you do want democracy to be stabilized, correct? Like you want that stuff in place and not another potential January 6th incident. Right?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So what I mean, if people were so animated to try to cause disruption, affecting the transition of power because they thought that the 2020 election was fraud, what makes you think that they will stay idle if mainstream media paints Trump as a pedophile?
It's hard for me to kind of even grasp what it is that you're saying.
These are all hypotheticals.
I understand.
But what I'm saying that
I understand what you're saying, that there's like it's almost like a national security question. But the problem that I have is that that is what a democracy is. That is part of having a stable democracy, is getting the information. That like the media, having news, having like people tell us what's going on in the world, that is part of having a democratic process. We cannot vote on something if we don't know what's going on in the world. But if everybody continuously denies everything that's going on in the world, and that is part of Donald Trump and his scheme, is that he is constantly getting everybody to doubt everything that ever comes out about him without ever any real critical thinking. They just doubt it just because. Well, that is our democracy breaking. That is our democracy falling apart. There is no stability there as long as that's continuing.
Okay, so whether or not they are retracting some parts of the Epstein files, do you have any concrete evidence that Trump was involved in the Epstein sex ring, or are these just circumstantial evidence that you've acquired?
I haven't made the claim. I don't know anybody who's made the claim that Donald Trump was involved in the Epstein sex ring.
Okay, so this is all speculation.
What is speculation? Nobody said it. Nobody said that.
Okay, I wasn't sure why you were bringing up the Epstein files.
I said that he's helping cover up the Epstein files, cover for people who are in the Epstein files. He fought against the release of the Epstein files. He is all over the Epstein files, and there are things in there about him that are incriminating. But the point is that what I said was him and everybody in his administration have lied about their relationship with Epstein. And the release of the Epstein files have proven that they lied about the relationships with Epstein. That is problematic in and of itself, that these people are continuously lying to the American people.
Okay, so if you were in that situation, wouldn't you do your best to distance yourself from any affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein?
Bill Gates and Bill Clinton have both admitted for a long time that they had associations with Jeffrey Epstein. As far as I know, I don't know of them lying at any point about any of their relationships with Epstein or lying about their get-togethers with him. They have continuously said, yes, we knew him, we were friends with him, we didn't know about this stuff, but obviously we made a lapse in judgment by continuing to associate with him, blah, blah, blah. Those are the things that they said. Donald Trump, Lutnick, Musk, Pam Bondi, all of these people have continuously pretended that they had no association with the guy. Then once they get caught, then they backtrack and then make up new things to kind of pretend as though they didn't like him or that they were always against him. And it's the point is that they've lied about it. And I don't even know why you would start to make excuses for them lying about this. We agree that part of a democracy is for us to be informed, why would we ever make excuses for them lying?
I mean, I'm not making any excuses. The midterm elections are coming up, and I just don't see how it is politically conducive for Trump um, to not try his best to distance himself from Jeffrey Epstein when he has to vouch for several candidates that's running in the Senate or House. Because if he openly
But you
admits
should
that
be
he spent
against
more
that.
time,
You should
but,
like. I'm talking
but
about
how's
like
that
morally right now. Like you should be
okay?
against him
In
doing that.
in politics, there's no such thing as a morality test. It's all about wins and losses. And if he's trying to, and as a politician, especially in the executive branch, where the policies that you're trying to implement all stems from the power dynamics in Congress, why would you openly admit that you spent more time with Jeffrey Epstein when that can pollute the public's opinion about you and stimulate more primitive thinking into linking you with heinous acts that you weren't involved in?
I think
Wouldn't that hurt
it's hard
candidates
for
that he's advocating for in the midterm election and
I think it's
decrease
hard
their
for us to have
chances
a
of?
conversation of any sort if you think that like the American people shouldn't care about morals when it comes to who they're voting for. Like
No, I didn't.
it's
I
almost like
didn't. I didn't say that the American people shouldn't care about morals. I'm
but
just
that's what we're
saying,
talking about right now. We're talking. Hold on, wait. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about your vote for Donald Trump, whether or not you should support this guy. And while we're talking about this, and I'm bringing up reasons for why you shouldn't support him because he's lying about this stuff, his whole cabinet's lying about this stuff, you respond with, well, he should do this though. And then I say, but isn't that immoral? Well, there are no morals. We're talking about your vote for him right now. So obviously the morals are the most important part. If you and I, and as a way to be able to vote, you and I have to be informed. We have to know what's going on in the world. If the person who is in charge at the very top is constantly doing his best to misinform you and trying to lie to you so that you don't ever know what's actually going on, you never know what's actually true. You never know what you can count on or not count on. This guy is doing a disservice to all American people and making it so that our entire democracy is even more broken. This is something that tells me people should not support this guy. They should not be in favor of this sort of thing. You can't just look at wins and losses because you don't even know if wins and losses are real. You don't know when he won and when he lost if all he ever does is lie about it.
Okay, so the reason why wins and losses is so paramount in politics is because there are certain issues that Americans deem as paramount to their well-being, and there's either the Democrat or Republicans favor their agenda that they wish that can be implemented. So, for example, if I'm a person who's interested in,
Hold on, I agree with this. That's not what we're talking about. Do you think it's bad for the president to lie?
do I think it's bad for the president to lie?
Yes.
I mean, that's very complex, or it depends on the situation.
So
Like,
what's a
I
situation
like,
where you're okay
if,
with him lying to you?
well, when a reporter asks what the U.S. actions are when it comes to dealing with adversaries, I don't expect for a politician to be fully transparent because
Sure,
that's
not fully
released in.
transparent. That's different though than lying. Like somebody can say like, unfortunately, I can't talk about that right now. That's classified, or like, those are things that are currently ongoing, and we're not able to talk about it right now. Like that happens all the time. That doesn't mean that they lie to us. That just means that they tell us that they can't talk about it. But lying is drastically different.
Okay, so you don't think that when, um, like, JD Vance is on Fox News and they ask him about what is Trump planning to do with the Iran situation, and his response is, I have no idea what Trump is planning to do, whether it's going to exercise diplomatic alternatives or actually go the hot war pursuit. You think that he's not lying about that?
Well, he might be lying. That would be bad. Again, I just gave you like a list of options of things that they can say in response that are common responses to these sorts of questions. These are common responses. We hear them all the time. So it's not like it's super rare or it's out of the norm for somebody to reply and say, unfortunately, that's privileged information. We're not capable of giving that out to the public right now. But
I didn't say
that,
it was. I didn't say that's what he said. I said that he has no idea what Trump is planning to do, whether it's exercising diplomatic alternatives to exhaustion or he's fully committed in pursuing a hot war.
You asked me if I thought it was a lie.
Yes, and you changed it to he's not able to
I'm
give
saying
out that information.
yes, I'm saying if it is a lie.
Security.
Yes, I'm saying if it is a lie, he shouldn't say it. If he actually doesn't know, then sure, that would be weird if he didn't know. But if he does know and he lies and says I don't know, that just makes him look incompetent. That just makes him look stupid. Instead, he should be saying, well, unfortunately, we're not capable of talking about that right now. Like, that would be the answer. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So do you agree that sometimes lying is more beneficial to U.S. National security than being fully transparent?
Hold on. You hear what I'm saying, right? You don't have to be fully transparent. You can say you can't answer a question. That is not fully transparent. You are telling us you cannot be transparent about this. That is fine. That's also not lying.
But okay, he didn't explicitly say that I cannot be fully transparent. What he said was, I don't know what he's planning to do. And as a vice president, I find that really bizarre.
Okay. What is the point? I'm so lost. What point are you making?
The point is I'm trying to make is that sometimes lying is conducive to like political chances in the future, such as distancing yourself
Hold
from
on. I'm saying explain the point. Hold on.
Jeffrey.
I'm saying with the JD Vance situation, what is the point there? Why do you keep like if it's not that he lied when he could have just said we're not allowed to give out privileged information like that, what is the point then?
Okay. I'm sorry, but you keep insinuating that I said that JD Vance said that he can't be fully transparent.
No, I didn't. I didn't say. I'm not insinuating that. I'm saying he should have said that instead. That it sounds like you're justifying the lie that he told and saying this makes sense. And I'm saying that doesn't make sense. It would have made sense if he had said that they can't be fully transparent about this. I'm saying that's what he should have said, not that that's what you said he said. So when I'm saying this is what he ought to have said, why would you disagree that he ought to have just said we can't talk about this right now?
So I'm actually not disagreeing. It's just what you said was perfectly fine. That's actually more of a better answer in my personal opinion. So I do apologize for the miscommunication that we had. Or
so I asked for an example where it's okay for them to lie. Because I'm saying this is what they should say instead of lying. And it sounded like you're saying, well, they can't always tell the truth. I agree, but that's when they say we can't talk about this instead of lying. But then you gave the example. So
yeah, I just answered your question with the Jeffrey Epstein example, I mean, it doesn't make any political sense to be brutally honest and say, "Yep, I had more interactions with Jeffrey Epstein," because that's going to affect um, midterm chances for the candidates that he's advocating for to maintain the Republican majority.
So you're saying that if I did something that would break voters' trust in me and my decision-making process, break trust in my ability to make decisions, that I shouldn't tell the voters so that they are informed on what it is that I am doing and saying, so that they can make uninformed decisions instead. You're saying that if he was honest about this, people would not trust his opinion anymore, so he would be better off lying than.
I mean, it's not a full guarantee that people will distrust him more, but it's a high probability that can happen if you are brutally honest that you've had more interaction with Jeffrey Epstein's that he kind of fabricated about. So do you see where I'm going with this? That the political goal
I hear what you're saying, but you're giving me a pragmatic answer again, whereas I'm talking about a moral answer that you. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking about pragmatics. Yes, that's not what I'm asking about. I keep saying I'm not asking you about pragmatics. I'm not asking you whether or not Trump would think it's a good idea to lie. I'm asking whether or not you, as a voter, would want to hold him accountable for lying. And it sounds like instead of actually talking to me about what it is that you would want him to do, you are instead making excuses for why it makes sense for him to lie.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put that as a number one priority of holding him accountable for the minor lies that he's said in the past, because I
Okay, so where does it end?
Table issues paramount.
Where does
for
it
me.
end? Where does it end? If you're making it to where he can lie about his association with the most prolific pedophile in history, he can lie about his relationship with him, he can lie about, where does it end? Because according to this logic, he could lie about murdering a ton of people. He could lie about what it is he's going to do tomorrow. He could lie about whether or not the election was stolen. He could lie about whether or not he's what he's going into Fulton County for to get the voter rolls for. He could lie about what it is that Maduro was doing and whether or not he was trafficking drugs and stuff like that. He could lie about all of these things because it wouldn't be beneficial for him to tell us the truth. If he's doing something immoral, if he's doing something corrupt, it would be bad for him to tell us about that. And you're not going to hold him accountable for it because you want to make sure that stuff's getting done. But you don't know if stuff's getting done if he's lying to you about it the whole time. But you're okay with him lying to you about it to where you don't know whether or not anything's actually getting done.
I'm okay with him lying if he's implementing policies that is sustaining America's superiority and my bottom line, such as kitchen table issues.
Okay, so right now,
it's all about
we just had a World Economic Forum in Davos. Okay. We just had all of the other top world leaders say that they're moving away from alliances with the United States and that they're going to do their own things instead because of Donald Trump. They're going to create their own alliances and they're going to do their own thing because Donald Trump is too erratic and too out of control. That to you is beneficial to the United States' superiority.
So is that a bluff or a serious threat that NATO countries are going to distance themselves from the United States to prevent him from implementing more tariff wars against them?
Well, it's not to stop them from. It's not to stop him. Well, it can't be an empty threat. It's literally he has forced them into this scenario to where they have no choice. This is exactly what it is that everybody said.
What NATO
Germany,
country has
France, all of the UK, I think Poland.
So you're telling me right now that these countries are breaking relationships
Canada
with United States. Canada is breaking relationship with the United States currently.
They're moving away. So what they're doing is they're creating other alliances that will make it to where they're not too dependent on the United States anymore. If the United States takes what it is that like they have a lot of power, right? And we, after World War I, World War II, the United States did this whole thing where the whole idea was we are the superpower now. We're the ones who are in control. But throughout all of world history, whoever the superpower was, they wielded that sword over everybody else. And they tried to take over everybody else's countries. They tried to force everybody into suppression and made everybody else bend the knee, which made it to where the superpower always had a target on their back to where everybody else hated being under their boot. So everybody else was always gunning for them as well. And so instead of always having these these relationships with everybody where all we're doing is just kind of stabbing each other in the back, the United States was making it to where we wanted to have a peaceful world where we all actually get along. We all drew our borders and we're going to leave them there. We're not going to keep invading each other. We're not going to keep warring with each other. We're not going to keep trying to take over each other. We're going to create a peaceful world going forward. We created the United Nations. We created NATO. We created all of these institutions to help poorer countries and third world countries. And then Donald Trump came in, and we do this with trade. We do this with all sorts of aid to one another. We do this all sorts of ways where we are giving more than what it is we get to make sure that there is peace everywhere else, which keeps us as the superpower, so that nobody wants to fuck with us. We don't have anybody trying to stab us in the back. We don't have people who are trying to gun for us. But Donald Trump comes in and instead starts putting everybody under the boot again. Starts wielding the power like a sword and starts trying to force everybody into suppression again. And so they said, we're not going to be pushed around. This is not what we signed up for. This is not why we got into relationships with the United States. This is not why we agreed to these terms. And if he's changing terms on us just to force us to do all of the things that he wants us to do, well, then we're going to go and, the United States is a great superpower, but it's not much versus the rest of the world. So we can all team up and do our own things amongst each other, and we won't need the United States anymore. And they could have always done this, but we made sure that they were all benefiting so much that they would never want to do that. Donald Trump is the first one to just not get this.
So readjusting trade agreements is to obtain a trade surplus. Do you think that's conducive to America's interests or not?
Trade surplus? We are the growing superpower with the largest GDP in the world, and have been, and we have always had a trade surplus. Always. Always, always, always. So
you always have a trade surplus with all the countries?
Yes, that we have always had trade surpluses and we have always benefited. How can you look at? Okay, when did we not? Give me a point when we didn't have trade surpluses and we were, well, just that. When is a point when we didn't have trade surpluses?
Sure. Please review the NAFTA agreement.
Okay.
There are a plethora of countries where they actually have more exports than how can I articulate this? More exports than imports within the trade relationship.
They have a You're saying that some other countries also have a surplus?
Yes, with the United States.
Yeah, I'm
Instead of
not
a
saying
trade
literally every
deficit.
single country. Hold on, I'm not saying we have a surplus with literally every single country. I'm saying we have always had trade surpluses. Always. And that it hasn't harmed us yet. We have still been able to benefit the entire time. Not that each and every single country we have a trade surplus with, but that we have
But
always
wouldn't it be
had.
nice to? But wouldn't it be nice to achieve that goal?
What
Is
goal?
what he's trying to have a trade plus with as many countries as possible.
It depends.
Wouldn't that be beneficial to America's interest?
It depends. Not always. No. Again, if we have been able to continue growing the entire time and growing faster than any other country and benefiting more than any other country, why would that be a problem now? Why is it something that we need to change? And now that we are changing it, it seems to only be hurting us. Donald Trump said that he was going to bring manufacturing back. Manufacturing has continued to decline even faster under Donald Trump, and that more manufacturing companies are choosing to export their labor under Donald Trump. Why? Because it's too expensive for them if they're being tariffed the entire time. That is not beneficial for his plan, and it's across the board. It's every industry. We are a consumer economy. So we do want to import more than we export. That is the whole game plan behind our economy. And
You do want to import more than you export? Is that what you're saying? Because of cheaper goods and services?
Yes.
So it's beneficial to do more importing and not exporting, which would drastically affect the GDP.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, no, I'm just trying to get your perspective.
I'm saying
I'm
that
sorry
is what we've always done, and I'm saying that that's the way our economy was built, and that it has consistently been beneficial for us, and that Donald Trump and his entire plan is only hurting. It's not doing anything beneficial for us. It is only hurting.
Okay.
I mean, he said that he was going to bring down prices. Consumer price index has continued to go up. It's up 3% under Donald Trump for 2025. He initially said that he was going to bring down housing prices. He now says he's not going to bring down housing prices. So these are two examples where not only did he make a promise, but he's doing literally the exact opposite. Once he gets into office, he doesn't just do the opposite, but says the opposite. Not everybody can meet every single goal that they ever promise.
Yeah.
But then normally they at least try. Donald Trump is very new in the fact that he will come say one thing while running, and then as soon as he gets in, says, "Oh, I'm not doing that. No way."
I'm hearing a lot of background noises that I don't know what I'm talking about. I thought obtaining a trade surplus with as many countries involved is a good idea, but apparently I have no idea what I'm talking about, and they're saying that I should read a book. So I'm surrounded by political experts who's
Well, again,
randomly
as
telling
I've
me
said,
that I don't
we have
know
always
who I'm
had trade
talking about.
surpluses. Again, yes, we have always had trade surpluses. It hasn't hurt us yet. But this idea that we need to limit trade surpluses when it hasn't been a problem for us in the past seems ridiculous. When nobody thinks about just looking at the way that things have worked throughout history, we see the countries that we have a surplus with. These countries are not out winning us. They're not outperforming us. So it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Yet when we are choosing to make a big problem out of it, it is only working out worse for us. It is only hurting us.
No, I hear you. I thank you for taking my call. I just don't know what I'm talking about, and so I'm gonna go ahead and read a book. I thought trade surplus was, beneficial to America's interests, but apparently I'm ignorant on the topic, so I'm going to
I don't
go
know
ahead
why,
and
I don't know why you can't just like engage with what it is that I'm saying. Historically, it has not been harmful for us. But why not just engage with that thought?
no, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
Yeah, so my main point was, like I said, with the example that I brought, it just wouldn't be politically smart if he admitted to the actual number of interactions he had with Jeffrey Epstein, because, like I said, the main goal in politics, especially if you're in the executive branch and want to have your agenda come to fruition, is to have a power dynamic in Congress that favors you, because it will be more likely that those policies actually get implemented. That's one. And for the tariff war, for the geopolitical chessboard that I've been alluding to, it's paramount to sustain America's hegemony by implementing economic sanctions, and sometimes even going so far as hard power, to a limit, to force countries to implement policies that would be more pro-American, such as the example in Venezuela and the attempt to do it in Cuba by implementing sanctions that is crippling their economy, to force the oligarchs to, I mean, it might sound impossible, but the best attempt is to try to change their system of government so it could benefit U.S. corporations by seeing what profits they can garner through foreign direct investment, since it's a government that favors their business interest. And with the tariff war, I personally think that it's in America's economic interest to try to sustain as many trade surpluses with the countries that they're currently dealing with, instead of a trade deficit. That's just my personal opinion, to favor trade surpluses instead of a trade deficit, because that would greatly affect the GDP.
Yeah, just mathematically that hasn't been the case. But even like I don't understand, like, even on the first thing that you're saying, the first thing that you keep talking about, where it'd be beneficial for him. Again, you're talking about from his perspective, not from a voter's perspective. I'm talking to you as a voter, and you keep bringing up that this would be beneficial for him to just lie about this stuff. The reason that you keep using, hold on, wait. The thought process that you keep using is, this is beneficial for him to lie about this, because if he told the truth, voters would hold him accountable. But now that you know that he lied about it, you're not holding him accountable. You're saying, you're making up an excuse for why it's okay for him to do it. The thought process that you're starting with is, if he lies, we would be upset with him about it. Or if he told us the truth about this, we would be upset with him about it. Then we find out he lied. We now know the truth. We're still not upset with him about it. The entire thought process behind this doesn't even make sense, because when it comes to fruition, when you actually find out that he's lying, or you find out how many interactions he's had, and you still don't care, still nobody in MAGA cares, still they don't have any reason to hold him accountable. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. It just sounds like there's some way to make up a reason for why it's okay for him to lie, no matter what.
But you're talking as if voters are a monolithic group. Some voters prioritize stronger borders, stricter immigration, and the attempt of mass deportation to get illegals residing in your country, in this country, back to their homeland, or favoring tax cuts, or addressing the culture war issues, such as
But that's why I asked you earlier, where would you draw the line? But that's why I asked you earlier, where would you draw the line? And you brought up the JD Vance example, but I didn't get like.
I just told you it's I'm fine with him lying as long as he's putting in policies that I favor, such as the examples that I just alluded to, which
But that's why.
portion of
Okay, so I
American
said this earlier.
voters.
Let me reiterate this again. Okay.
Go ahead.
How do we know what he's actually doing if he's allowed to lie? If we excuse the lies, right? So like with Maduro, right? He gets Maduro, he kidnaps him. But leading up to that, the entire time, he was the one who was escalating tensions by telling us that they were continuing to bring drugs into the United States and that he was stopping them from bringing fentanyl over here. Once they kidnapped Maduro, they stopped talking about drugs. And even Marco Rubio said that none of those ships were bringing any drugs to the United States, and they don't traffic fentanyl. The Maduro never ever trafficked fentanyl. That they traffic cocaine, and they traffic cocaine to other countries, not to the United States. So the entire way leading up, we're all looking at, everybody who's a part of MAGA is looking at Maduro like, yeah, we got to stop this guy. He's allowed to bring drugs over here with impunity. We got to do something about this. Then they go do something about this, and then we all find out, oh, the whole reason we wanted them to stop Maduro is actually a lie. But then once we find out it's a lie, you guys still make an excuse for why it's okay that he just lied to us to gaslight everybody into thinking that it was a good idea to go get Maduro. You still make an excuse for why that's all right.
Yeah, but I'm focused on the end game with what just happened.
You don't know what the end game is. That's my point. You don't know what the end game is if he's lying to you about it the whole time.
But it's still pending, though. Now we have a president that has that is now exercising diplomatic talks to have a amiable relationship with the United States. And now there are oil executives talking about investing. Well, he wants them to invest $100 billion for to implement infrastructure to retract the oil there, because there are the number one in oil reserves. So that aligns with America's interest, doesn't it? And didn't she just release political prisoners? So now, even though it's still an authoritarian-like system, she's moving towards a pseudo democratic system that is implementing liberation and a liberty for the Venezuelan constituents. I mean, it's just incremental changes, but incremental changes is better than none at all. So do you agree with that's a good thing or not?
No, not really. One,
okay,
and I don't.
So
there's no reason for MAGA to believe that either, because they the entire time said that they were all about America first. That they don't want to spend a lot of money to help other countries. They made a very big deal about that. How they didn't want to do keep sending money to Ukraine, when Ukraine, we actually do have a lot of interest in helping them, and their leader was on board with us helping them and on board with all of this shit. But now we go the exact opposite direction and say, no, we don't care about that part at all. We're willing to spend billions of dollars, bombing a bunch of boats with Venezuela, then invading Venezuela, taking out their leader, and then putting a lot of money into rebuilding their country and helping them with this is all antithetical to the entire idea of America First. It is antithetical to it. This is the exact opposite. But the idea, the moral construct that has been created for the whole idea of MAGA has been completely reversed, and nobody gives a fuck. There is no moral process. There is no real ideal for what MAGA is. It's just Donald Trump does something, and then we'll come up with reasons to justify it afterwards.
So it's not America's first to attempt to capture all shadow fleets that's coming from the adversary, which is Russia right now, that is depending on a portion of their revenue through the exportation of oil to fund the current war with Ukraine. That's not America first.
That is fine. We had already taken the fucking oil tanker. Nobody had a big problem with Trump going and taking the oil tanker. That's a very different scenario, though. You don't like invading a country and kidnapping their leader and then spending billions of dollars to rebuild their fucking country and their institutions. That is not the same as taking out an oil tanker.
So hypothetically speaking, if the oil executives finalize the idea to pour in $100 billion of foreign direct investment in Venezuela, wouldn't that provide jobs for the Venezuelan constituents?
Why do I care about giving jobs to Venezuelan constituents?
Millions of Venezuelans are fleeing because of the economic dire situation that they're dealing with, and are entertaining the idea to flee their country and go through illegal channels in other countries such as Mexico and Canada. I mean, Mexico and the United States. So wouldn't it be better to try to implement ideas that would greatly benefit the Venezuelan economy, so it will be a higher chance for people to not flee their country and illegally migrate to the United States?
Oh my goodness,
because the main reason for them fleeing is because of...
I totally agree with you. Totally fucking 100%.
So how is that not America
But that's
first?
hold on. Oh, shit. I would totally say it is. But the problem is that during the Biden administration, Biden and Kamala Harris did literally the same exact thing in South America, where they were implementing programs to put a lot of money into institutions over there to help lower crime and help get rid of cartels, so that people were not being threatened by all these cartels all the time. There weren't so many people flooding over the open border. Sorry, not the open border, flooding over the border. This is literally the entire fucking game plan that came from the Biden administration to lower the amount of immigration that was coming to our border. And they went and got, Kamala raised tons of money from private businesses to put into the South America for this exact reason. Exactly the same thing. They wanted to lower crime, lower corruption, and they had the country leaders working with us to do this, to make sure that they were able to keep their own citizens there, because they also didn't want people flooding over to our country either. They wanted to keep their citizens as well. And MAGA and Donald Trump all said that this was gross, and that that we should not be spending so much time trying to help other countries. We should worry more about our own country. That we should not be going all out here and trying to worry about all of them. We just need to shut down the border and say fuck them. So this is something that like Democrats have totally been on board with. But as I said, when it comes to MAGA's ideology, when it comes to MAGA's principles, these things are antithetical to it. They, like Trump and everybody in the Republican Party, said this is not what we should be doing. This is not America first. So while I would agree, yes, this is America first, this is definitely a great idea, MAGA, Donald Trump, Republicans, they all say otherwise. They all say this is horrible.
Yeah, I'm not sure who you're talking to, but I'm pretty sure a high portion of MAGA voters supported the strategic operation in Venezuela, and there's no further military intrusion.
I don't know why. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that what it is that you're talking about in Venezuela, the thing that you just gave as an example of what it is that is America first, that MAGA would agree with, I just gave you the same exact thing happening in Mexico, in Guatemala, in Puerto Rico, like all of these other countries in South America, that they all said this was not America first, and they all whined and cried about it throughout the entire Biden administration. This is why they called Kamala the border czar and said that she failed at her job. Her entire job was working with these other countries to help them lower crime and make it to where they got corruption out of their government so that less people were flooding over the border illegally. This is the entire fucking idea. So if they're against that, then they're against it. But when Trump does it, now all of a sudden they're not against it.
Yeah, but now you're talking about like what about
Talking about
is
Democrats doing it.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
but I mean,
Democrats doing it, not Trump doing it. That's the
but yeah,
difference.
that makes a portion of the MAGA voters you're talking to hypocrites, which I mean
Well,
I can
Donald Trump.
acknowledge that people are heavily
Donald Trump.
partisan in the political climate,
Yes, Donald
but I'm
Trump,
not one of those
Republicans.
type of people.
But hold on, I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about like when Trump runs on these things. When Trump runs saying like this is a problem, this is why they're not good at their jobs. This is why you should vote for me and not Democrats. But then he goes and does the exact thing that is said that he says he's against. How do you know what you're voting for? How do you know what it is that you're in favor of or what it is that he's going to do when you vote for him if he just says he's going to do things while you're voting for him, or he says he's against things while you're voting for him, and then he gets into office and does the exact opposite? How do you know what you're voting for at that point?
I mean, I can just see what has already been into fruition, such as the cultural war aspect, which is minuscule in my wish list, but it's still very important because I like, you know, a meritocracy to remain in place in sports. Um, so he eliminated transgender entering women's sports, which gives them an unfair advantage, which is a win for me. Like I just mentioned before, with what he's currently doing in foreign policy, you know, turning Venezuela hostile to an amiable relationship, and we just have to see the domino effect in the near future, how it's going to play out, whether the oil executives are going to pour more investment that he wished for into fruition, and whether the current president Rodriguez is going to keep releasing political people who voiced their opposition in government and were wrongfully jailed because their voice, their opinion, whether she's going to keep doing that or whether it was just, you know, purely optics for a short duration of time. But incremental changes is still better than nothing at all.
Okay.
So if she actually continues pursuing that, that would give more liberation to the oppressed people in Venezuela, and you know, be more of a pseudo democratized type of setting where you can voice your discontent without the fear of being persecuted for your opinion. But still, the incremental changes is, like I said, is a good thing, and it's better than nothing at all, which
I mean,
happened after the capture of
if that's
Maduro.
something, yeah, if that's something that we're against all of a sudden, if that's something that Trump is against out of nowhere and something MAGA is against out of nowhere, I would say that there is another country that does the same exact shit on a much higher level, and that's called Russia, which you're saying now that Russia is an enemy, but Donald Trump before was saying that they weren't an enemy and asking, how is Russia an enemy? I don't know how they're an enemy. This is all Russia hoax and blah, blah, blah. Like now all of a sudden they're an enemy, but they do the same exact shit. They are just as oppressive, if not more, towards their people. They literally killed priests and have been uber controlling of their media, killing journalists and shit like that. And stealing elections, that like he is that's one of the things that people bring up about Maduro is, oh well, he stole the election, he's not even the real leader. So okay, well that's the same thing with Putin, yet Trump has been very supportive of him for a while. But outside of this,
because Trump is not a lunatic, he's not gonna increase tensions with a country that has
bro, that's not what I said.
Bombs.
I didn't say, hey, I did not say that like he has to go and invade them and take out Putin. I'm saying that you can't be super supportive of the guy and be all buddy with him and act like you guys are good old friends and you get along real well, and that Putin's a victim of Russia, and that the Democrats just lie about him all the time, and then be against all of this shit when Putin didn't change. Putin never changed. He had already stolen all the elections. He had already killed priests. He had already killed journalists. He had already done all of this shit before. But Donald Trump was all buddy with him then. Now he just doesn't like him because Putin was mean to him. But outside of that, I gotta cut it off here. I appreciate you calling in. You're welcome to call in again in the future, and we can get into it again sometime. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Later. Once he started bringing up the culture war stuff, I was like, okay, this is I can't pivot again to another topic. That like we already started with the lying, pivoted from the lying to go to tariffs, then we pivoted from the tariffs to go to fucking Maduro. Now we're pivoting from Maduro to go to fucking culture war. I can't do this. Like every fucking time, it's like, well, there's something else that's even more important to me. We should be friends with Russia. They should be our allies. We broke every promise to them about NATO on their borders for the last 50 years. Name a promise that we broke to Russia. Tim Tampon? I think it's Tampon Tim, buddy. You got to get your own. You got to get your own nicknames in order over there. It's just, it is amazing to me that people will justify somebody lying to them. Like, you don't know what's happening in your own government if you start justifying being lied to. You don't know whether or not something's successful. You don't know whether or not something's good. Again, if Donald Trump the entire time is saying that we need to go into Venezuela because they're bringing fentanyl into our country, and then his own administration debunks that and says, yeah, they were never bringing fentanyl in. They don't even traffic fentanyl in Venezuela. They do cocaine, and they're taking cocaine to other countries, not really the United States. But they say that after they fucking invaded and then took over the fucking country. Now, nobody's talking about drug trafficking once they do that. Nobody gives a fuck about drug trafficking at that point. Now they all got totally different reasons for why they think it's okay to go in. When it's like, wait, why? Why can he just like give you this entire logic, this entire reasoning? You buy into it. It's drugs. That's the real problem. We need to stop the drugs. But then he does it. You find out he lied about all the drugs. But he can just make up a new reason to justify it, and you'll repeat that one now as well. How do you know that the new one isn't a lie too? And the one after that, and the one after that. You can't trust anything that he says. This is not how a democracy works. You cannot just keep allowing the politician to lead you. You have to lead the politician. You cannot allow him to just make up whatever he wants whenever he feels like it. Whenever he gets caught lying, he just comes up with a new lie. You can't allow that. You are the one who is supposed to be holding him accountable and making sure that he's not lying to you so that you know what you do and don't support. But if instead you just say, oh, I'll support whatever you do, and then you just tell me what to say, you just tell me what to use as the justification afterwards, and I'll do that. So yeah, right now, did not answer with a single thing that we did, a single lie that we gave to Russia or anything that we any promises that we broke with Russia. Not one. They didn't give a single one.
President Trump, you said that you didn't want to go to the Super Bowl because you knew that the halftime performance was going to be by Vinny, what's his name? Bad Bunny, right?
Yeah, that's true. I did. You know, that was one of the most disgusting performances, the likes of which the world has never seen. Some say it was the worst in the
likes of which they've never seen.
the history of the world. Can you believe that?
See, I know what was making me uncomfortable watching that, and I was actually talking to Vinny and Adam, which we can go into later. But first, Rob, just pull up the performance. I have it up already. Go down a little bit. Go down a little bit. Go all the way to the bottom. Now scroll all the way up to the top.
All the way to the top. This is literally what he does. This is real. Patrick Bet-David literally does this, where he's like, no, then go all the way to the top. Now all the way to the bottom. No, to the bottom. Yes. Okay. Okay, now all the way to the top again. Okay, yeah. There you go. What is happening? Are you doing a fucking maze here? What the fuck is going on?
Know why I feel uncomfortable watching that, but I want to know what you objected to.
Well, nothing specific except that he was.
That's also, again, that like Patrick Bet-David, he always like he'll ask. So this is the thing that like it really annoys me, right? Is when I'm like running a panel or I'm doing something, right, and I start asking questions to steelman the other side and questions that they would have for somebody, and so I'll ask a lefty like, hey, what do you think the reason is for this? Why do you think that's bad? If they push this lady, but then they move on, why is this wrong? Like, I'm trying to steelman the other side, right? What Patrick Bet-David does is he lets you know he's on your side. He just wants to hear your answer. And so yeah, so he says this also, I know why this makes me feel uncomfortable. I just want to hear your reasoning for this. And this is like, obviously, if I'm trying to like, you know, moderate something in an unbiased manner, I can't do that. I can't do that and act like I'm on your side. I just want to hear your answer for this. I can't do that, but he always does that. He always fucking does that. It's so annoying.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Is that the right one? Oh, no, here.
The Epstein mythology have simply never been supported by anything close to the degree of credible evidence. People like Tara Palmieri and David Boies are convincing untold millions that there was some enormous child rape atrocity. So David Boies.
Okay. This guy, we've gone over some of his interviews a couple of times, and he's one of the few people that I've actually liked in the way that he covered some of this stuff, because he wasn't doing the super hyperbolic and like crazy takes all the time, and he wasn't pushing the crazy shit like he doesn't say Donald Trump's a rapist or that Donald Trump raped a bunch of little kids. He doesn't say that that Epstein had this blackmail ring and that he was like trying to get all these powerful people with this little black book, and he doesn't say that he doesn't push all of the fucking crazy conspiracy theory shit. But now it seems like he's gone from like, here's the hyperbolic people here, and he moved back to like the more rational takes that like understand things and that are able to like make the like evidence-based claims to then, well, Epstein wasn't all that bad at all, actually. I don't even see any evidence that he was really like doing anything all that bad. And the people of, I think Ghislaine Maxwell should probably be free now. And it's like, what? What the fuck, dude? Holy shit. Like, you have gone full on fucking Epstein defender now at this point. And he is. So like, from what I've seen, it looks like he's gone full Epstein defender. So we're going to watch this. But I believe, so this came out, I think, a day ago. All right. Pisco just had a conversation with him. So this is him right here. I can't remember his name, but Michael Tracy. That's his name. Michael Tracy. So Pisco also just had Michael Tracy on to have pretty much the same conversations, but like more in depth in a one-on-one, where they get into a lot of his claims about the Epstein saga. So I think he's literally starting to go after like all of the victims and like say like they're all lying and there's no credible evidence here and shit like that. Where I think a lot of the victims, this is why a lot of them have been asking for the shit to be released, is because they're saying like, hey, like we want people to see that we're not lying, that we're telling the truth. But then they don't release that, but they release a bunch of other bullshit that's like, I don't even know what we're supposed to do with half of it. So yeah, this is Michael Tracy. He has gone full fucking schizo here.
Boys can add to his extortion of the British royal family.
We've got a better person to respond, actually, because I'm now joined by David Boys.
You can always find somebody to deny anything. The idea that anybody can, with a straight face, deny that this was a massive sex trafficking scheme is between absurd and pathetic.
But they should deny it because it would look bad if they told the truth.
May seek to depose Meghan Markle, as she may have important knowledge. Do you still think she may have information that could be useful?
I think that's quite likely. Mr. Dershowitz, like a lot of other people, would serve themselves a lot better by coming clean.
Nobody is above the law, said the UK's top prosecutor about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The former prince is facing a police investigation for leaking trade secrets to Jeffrey Epstein. A sex scandal cost him his royal status. A white-collar crime may yet cost him his freedom. And pressure is continuing to build on the former prince to testify in the US. In a country where many are frustrated about the lack of serious consequences for Epstein's pals, fueled by the idea that we still don't have the full story, this is not going away. For Andrew, or for the royal family. Well, David Boys represented the late Virginia Giuffre in her civil case against Andrew, who reportedly paid $16 million.
Dude, everybody says her fucking name differently. It's gonna drive me crazy. Is it Giuffre? Is it Guffrey? Is it fucking Ghislaine Maxwell? Is it Ghislaine Maxwell? Is it Jillian Maxwell? Like, holy shit, dude. Can we get some fucking consistency with the names with the Epstein list, people? Can we get some names here? Can we get some pronunciations somewhere? Please, for the love of fucking God.
To avoid facing him. He will join me very shortly. We will begin with our expert panel. Joining me now, the Executive Director of the Foundation for Freedom Online and a former State Department official, Mike Bentz, former CIA whistleblower and host of Deep Focus with...
The guy in the middle is ex-CIA working for Sputnik now. This guy?
John Kiriakou, the journalist and academic Michael Tracy, and the host of the Tara Palmieri Show, Tara Palmieri. Well, welcome to all of you. Tara, we've spoken a lot throughout this scandal. I've noted today that the Trump administration...
I've always liked Tara. The last thing that we watched of her having a conversation with that, whatever his name was, the guy who's running for governor in Florida, or not governor. I think he's running for Senate, something like that. He's running for something in Florida. James Fishback, yes. She royally fucked up that interview. Like, royally. I think I lost all respect for her watching that. I lost all respect for her watching that. That was an embarrassment. That was so embarrassing. I've liked everything that I've ever seen from her leading up to this. That was just that by itself. I lost all respect that I had for her. It was horrible. What happened? She made a lot of claims that she didn't have evidence for, or like wasn't able to back up. She would ask a lot of questions with a lot of insinuations, but she couldn't explain why she was insinuating the things that she was insinuating. She, just so many things, like so many fucking things. And even at points, she would push in the right direction, to get him on something, but then he would lie, and then she would sit there just kind of stumbling, looking through papers and shit like that, having no idea what she was talking about because she didn't do her fucking research before asking him the questions about the things, and allowed him to get away with some bullshit. And in other areas, she really...
Which, by the way, that is early onset Republican. That's very...
And then in other areas, yeah, she couldn't get him on things because she was actually wrong in the thing that she was insinuating. Like, it was horrible. It was really fucking bad. In all directions. It was really fucking bad in all directions. It was a complete shit show.
Is now saying, that's it. We've had all the files we're going to get, even though it's believed there are 3 million more that have not been put into the public domain. And there's still no real accountability of the highest profile people named in these files. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, issued a lengthy number of names, some of which, obviously, from looking at it, are completely innocent of any criminal behavior. But of all these high-profile names that have been named, there's only one person who is languishing in prison, and that's Ghislaine Maxwell. This seems deeply unsatisfactory on so many levels.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that, especially considering the FBI had presentations that they were putting together, which showed that they had credible tips about a variety of other men, and they never went through with those investigations. And I think a lot of people just feel like that, you know, if you read these emails, if you look through the FBI's own investigations, that they could have gone further and they could have actually prosecuted some of these men who have been accused by women in civil cases of rape, and through their meeting, through Jeffrey Epstein, through I guess, like Leon Black, for example. I mean, he denies the charges that are against him, and the cases were dropped. But there are other examples as well inside of the files. And yeah, just nothing has happened. It's been, I think, not just for the victims, but for everyone, a feeling that this is it. I mean, Pam Bondi just said on Sunday, case closed.
Yeah, which it clearly isn't. And the problem with that is, if you said from the start of this, as the Republicans have, we're going to be completely transparent, and then you're self-evidently not being completely transparent. You can't hold back 3 million files and say that's all you're getting, right? The conspiracy theories will continue to rage, and I suspect there will be a series of leaks from the files that we haven't seen. So the scandal just continues. Whereas I've always felt if they just went, here you go, redacting victims' information that could lead to their identification, but just put everything out there in one hit and say, that's it. That genuinely is it. You can...
Yeah, but it's okay if they keep lying about the files, because why would Donald Trump want his own administration to release stuff that's incriminating for him? You know, it just, it doesn't make sense for him to do that. So we're all going to be okay with it.
You can at least have the claim that you've been transparent.
Right. And even from the fact that a number of members of Congress, like Thomas Massie, Ro Khanna, they've gone into classified briefing rooms to see the files and what was redacted. And what they found is that, in fact, they were redacting the name of men. They weren't redacting the names of the victims. And, you know, in a number of instances, these were just men that had some connections to President Trump, some didn't, but there was no reason to redact the word less in front of Wexner, for example. There was no reason to redact the name of a Emirati businessman in the email about the torture video that he enjoyed. And so there's just a number of these examples, and we can only be left to wonder, well, what else? Especially since we know there are 3 million more files that we're probably never going to see, and we don't know why.
Right. Michael Tracy, you've been, you know, a relatively lone voice out there arguing a lot of the public debate about this, especially around...
I mean, again, I want to be clear. I have been arguing with a lot of the people online who have also been pushing a lot of conspiracy theories and a lot of, you know, a lot of crazy stuff. One thing that I keep seeing is a bunch of people, TikTok, Twitter, like, just the crazy conspiracy theory levels of the internet, where they keep talking about, like, why are we not talking about the fact that they're eating babies? We're all just going to ignore that they all ate babies. We're just going to ignore that there was a bunch of elites out there talking about how much they enjoyed the intestines of babies. And, like, I haven't looked much into this. It does seem as though there were some emails that did talk about eating babies, but I haven't really looked into it enough to know what's going on there. But it is I haven't seen, like, mainstream media or anybody really reference it whatsoever. So it could be that part's actually fucking really bad. I don't know. But there's a ton of other stuff of, like, Jeffrey Epstein he's the one who did Pizzagate, and he's the one who did QAnon, and he's the one, which we watched a Silly Series video on this stuff the other day. She did seem to allude to the fact that she thinks that might be the case as well. But that is actually a much more, like, fine way of saying it, in my opinion. The people who are saying it was proven that Jeffrey Epstein was behind Pizzagate, that Jeffrey Epstein was the one who psyoped everybody with QAnon. Jeffrey Epstein is the person who created /poll on 4chan. Like, that's the part that I'm not as happy with. Like, acting like this is proven, that we know that this is the case. There are some, odd correlations that exist there, where, like, he has meetings with 4chan people, and then, like, the next day, /poll becomes a thing. Like, that sort of shit. But that's not proof of anything. That's not even, like, super great evidence of anything. So
hidden elite networks, intelligence links, and so on is mythologized beyond the evidence that we've seen from courts, documents, official records, and so on. This is not a popular view, but there are some who share it. Why do you feel so convinced of your position on this?
Because the central tenets of what I've taken to calling the Epstein mythology have simply never been supported by anything close to the degree of credible evidence that would justify the United States, Great Britain, and the world now being embroiled in this gigantic pedophilia crisis, where people like Tara Palmieri and your next guest, David Boies, are convincing untold millions that there was some enormous child rape atrocity that was perpetrated and covered up at the highest levels of government. This is crazy-making stuff. And in fact, it wouldn't be surprising if people who come to believe this stuff and might already have a disposition toward mental illness.
See, where he even makes it sound like he doesn't believe that there was a child rape scandal now. Like, he did, just to be clear, he didn't used to say that. He did not used to deny this. This guy looks insane. I'm sorry. He actually, it is sad. He kind of looks like, almost like what we would, he almost looks like a caricature of a pedophile. It's kind of mean, but he does almost, like, look like the part, he looks, he's overweight, and has got, like, the 5 o'clock shadow, like he doesn't shave, and he looks like, you're just average, like, Reddit moderator with his hair all messy and the glasses, and yes, he is it's like the universe is telling us something. Well, there are tons of people who are accusing him of being a pedophile. Like, that is a real thing now. Like, lots of people are accusing him of being a pedophile, saying that he's covering for pedophiles because he's a pedophile, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's obviously really fucked up. Like, if you don't have evidence of him doing something fucked up, like, you shouldn't just be accusing people of shit like that because they they are really fucking stupid with the way that they analyze this sort of information. But when he says stuff like that, where he's like, oh, there's people who think there was a giant ring of people, or what did he say, a ton of child rape. Like, what? There was a ton of child rape, bro. What are you talking about? Like, that we do know that much. We do know that much. Now, there are some people who seem less credible, who are adults, who have like made claims about them being trafficked and groomed at the age of like 22 by Jeffrey Epstein. It's like, all right. You I'm not so sure about, okay? You, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck your whole thing is, but no, Tom, if you defend pedos, you are one. That literally doesn't make sense. Like, what is the definition of pedophile? What is the definition of pedophile? You're just making shit up now? Just making up your own. I think recently debated on Pisco. Yeah. We're gonna go over Pisco, talking to him a little bit later as well. We're gonna get to that. We're covering this first, and then we'll watch him talk to Pisco after. Are you surprised, Tom, religious groups and political groups that accuse their opponents as rapists and child pedophiles? It's a little odd because, yeah, even the fact that, like, again, it is a lot of Republican states who have these like laws making it to where you can marry 15-year-olds and shit like that. Like, it's a little strange that they make such a big deal about the wood chipper and blah blah blah. Meanwhile, we're also going, there's religious reasons for why we should be allowed to marry 15-year-olds, guys. Okay, buddy. All right. Cool story. You do your thing.
Could enter into a kind of homicidal mania. And so Tara Palmieri, I mean, I would agree with her in that there is a lot more to investigate on this subject, namely the journalistic malfeasance that's been so shockingly rampant, it's incredible. Tara Palmieri journalistically
Aram Sound tip $20. You know Tom isn't in the Epstein files cause he's a baldy. No bald people in the Epstein files. Not a one. All of them with long flowing locks. Not a baldy to be seen. In the Epstein files. The ones with the pedos.
We've got connections, bro. We've got connections. We're all taken care of. You'll never see us in the Epstein files because we are all well connected. There is no alliance of baldies. I've got Steve Miller making sure that my name will always be redacted along with Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos literally started shaving his head just for this moment. Just to get in with the rest of us. He's kind of fake, and he's not even like he's not even really one of us, but we let him in. But yeah, I still haven't seen the definition of pedophile. Where did Buddy go? What happened? I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you, homie. You said 100%. 100%, okay? What's the definition that you're using? What's the definition of pedophile? Let's go.
Collaborated with Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Didn't just use her as a source or as an inspiration, but essentially shared a byline effectively with her on the podcast series that she produced in 2020. They went around the United States saying they were just innocently on this truth-seeking mission to find out all that Jeffrey Epstein did to all his innocent victims. And they told the listeners, don't worry, none of this is about bringing any further lawsuits or criminal charges against anybody.
Okay, let's check this real quick. Is there info about people eating babies in the Epstein files? While the newly released Department of Justice documents related to Jeffrey Epstein contain references to cannibalism and ritualistic sacrifice, there is no verified evidence supporting the claims that babies were eaten. The controversy stems from specific unverified materials and the interpreted fragments within the massive 3 million page file release on January 30th, 2026. This is the problem with literally all of it. This is the problem with all of it, is the fact that, like, people are able to just come to their own conclusions on all of this shit when we don't know what is verified, what's unverified, what was investigated, what wasn't investigated, like what has been debunked by the FBI and the DOJ, what hasn't even been looked into. We have no idea. And this is super problematic for all of this shit, is that, like, we should have more information here. It shouldn't all just be released like this. And while I understand that this is the way that Congress kind of demanded that it be released, I don't think they should have. I think that they should have given them more time to actually take their time, go over everything, analyze it, give us like annotations and information. But just dropping over 3 million documents in this latest release, which there were tons, like millions of documents released in the other releases, we just don't know what we're looking at. We have no fucking clue what we're looking at. It's just random shit. Have you guys seen J-World? Have you guys seen this? This right here. Jmail logged in. Have you guys seen this? No? I've spent hours on this. This is Jeffrey Epstein's email. Instead of it calling Gmail, they call it Jmail. And somebody took all of the emails and all of the documents and everything from the Epstein files and put it into an actual Gmail formatted website. Ending on July 25th, 2019. AI overview. You are logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. These are real emails by Congress. Explore by name, search, visit a random page, contribute to the starred list, or vote for an unredaction. There's been a bunch of people who were just like sent the link to J-World and then actually like freaked out. Like there's like videos of people on stream where somebody sends them a link and it's like, hey, go to this website, and they go to the website and they start to have like a full-on panic attack. They're like, what the fuck? Why am I logged into Jeffrey Epstein's email? You're trying to bait me. I'm about to get fucking called by the FBI. Holy shit. Like, and they sit there forever like, I'm actually logged in. Like, I'm actually logged in. I can't do anything now. I'm actually logged into his email. I can't do anything now. I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. Why did you send this to me? Why did you implicate me? Like, just fucking going off, dude. Losing their minds, bro. The troll potential, it's so good, dude. It's so fucking good. But yes, this is part of how I found out about it, is watching clips of people just lose their fucking shit by getting sent the link and just thinking that they're about to get visited by the fucking CIA. Yeah, here's another one from Michael Wolf, titled "Where Are You Tomorrow?" Or sorry, Jeffrey said, "Why had no one interviewed some Trump classmates at Wharton? Deutsche Bank papers, very, very bad. Please note, the information contained in this communication is confidential may be attorney-client privileged, may constitute inside information, and is intended only for the use of the addressee. It is the property of JEE. Unauthorized use, disclosure, or copying this communication or any part thereof is strictly prohibited and may be unlawful. If you have received this communication in error, please notify us immediately by return email or by email to jeevacation@gmail.com and destroy this communication and all copies thereof, including all attachments, copyrights, all rights reserved. Fucking shit, dude. Fucking shit. This guy really tried his best, didn't he? It's kind of like if you guys ever see some people will, people who do like reviews of other shit, they will put in the description of their video or even like in the beginning of their video, it'll say something like, you know, reviewing stuff is covered by copyright law and I have a lawful ability to review information and other videos and music under fair use rights, blah, blah, blah. Do not block me. This is my First Amendment right. Like, you know, just all this. It's like, but do you really think putting that in your description is actually going to stop you from getting in trouble? Do you really think like you put that in your description and they're going to be like, oh, this is one of those people who has the First Amendment right? My bad. I didn't realize until I saw it in the description of their video that this is one of those people with the First Amendment. So they're allowed to do this under copyright law. Well, never mind then. Like, what do you think that does anything? I hate people who do this shit, but it's so common, especially in, I think it's the what is it called? BlackTube, where it's all like like all this BlackTube does this shit all the fucking time, where they just have this like disclaimer: I am allowed to review this information under copyright law.
So all these men we're trying to track down, they have no reason not to speak to us. Meanwhile, about a year or two later, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who, by the way, is one of the most egregious serial fabulists who's ever walked the earth. I know that's really controversial, but all the claims that she had to retract, the trail of destruction she left in her wake, empowered by people like David Boies and Bradley Edwards, who, by the way, if you want to know what the impediment is to full disclosure of the Epstein files, just look at what David Boies' colleague, Bradley Edwards, has been frantically arguing for the past several months in federal courts in the Southern District of New York about the supposed terror and nightmares that have been unleashed if we have the Epstein files released. On the one hand, they're all sloganeering about release the Epstein files. On the other hand, they don't just want to redact the
I've said for a long time, like Virginia Giuffre, she always gave me the vibes of a fucking crazy person. She's always given me the vibes of a fucking nutcase. And I couldn't like put my finger on it, but she just seems like frantic and schizo, and it was always hard for me to trust her. And then when she died, there was this whole thing about like she got hit by a car and that car put her in the hospital, and then she died like a couple days later. And it turns out that like you go and see the evidence. This is stuff that like that they talked about on, I think it was what's his name, Joe Rogan, I think. They're like, and then you see the damage, and when you see the damage to the car, it's barely, and it was just a little fucking fender bender, but it put her in the hospital and she died from it a couple days later. And she said right before she died, she put out a video saying that she thinks that she's gonna die, and then she dies. Like, this doesn't make sense. But she died from like kidney failure. I go look it up, and she died from kidney failure. She did get into an accident, but I think she got into an accident on her way to the hospital because she, like, it just, dude, the fucking, but then she put out these, like, very, like, weird conspiratorial videos that, like, were very, like, ominous and odd, and, like, it just, it's hard for me to, like, piece all this shit together, and I'm never, with her, she just comes off as a crackpot to me, but I've never like found anything that was like super like incorrect that she said, so it's not like I have like great reasoning to think that she's unreliable. It's just she's always just come off as like kind of schizo. What the fuck is Tom talking about? What do you mean? You're gonna have to ask like a more specific question. I was talking about why Virginia Guffey always comes off as like a crazy person to me, but she just like seems unreliable, but has never actually like been super unreliable. None of that was true. None of what was true? The crazy one to me is Sarah Ransom. Isn't that the one that I was just talking about a minute ago that like says that she got trafficked and groomed at like 22 years old? She didn't die from kidney failure. She died from whatever. She died from something else that was not the fucking car accident. I don't care what she actually fucking died from. I just know that. What does it matter what she died from? Maybe it's a big difference to what I said. Is it like a huge difference maker? Two, she committed sewer slide. Okay. But she was dying from something, right? Like that's why she was in the hospital when she was recording all those videos. She was not in the hospital from the car accident. She was in the hospital from, I thought it was kidney failure or something like that, but something. It wasn't from the car accident.
Quote victims' names. And by the way, what happened to saying alleged victim or purported victim? Virtually none of these people have actually ever been adjudicated as victims. The only criteria that
adjudicated as victims. What do you mean none of them have been adjudicated as victims? Some of them were adjudicated as victims in 2008 when Epstein was convicted. Some of them were adjudicated as victims in Ghislaine Maxwell's case. None of my messages are going through. I mean, if you just want to hop on, is the answer yes, that there is a big difference in what it is you're saying, and that she actually did die from the car accident or something?
that's required by the DOJ to abide by what the frantic victim lawyers are demanding is mere self-identification of victimhood. Does the media make any of this clear? And does the media ever specify that when Pam Bondi is protested, last point, Piers, when Pam Bondi is being protested last week and everybody's going wild saying, oh, all these benighted Epstein victims are standing up and demanding truth and justice, how come it's never pointed out that, I mean, the vast majority of the people who are visible there, the victims, were adults at the time of their claimed victimization? And yet this is supposed to...
The vast majority. So, okay. So, like, if you go watch the Netflix documentary on this stuff, or you read the, who was it that put out the big article back in the day that actually led to, like, the big arrest of, it was like the Boston Globe or the, I feel like it starts with an H, but whatever. There was like a huge article that was put out that actually like started making people push for Epstein to get arrested after they came out with like all this information from the victims. But anyways, there's the Miami Herald. Yes. So there were so many like people who came out with their stories who were able to verify one another's stories and talking about like, yes, I recruited that person. I saw him assault her when we were in high school. I like he paid us, you know, he paid me to recruit girls who were in high school and then paid them to give him massages, and then he would eventually try to have sex with them. And like, this is all that when you have somebody tell a story and then you have other people who were there who can verify that story, and you don't have anything to like say that their story is wrong or doesn't line up or doesn't make sense, generally we would consider that story to be true. This is why the stuff the other day somebody asked me in chat to go over all of the evidence against Donald Trump, and I'll probably turn it into a video here soon, but somebody asked me to go over all of the evidence against Donald Trump that is like worrying when it comes to the Epstein files. And so I did. I went over a lot of the stuff that shows that, like, one, he has accusations against him saying that he raped underage girls. Two, he has a history of like supposedly going into the changing rooms with Miss Teen USA pageants, with tons of contestants coming out and claiming that he was in there and being creepy and looking at them. He has claimed on radio shows that he goes into the dressing rooms and says, I'm allowed to because it's my place. I have to do an inspection. Ha ha ha, get it? Like, he has, you know, charges of sexual assault, or not charges, but like, he has civil liabilities, you know, in court for sexual assault. He has, he's lied about the Epstein files and his relationship with Epstein tons of times. The other people in his orbit and in his administration have continued lying about their relationships with Epstein and whether or not they went to the island and all of the shit. Like, these are all things that are suspicious. But when we look at the one case where he is actually accused of raping a 13-year-old girl, the fucking recruiter who was Epstein's employee at the time says that she witnessed these things, that she saw it happen, that she was an actual employee of Jeffrey Epstein at the time. And this all happened before Donald Trump was this all happened in the 90s, but the like affidavits, the sworn affidavits were written and signed and put in like court cases and filed and everything before Donald Trump was president, and before any of us knew who Jeffrey Epstein was for the first time in 2015. This isn't somebody who just came out and told a story to the news. This is somebody who actually tried moving along with like actual legal, I'm trying to think of like legal processes to actually get, you know, go through the right processes. And then Donald Trump won the presidency. And then she said that she's getting like endless amounts of death threats. And this is literally in the fucking affidavits where they talk about the fact that they were told that like if they ever came forward with this shit, they would get murdered, and so would their families. And then they say they're all getting threatened. They're all getting endless amounts of death threats. And then they just disappear and drop the case. Like, this is generally, we would consider this to be credible. But the only reason in this case that we're not saying this is true, we have proof, here's a person making the claim, here's another person who verifies that claim was made in the 90s, here's another person who witnessed everything that is being claimed and everything that is being said here. Like, this is the only reason we're not saying this is because, one, the court case never went through. and because they dropped it. 2, because with strong claims, you need strong evidence, and this is not enough. This is just short of what it is that we would want in this case. Generally, that would be enough to win a case. Like, if you can actually verify that information, and or even you don't even like the 3 witnesses are the verification. Like, you can get those 3 people all to just testify in court. That's enough. Like, generally, that is enough. The guy's fucked. Like, you get 3 people who can all say that they were there and testified to this thing, and they've already written these affidavits under penalty of perjury. Like, generally, that's enough in court, but it didn't happen in court, and so this is the only reason that we're not going to sit here and say, we know this to be true. But it's evidence. It's still evidence. It's still a thing that is claimed. It's still it's still evidence. It's just not proof. And so yeah, we don't know if it actually happened or not. We just know that this is evidence that exists, and there's a lot of it. There's cases that didn't get investigated because the FBI was instructed not to investigate. I mean, in this case, this isn't really about FBI investigations. This is more about like a civil case that should have actually gone through. Now, you would think that considering the fact that the civil case was ever filed in the first place, that they probably would have investigated maybe at some point, but they didn't. But it's, yeah, there's too much. There's too much that aligns here to where Donald Trump is suspect. Donald Trump is very suspect. He is suspicious in this. And he looks bad. He looks bad, and like, it would be nice to get to the bottom of it, including this right here. New evidence torpedoes Pam Bondi's claim about Trump and Epstein. Newly uncovered details in the Epstein files reveals the FBI spoke with a victim who accused Donald Trump of sexual assault despite Attorney General Pam Bondi's vehement denial that the Justice Department had any evidence as of last week. Agents apparently spoke with a victim of Jeffrey Epstein who also accused Trump of sexually and violently assaulting her. It is unclear what happened with the investigation, though the government deemed her to be a credible accuser, according to independent journalist Roger Stoltenberger. A woman with identical biological details sued Epstein's estate and won a settlement in 2021. The investigation into the accuser is made apparent on a page titled Prominent Names in an internal 21-page slideshow cataloging the Justice Department's various investigations into Epstein and his longtime criminal associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Trump's name is listed in the document along with 2 allegations against the sitting president. So, this is another one.
Zed King tipped $5. Was Tiffany the same girl that alleged a girl named Maria was also abused by Trump? If so, that would make 3 distinct potential victims. Katie Johnson, the woman who claimed Trump raped her to the taxi, and Maria, who allegedly was killed.
Yes. So Katie Johnson is the one who made the allegation that she was raped. Then there was Tiffany Doe, is what she goes by in there. Katie Johnson was Jane Doe. Then, and then Tiffany Doe is the girl who actually worked for Epstein, who said that she witnessed it. And then Maria is the girl that also took part in this, that she was raped along with Katie Johnson. And then when Maria stopped showing up, they said, if you don't want to disappear like Maria, then you'll make sure you keep your mouth shut. I've tried looking up information about Maria. I've tried finding anything about a Maria. I've tried finding out if there is a Maria that is an accuser that's ever said anything about any of this. There is a Maria, but she's not connected to that. There is one person who is a Maria. I think, is it Maria Farmer? Something like that. But there's a Maria. It's just not, she's not connected to that scene. And so, and I kept looking up if there was like a Maria who went missing back then, like, or anything. I couldn't find anything. So as far as I can see, there isn't anything great. The Epstein stuff bores me. I don't know why, because it should all be juicy. I mean, this, again, this is another credible allegation against Donald Trump. This one, like, so far, the best one has been the Katie Johnson one. So far, the best one has been Katie Johnson. This one is apparently even more credible than that, because this one was actually investigated by the FBI and was found to be credible. And she won a lawsuit against Epstein in his estate. So we already know she won a lawsuit. She's not somebody who just makes shit up and just comes up with bullshit claims. We know she's somebody who can actually back her shit up, and now she has a claim against Trump as well. The investigation into the accuser is made apparent on a page titled Prominent Names in an internal 21-page slideshow cataloging the Justice Department's various investigations into Epstein and his longtime criminal associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. Trump's name is listed in the document along with 2 allegations against the sitting president. Redacted stated Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently forced her to head down to his exposed penis. Forced her head down to his exposed penis, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. Reads the first entry, noting the victim would have been between 13 and 15 years old, and that the incident took place sometime between 1983 and 1985. But the second accusation against the president, which involves Trump agreeing with Epstein that a 14-year-old victim was a good one, carries a different kind of credibility inside the DOJ, since the person who provided the statement was also used as a key government witness to convict Maxwell, according to the files. Redacted remembered Epstein introduced her to Trump, saying, "This is a good one, huh?" And Trump responded, "Yes." Date range roughly 1984. Redacted would have been 14. The slide reads, Trump was mentioned more than 38,000 times in the latest batch of Epstein files and was flagged more than 5,300 files in the document cache. Yet the White House has continued to vehemently deny that Trump did anything wrong while he was close pals with the child sex trafficker, even as evidence emerges to the contrary. On Wednesday, Bondi went so far as to claim the Justice Department had no evidence that underage girls were at parties attended by the president. California Representative Ted Lieu then accused Bondi of lying under oath, referring to a document from the FBI's National Threat Operations Center that illustrates a witness had called the Bureau to report such a case in 1995. So, I don't know. I told you guys that there's like some case that everybody keeps referring to every time the Katie Johnson thing is brought up. A bunch of people say, "Oh, that's fake, dude. That was just somebody who called in to the FBI hotline and they just made an accusation. That's it. And it was found to not be credible and they moved on. And that was the end of it." But this is the big thing that all the Democrats keep bringing up. They think they got him red-handed. That's not Katie Johnson. That's a totally different fucking case that you're talking about. But that is, but yeah, that's what they keep doing. They keep they're all so confused because there's like 4 different cases like this where there are some things that are somewhat credible, some things that have like some backing to it, some that are just accusations that were thrown around that there's just no reason to even pay any attention to them. But they all fucking, they all just latch onto the shit and then just lie about it, or they just get confused with all of these different things. It's so fucking annoying. You people are stretching for anything and will believe everything. So like what? Pussyfoot Productions. When it comes to like believing everything, what is something that I believe that you don't believe? What is give me an example of where like I'm stretching, right? I'm known as somebody who is fair, okay? That is what I'm known as from Republican to Democrat to everybody. I am known for being fair. I am known for being very fair in the way that I cover stuff, in the way that I talk about things. And you're alleging that I'm not being fair. You're alleging that I am stretching, that I am trying my best. But you didn't really give an example of it. So what is an example of a thing that I said that I'll agree with anything? What is something that I agree with that you disagree with? Give me an example. This dude is molding to 11 people. You gotta grow up at some point. What is, how many people are you molding to? Is it better if it's 12 people? I feel like you're trying to say that I'm wasting my time. And that hurts. If you were trying to hurt me, it's worked. You've hurt me deeply. Tom hates art, though. No, I do not. Have you seen my new? Check out this art. One of my favorite pieces. I am an art connoisseur.
To be some massive pedophile crisis, so David Boies can add to his extortion of the British royal family and now extort J.P. Morgan for another couple $100 million.
When you say,
just
all
like
right,
he did.
all right.
Today's
show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Store of content. To that. In relation, look, I'm going to go to Tara to respond to that. It's only fair giving you name checked.
What is up with all these fucking bots, dude? None of them respond. None of them say anything. The vertical chat is being weird, dude. It's literally, it's been sitting at like 10 viewers the whole fucking night. I think it's at 5 now. Vertical is odd. It's an odd one.
So aggressively.
Yeah.
All I would say, and I'll come to the other two panelists in a moment, all I would say about so-called extortion of the British royal family, the reality is that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, when he was still Prince Andrew, said he'd never met Virginia Giuffre, certainly never had sex with her on the 3 occasions.
I responded, well, great, you weren't the one that I was talking to, but thank you.
In different places, he was accused to do so. He said the picture of them was fabricated, etc., etc., etc. He also, in a lengthy interview for the BBC, said he never had anything more to do with Epstein after seeing him in Central Park, after his conviction, and so on. All of which turned out to be a load of baloney. At the last minute, rather than have his day in court to clear his name, Andrew paid a cheque reported to be £12 million to Virginia Giuffre, a woman he claimed he'd never met. The picture, we now know from leaked emails by Ghislaine Maxwell in the latest dump of Epstein files, where she said were genuine. That picture was taken, right? And so I'm afraid just on that point alone, I see little extortion and just a bunch of lies from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to cover his ass. Listening to this, actually, is Virginia Giuffre's. Well, hang on. I gave you a chance to speak and I've responded. We've got a better person to respond, actually, because I'm now joined by David Boies. David, great to have you back on Uncensored. It's been 6 months since I last spoke to you. So much has happened since then. Right. In relation to what we've just heard from another panel member, which is that Virginia Giuffre was one of the least reliable witnesses imaginable, what is your response to that?
Look, you can always find somebody to deny anything. The evidence is just overwhelming. The idea that anybody can, with a straight face, denied that this was a massive sex trafficking.
I'm gonna try Jola's strategy. He always says anytime the vertical chat isn't working out well, just restart everything. But oh wait, it just jumped up again. I'm so confused, dude. It's been weird. Like the other day, I did my first vertical stream in like 6 months, and averaged like 200 viewers the whole time. Everyone since then has been like 20 fucking viewers, and it's been strange. I don't know what I don't know what's going on, but if the vertical stream does end, just know that I will likely restart it quickly enough. And there is a second stream that's always up on the other side on my channel in landscape format, so you can always just go over to my channel and see the second stream sitting up there anytime you want. But there are 2 streams, vertical stream and horizontal
Scheme, is between absurd and pathetic. We have the testimony of dozens, many dozens of young women, girls. We have the reports of the police department in Palm Beach. We have photographs, not just the one photograph, but multiple photographs are coming out. We have the emails that set forth at least some of the efforts, including the efforts to bribe witnesses. This is not a close call. And the reason that nobody wants to go to court and that people settle has nothing to do with extortion. It has to do with they don't have a case. If somebody has a case, they can stand up and defend themselves. This is a situation in which all of the evidence is on one side. I'm in a lot of cases that that are close cases. One side has a point of view, another side has a point of view. There's evidence on both sides, and you have to make close calls. This is not one of them.
He reminds me of who is it? There's an old comedian. Who's the guy who used to always say he's a deeply closeted gay man? Who was that? Mr. Rogers as a lawyer? Yeah. No, there's who's the comedian? Is that you would always say, "I'm a deeply closeted gay man." They'd be like, "Wait, you're gay?" No, I'm not gay. They're like, "Wait, you just said you were gay." No, I did not. I am not gay. I am not. They're like, "You said you're a deeply closeted gay man." Yes, I am. Like, so you're gay? No, I'm not gay. Stop saying that. Yes, Norm. Or wait, was it Norm? Is it Norm? Norm MacDonald. Yes, that is who it is. It is Norm. Yep.
What's something people don't know about you?
I'm a deeply closeted gay guy.
No kidding.
Well, I'm not coming out, though.
Wait a minute. What are you revealing here today?
I'm not revealing anything. I'm saying I'm deeply closeted.
Well, that means you're gay.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Why would I say that? I'm deeply closeted.
No, but that means you're very, very gay, but you don't want to come out. You're so closeted.
That I refuse to say I'm gay.
Right.
Exactly.
But doesn't that mean you're gay?
Hey, easy, buddy.
Oh, this book will reveal much.
If this was a memoir, if this were a memoir,
yeah,
I would put juicy things from my own life.
Right. Like what kind of things would you put in there that nobody knows?
Well, I guess the biggest thing that nobody knows about me is I'm a deeply closeted gay man.
What? I mean, that's, you're a gay man?
I'm not gay. I said I'm deeply closeted. I'm as straight as an arrow.
So you're a gay.
It's so good, dude. So fucking good. He had the best bits. Like, they're just so fucking funny. They're so simple and just so like, you know, everybody fucking gets it so quickly. It's always just the smallest little things. He doesn't have like these big long stories with a great punchline at the end or anything. It's always just the simplest fucking shit. It's so good.
Gay man who won't admit it.
Gay.
David,
There was somebody in chat the other day when we started saying like something like, you know, everybody's welcome as long as you're not gay or something like that. And somebody in chat new here, they're like, wait, I'm gay. What's wrong with that? And I'm like, oh, we got one. Oh, we got one, boys. We got one. And he's like, he was getting so mad the whole time. What the fuck? What's wrong with being gay? So what? So what if I'm gay? Who cares? I'm like, ooh, gay. All right, as long as you can be gay as long as you're not a fucking Jew, then you can stick around, I guess. What the fuck? He was not happy.
in relation to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, now saying that's it.
He doesn't look at all like no, he doesn't look like him. He sounds like him. He sounds like him.
One side has a point of view, another side has a point of view. There's evidence on both sides. And you have to make close calls. This is not one of them.
David, in relation to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, now saying that's it. We've had all the Epstein files that is going to be put in the public domain. Notwithstanding the fact we've been told there are 3 million more files which will never see the light of day in terms of being put in front of the public. What is your response to that? Does that in any way constitute full transparency on these files?
Bro, ADHD is a hell of a drug, dude. I fucking 4 different times saw my phone was about to die and started moving to like plug it up so it didn't die, and then would totally forget what I was doing and start talking and like responding to chats, and then realize again it was about to die, go start looking for the charger again, totally forget, move on, like over and over and over. And then this last time I see it's at 1%. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get it this time. And I fucking grabbed it, put it in. The second I fucking plugged it in, phone died. So now the one viewer that I have watching me is gone. Fuck.
Well, it's clearly not full transparency. We haven't begun to have full transparency. We have more transparency, thanks really to Congress. We have more transparency than we've had before. And I think you see in the documents that are now being revealed why people fought so hard, powerful people, rich people, politically connected people, powerful people in business, in politics, fought so hard to keep this evidence secret. There's more evidence there. We know there's more evidence there. They're admitting there's more evidence there. Some of the documents that they have produced refer to other documents that have not been produced. So we know that there's more there. And you know,
but
perhaps
there's no
Congress,
there.
Perhaps the courts have got to step in and have got to say to the Department of Justice, do your job, be transparent. Legislation, bipartisan legislation.
Donald Trump has outlawed transparency.
Was passed requiring the Justice Department to be transparent, to produce all these documents. Abiding by the law is part of what makes this country great. It's part of what has made the United States, and before that United States, the United Kingdom, really a beacon to the world. You can't just ignore the law. And I'm confident that this is not the end of it. I'm confident that we will continue to get to the bottom of things.
You told me 6 months ago that you'd looked into the claims of criminal wrongdoing by both President Trump and by former President Bill Clinton. You said you were quite confident neither of them had any involvement of the sex trafficking or any sexual activities. First, is that still your position from everything you've now seen from the files that have been put out?
I've not seen anything that would caused me to change my mind on that. I think that both former President Clinton and President Trump would say that they regret their association with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I think that there were certainly aspects of poor judgment involved. And I think it was a reflection of how tolerant we were of
who you felt the government had enough information, evidence on that would justify at least a serious prosecutorial investigation, and that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former Prince Andrew, was one of these men.
It's so awkward when Piers does this. It's a little strange when he has like a bunch of contestants on a panel to have a debate, and then mid-debate they like bring up, you know, and this guy's a fucking liar, and he's like, oh, well, interesting, I have him right here, and then he just goes into a one-on-one with that fucking guy right after he just got called out and like people said he's a liar. Now it's just Piers and that guy having a conversation instead of the like 5 other people that you have on the panel who are all just sitting there now. It's the most awkward shit. I can't imagine being like, hey guys, I'm going to bring you all onto a panel and I'm going to talk to you for about 5 minutes, and then I'll go into a 10-minute conversation with somebody else, and you guys are not going to be part of that. You're just going to sit there and listen to it. And be like, why don't you talk to him first? Why don't you have that conversation first, and then we'll all come on after that? But they don't. And the weird part about this as well is that this is all edited. This is all pre-recorded and edited. But they still do this. This is real. This is actually happening. So they don't like they don't just edit this in or anything. They actually have them all sitting there listening. Would you go on Piers Morgan's show? Yeah, of course. Of course I would. What do you mean?
And was given a pass. Is that still, again, your position?
Yes, I mean, I think I might amend it. I probably should have amended it 6 months ago, but 20 men and women.
Right.
I don't think it's just limited to men, unfortunately.
So there were women also perpetrating crimes?
Yes. And certainly engage in activity that is worth investigating. I don't want to try to make a judgment without looking at all the evidence about whether anybody actually committed a crime. But a lot of people acted very wrongfully, improperly, and there's enough evidence of criminality to warrant an investigation.
Like, Donald Trump has called all of the women who are victims liars, right? Am I misremembering this? He did call the women who are victims liars. He did this publicly, yes. He said that they were like lying feminists or some shit like that, but he did call them all liars, yes.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor now come to the United States and face the music under oath in front of Congress, in your opinion?
Absolutely.
Great point, Tom. Shit to fuck this, single him out and leave the others sitting. Unprofessional. It is a great point. Those are the only kinds that I make. It's the only kinds of points that I make are great ones. Thank you.
I think he's got an obligation to tell what he knows. Now, I also think that if
you could pick the topic when you were on Piers, what would it be? I don't remember. There's been a couple. There's been a couple that really angered me with Piers. Mantis recently said that it was about the trans person in the Olympics, but I don't think that was it. I think it was something else, but I don't remember what it was. He's really annoyed me with some of the stuff with Ukraine. He's really annoyed me with a lot of his takes. Really fucking annoyed me with his takes on immigration. drives me fucking crazy, because it's a straw man every time that he's arguing against. He always argues against straw men. He always does this whole like, oh, they're all mad about this now, but they didn't say anything when Obama was president. It's like, there's so much fucking wrong with that statement. Like, there's so much wrong with that statement, because one, the leftists who are against like deportations and shit like that, they did say something. Leftists did say shit. They were upset about it. We can go pull up the articles and crap of all the criticisms of Obama when he was in the office. Two, liberals are not against deportations, so that's not what they're protesting against when it comes to Trump. Nobody's protesting against deportations. Three, the things that Trump is doing and the way that he's doing it is so much worse than Obama. And it's these things are not at all similar. They are so dissimilar. But yeah, it's just probably immigration would probably be it. I think it would be immigration, like ICE and that sort of shit.
He's afraid of being arrested in the United States.
Waiter Z King, have a good night, man.
We ought to give him safe passage to come to the United States to testify, because I think we don't want there to be any excuse for him not coming and telling what he knows. But he knows a lot. How much, I don't know myself, because they gave up in the litigation we had against them just before his deposition was supposed to be taken. So I don't think anybody knows how much.
Ukraine is winning the war. Israel is saving America and the Middle East. Epstein is alive and a genius compared to the average American. So true, homie. So true. So true.
How much he knows. But we know he knows a lot from his contact. And whatever he knows, even if it was a little bit, I think he has an obligation to share that.
Do you believe that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor...
Have you not realized that the Republicans portrayed every Democrat across the board as woke left in 2024 election? Yeah, but that's the way that they've always done things. They've always called Democrats like socialist and communist and woke, radical. Once Trump got into office and Charlie Kirk died, they started calling everybody on the left like terrorists, and that they're all murderers, they're all violent. Like, this has been their entire thing the entire time, is that they keep saying that everybody called them Nazis, everybody calls them racist, everybody, like, this is all they ever do, is they speak in the most broad generalities. And normally the generality, which is, it's okay to generalize. I generalize about MAGA. I generalize about Republicans. Your statement just now is a generality about Republicans, but theirs aren't even like true in like about the majority. It's not even like the majority of people have said those things, or like it's just not even close to being fucking true, and they say this shit anyways. So, but Piers Morgan isn't a fucking Republican is the problem. So he's just falling for the propaganda. That's all. He just falls for the propaganda and has no fucking idea what he's talking about. And that's the part that's frustrating, is he's not even a fucking Republican, and he still pushes their talking points a lot.
Committed crimes. I mean, obviously you represented Virginia Giuffre. She made very serious allegations of criminal behavior by him against her. Do you believe that he committed crimes?
I think that it certainly is something that justifies an investigation. What he knew and when he knew it, what he knew about her age, what he knew about the extent to which he was coerced, she was coerced, I think needs to be decided by investigators, prosecutors, and ultimately by judge or jury. He certainly engaged in terribly wrongful conduct.
Thoughts on Michael Tracy? I used to think that he was actually one of the few based people talking about the Epstein files. I used to think that he was one of the few rational people who was actually like pushing through the bullshit and like getting to the truth, and wasn't falling for the propaganda, and wasn't like, you know, engaging in all of the hyperbole and all of that. But he has, and I've always thought that he was fucking stupid. I've always thought that he was stupid. I've always thought that he was very outlandish with a lot of his claims, that he was kind of a provocateur. But this is one of the few times that I actually thought he was kind of based with the way that he was analyzing the Epstein files. Now, with his latest takes on this, where he doesn't even think that Epstein committed any crimes, he doesn't think that there's good evidence of that, he doesn't think there's good evidence of Ghislaine Maxwell committing crimes, he doesn't even seem to take into consideration the 2008 convictions, and just seems to like kind of forget that those even exist regularly. I think he said numerous times that like Epstein's never been convicted of anything related to the accusations with these women, and like he just consistently makes some fucking stupid claims about this shit. And damn, dude, I'm a fucking G, bruh. I'm a fucking G, bruh. I kept coming back and gooping, getting my fucking shit, snacking around, eating them up, eating the fucking poop. And that guy kept trying to get me. He thought he was going to get me. He thought he was going to wrap me up. Nah, bruh. Nah, son. You ain't wrapping me up, bitch. I'm a fucking slither, bruh. Slither. Slither is what I said. I did not use the hard R there. I said slither.
He clearly knew that Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell were trafficking these girls. Now, whether he knew that they were underage, whether he knew that there was force and coercion involved,
are they talking about
that
Trump
is something
right now?
that is a state of mind that I think before I made a judgment on that, I'd want to see more evidence. But it's certainly something that's was worth investigating. Whether statute of limitations have now passed, I think is a question.
Is he talking about Trump? Who's he talking about?
But I have been, as you know, I have been very disappointed in the authorities in the United States and in the United Kingdom for not.
I can't tell if he's talking about Trump or Prince Andrew.
Doing this investigation in a timely way.
There's been a lot of pressure on King Charles in the UK to take more action against his brother. He has removed his titles, and Andrew has now moved from a very luxurious home to a much smaller but still pretty luxurious home that will be paid for by the king, including a staff and so on. What should King Charles do? A lot of people are asking that question. In your opinion, what should he do?
Yeah. I think that's really hard.
Okay, bro, you guys,
and he's got
holy shit.
Has any
You're trying to put us to sleep right now? This is fucking
I think
an assault.
They are just over and not
great pains.
Bro,
to try.
Are you kidding me? You've got a panel of all these people sitting there. You've got a panel of all these people sitting there who could be debating this crap right now, who could be debating this guy, who could be talking about this crap. We are 2/3 of the way through this video. And you're still talking to this guy who's sitting there whispering the whole time, and every question you ask him, he doesn't have an answer to. He just keeps saying, well, I don't know. It'd be nice if that was investigated. What is this? What are we doing?
And defend Epstein's original conviction as not being a confession of being a paedophile. He said that in the end, Epstein only pled guilty to soliciting prostitution from a girl of 17 years and 10 months and a 21-year-old young woman, and said that's not.
Wait, I thought it was underage prostitution. Am I crazy? I thought it was underage prostitution. Okay, Google. What was Epstein charged with and convicted of in 2008?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. What was Jeffrey Epstein convicted of in 2008?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Interesting.
That's not a paedophile. What is your reaction to that? And is he telling the whole story there?
I don't know why Alan Dershowitz continues to try to defend what is just indefensible. He ought to take responsibility for his actions. He ought to take responsibility for what he told the British press back at the time.
What is the claim? What are you saying? What? What is the what did Alan Dershowitz do? What is it that he defended that you're upset with? What?
He was
Holy
representing
crap.
Epstein.
Okay, so the claim that he's saying that it's wrong of Alan Dershowitz to have defended Jeffrey Epstein in this case. Okay, so Alan Dershowitz and Epstein were friends. They were close. They were business associates, partners, and he was his personal attorney. Apparently, over the course of him defending Epstein in the 2008 case, when he saw the evidence and knew that Epstein had engaged with underage girls, he stopped associating with him then. I haven't seen any good evidence to the contrary. I haven't looked very hard, so I could, maybe I'm wrong. If somebody else knows, you guys can tell me. But as far as I know, I haven't seen anything that says that like Alan Dershowitz and Epstein were still good pals. And as far as defending Epstein in court, I have no issue with that. I have no issue with that. I like murderers, rapists, like everybody. The whole idea of having fucking lawyers is for bad people to get a fair trial. That like it's not just like to prove innocent people are innocent, but it's to make sure that even a bad person who did something wrong still gets a fair trial and gets fair representation. Like that, I don't want somebody who like stabbed somebody else irresponsibly or like in a way that was careless to go to prison for 100 years, right? Like I don't want, they did something bad, they did something wrong, they did something that they shouldn't have done. They're a bad guy in a sense, but it doesn't mean that they should like go to prison for the rest of their fucking life. Like this is not that's not how that works. We still want bad people to get representation and be able to get like a fair trial and all of that crap. I have no issue with this guy representing Jeffrey Epstein in his case.
I've had my own issues with him, and I really don't want
to. His issue is that Dershowitz lied about whether Epstein passed a lie detector test and did some other things. You skipped over him explaining it and then got mad he didn't explain it. I'm sorry, this is too fucking boring. Like I'm trying to skip to where the debate happens, but then when I pause or when I get back to him, and I listen to what's his name, Pierce's question, he seems to like give these bland answers but without explanation. It's he takes forever to like say anything anyways, so it's already infuriating trying to listen to him, waiting for him to get a fucking word out, but then he finally gets a word out and it doesn't say a whole lot, and so it's just all of this is fucking horrific for somebody with ADHD. I'm sorry, but this is all it is just making me fucking antsy over here.
go after him more than I already have. But Epstein didn't think from women. The chat that is is an act of grace. It's an act that I think itself.
Oh my goodness, the video's almost over, dude.
Terrible mistake. But there's no reason, none, for
it was
that the
oh my goodness.
Well, let's go back to the panel there.
Yes, let's do that.
John Kiriakou. I mean, David Boies is always extraordinarily impressive. He's one of the great criminal lawyers in modern American history with an extraordinary track record. What did you make of what he was saying there?
Oh, I agreed with everything he said. You know, it's like we never learn from history, Piers. We didn't learn from Watergate or from Iran-Contra that the cover-up of the crime is almost always worse than the crime. It's always better just to be honest, because the truth will out eventually anyway. So just be honest. If there are 3 million more documents, by God, release the 3 million more documents. Let's let justice.
The guy earlier who came on and said that he was okay with Trump lying because it's like the best move politically, that people would lose trust in Trump if he told the truth about his relationship with Epstein. So it's okay for him to lie. I should have asked him if he would have held the same position with Biden lying about Epstein and his relationship with Epstein and that sort of crap. I should have asked him the same thing. Like, if Biden lied about a bunch of stuff and I turned around and said afterwards that this is okay because it makes sense that he would lie because he doesn't want people to know the truth, which is literally like the reason everybody ever lies, but whatever. Like, the snake is annoying? What do you mean the snake is annoying? You're annoying.
Run its course. And I want to agree with another thing he said. I thought that
Pussyfoot Productions, you're back. I asked you like 3 questions earlier and you just disappeared. What the fuck? And then you just come back and just post randomly in the chat again. What the hell, Pussyfoot Productions? Alright, I want an answer this time. Alright? I want an answer this time. I gotta find what you said so I can... There it is. You people are stretching for anything and will believe in everything. Okay. So my question was, what is it that I believe that you think that I'm wrong on? You don't believe these things. I do. I'm crazy. I'll believe in anything, right? I'll believe everything. But you won't, right? You're rational. What is it that I believe that you don't? That you think I'm wrong on? You got about 30 seconds to give me an answer. This is not a safe space for stupidity, so. Answer quick.
That Ghislaine Maxwell was already given her gift when she was transferred from a low security prison to a minimum security prison. There's an internal Bureau of Prisons policy that prohibits people convicted of child sex crimes from serving their time in a minimum security prison, because minimum security prisons have no bars on the windows, no locks on the doors. You're free to come and go as you please. You're just on your honor not to abscond. They can't be sent to maximum or medium security prisons because they'll be killed there in many cases. So they have to go to low security prisons, which are secure, but not minimum. She's in a minimum, and she's the only child sex criminal in a minimum security prison. It's just wrong.
It is completely outrageous. And on the other point that I discussed the other day, and Alan Dershowitz vehemently denied this, but there's growing evidence from these leaked documents that Epstein was working with Israel in some capacity. Do you believe he was a full-fledged Mossad agent?
Mossad?
I've said from the very beginning, including right here on the show, that I've always believed he was a Mossad access agent. Maybe not polygraph.
Well, that's what I've said before. It seems as though he has connections to intelligence and shit like that, but it doesn't. I've never seen any evidence that he was actually an agent, like he was actually in Mossad. It seems weird if you're in Mossad, yet you're a financial advisor and somebody living a lavish life, hanging out with celebrities all the time. Like, what the fuck is your job, dude? what the fuck is your job here? What are you doing? Especially when he had a lot of connections with a lot of like politicians, but not enough politicians, and especially not enough Democrat politicians for them to for it to be like super effective. Which I dude, literally every fucking day I keep seeing people on the right going, Democrats did it all of a sudden. They demanded the Epstein files be released until they got released, and they found out it was a bunch of Democrats in there. Now they don't care about it anymore. What the fuck? Who are you watching, dude? What the fuck? Where did you get this from? Like, who are the Democrats? Who's the fucking Democrats that are in the files that like everybody's so scared of now and refuse to talk about? Like, who is it? But nobody ever says. They never say. They never say what it is. They never say what the evidence is or what the claim is or what's so horrible for Democrats. Nobody ever says. They always just say, oh, they were so gung-ho about getting those fucking Epstein files until they found out it was all Democrats in there. And now they're all scared. Now they're all quiet. Thank you. I don't know how to say that. Junichiro? Thank you for the 2 jewels. Or the 100 jewels. Sent 100 for 2 jewels. I don't know what that means. 100 for 2. I don't know. But thank you, whatever it is. Appreciate it.
Formally recruited.
What up,
but he was working on behalf of Mossad, I believe, to get them access to important people and
okay. That pussyfoot person is getting banned. Banned.
And closely held information that they otherwise would not have had access to. But now we also know from the latest tranche of documents that he had actively sought contact with the CIA and the FBI, and that he had sought contact with MI5 and MI6 and possibly even the Germans. So he was out there as what we would call in the intelligence community an intelligence broker. Somebody who has a little bit of information or access to information and is looking.
07's in chat for pussyfoot, guys. 07's. Everybody. 07's. Junichiro Dunn sent Happy Blank for 10 jewels. Yo, thank you, Happy Blank. Happy Blank to you too. Oh, Happy Poop. Oh, thank you for the Happy Poop. Another one. Another one. Another one. Let's go. 3 Happy Poops. Another Happy Poop. Let's go. Another motherfucking Happy Poop. Let's get it. We got some Happy Poop up in here. Let's go. Oh my goodness. So much Happy Poop. That's 5 Happy Poops. That's 5 Happy Poops. Let's get some cheers in chat. Cheers in chat, everybody. Cheers in chat.
To see who's willing to pay what.
Tom, did you hear me? You monetize polls. I don't know. It doesn't really. I don't really know what that means. Like, I'm assuming it's like a straw poll where I can write the poll. I put the link in chat for people to go and answer the poll. And then when they go answer the poll, there's like an ad there, and the more people that I get to go answer polls to where they see the ad, the more monetization I get. exactly. Probably not. I don't think my audience is big enough to where it would actually be beneficial for me at all. Maybe in the future, but yeah, right now it's just not. It wouldn't even be worth it.
For it.
Mike Benz, thank you for your patience in waiting so long to talk. You're a former US State Department official. You served in the first Trump administration. You've become more critical of the government since then. First of all, your reaction to David Boies and that interview we just did.
Well, I think it's generally right. There's the question of, I'm more concerned about, as John.
There's literally 10 minutes left in this video. There's 10 minutes left. He unironically had them sit there for an entire interview with that guy. Okay, so he stopped talking to them at 9 minutes. The panel started at 2 minutes. So they did 7 minutes of a panel. Then from the 9-minute mark all the way until the 32-minute mark, he was talking to the other guy. And the video ends at 47 minutes. So he, out of almost a 50-minute video, he spends a total of like 20 minutes talking to them and 30 minutes talking to the other guy.
John pointed out the cover-up. I think it's been. I'm not sure what the point of trying to contest the sort of evil nature of what was done. That to me matters much less than the protection of it by institutions in our government, whether they be the Justice Department, the FBI, intelligence services, or oligarchs on the outside who want to hide their own relations. That to me is really what the heart of the scandal has moved to in the 7 years after his death, in the absence of questions. What I would add is that Congress can actually take an additional step with the. I'm reminded of the George Bush 2003 speech, "Mission Accomplished," after we invaded Iraq. This is kind of what this feels like, to say we've turned over everything. Mission accomplished. By the way, there's 3 million more files. We have zero information from the Central Intelligence Agency or the State Department. The State Department actually leased Jeffrey Epstein a 5-story mansion that he stayed in for free for extended periods after it seized it from the government of Iran. While Jeffrey Epstein's own personal history in the CIA and foreign intelligence adjacent spaces date back to the 1970s and the kind of Iran, Middle Eastern, and Latin American operations there. It seems very obvious at this point that there are entire troves, both within DOJ and CIA and state, that need to be turned over. What can be done right now, I think, to move the ball forward in both what David was saying and what folks like John mentioned here, is in 1992, after the outpouring of anger that happened after Oliver Stone's JFK movie, there was a bill passed by Congress.
Okay, I'm gonna fight. This is actually giving me. Am I crazy here? This is the most boring fucking shit ever. They actually had a setup for a really good fucking conversation, really good content. They had it all right there. This could have been a fucking great panel. Why did they fuck this up so royally? This is. I'm getting a migraine, dealing with this bullshit right now. Why did they do this to us?
It was called the John F. Kennedy Records Collection Act that forced the CIA to turn over or to set up an independent auditing board to begin the process of reviewing and declassifying documents. So you can do the same mechanism here. If the Justice Department is saying there's 3 million we're not turning over, pass another bill. Who's going to be on the other side of it? This one passed 427-1 in the House and 99-0 in the Senate. Pass a bill and force them to be reviewed by an independent auditing board. And don't just make it DOJ, FBI, extend it to the intelligence services the same way that both chambers of Congress passed in 1992 around JFK.
Fascinating. Michael Tracy, was there anything David Boies said
so fascinating.
giving you pause for thought?
I'm fascinated.
I have to say, Piers, I'm a bit disappointed that you didn't ask him a single challenging question. I invite you to ask me any challenging question you'd like, and you'd think that given David Boy's stature and him being hailed as this legendary criminal attorney, that maybe he could tolerate one or two probing questions that might be outstanding, such as amongst these files that have been produced as of January 30th are a memo that memorializes internal deliberations amongst prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, in which they frankly convey that they are stunned as to how outlandishly non-credible Virginia Roberts Giuffre was when they interviewed her in September 2019. This memo is December 2019. David Boies represented Virginia, including as to the lawsuit that was brought against Prince Andrew. And yes, it was an extortionist lawsuit, but the British royal family is incredibly feckless. They are not going to challenge any of the premises that are being marshaled against him to foment this mass hysteria and moral panic. And therefore, everybody takes the resolution of that lawsuit to mean that there was some concession to Prince Andrew's guilt. Even if we want to stipulate that he did have some sort of sexual contact with Virginia Roberts Giuffre when it was alleged to have taken place, she would have been above the legal age of consent in England, and yet we're told this is a giant pedophilic sex trafficking crisis. But you know what the files show us? That the government investigators who are on a warpath at this point against Epstein and then Maxwell discovered.
Is that true? Virginia Guffrey was born. Virginia Roberts was 16 years old when she was first recruited and sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein in the summer of 2000. Initial recruitment at age 16, while working as a locker room attendant at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort, she was approached by Ghislaine Maxwell under the guise of training to be a massage therapist. Maxwell took the 16-year-old Guffrey to Epstein. Yeah, actually, I remember the story. I remember they brought her in. They started like teaching her how to do shit, and then even just like the first time they gave her a tour, they immediately started like coming on to her and trying to have sex with her and shit. This is he's totally wrong on this. He's totally fucking incorrect on this. Oh, it's not Trumpstein files anymore. That is a blank slap to all those who doubted. Get owned. Trump is innocent, and you can't stop hating. Curtis, if you actually believe that, I would like you to call in. I would like you to call into the show, and I would like to go over the evidence that you're apparently totally unaware of. We can go over it. Okay? Otherwise, it's obvious you don't actually believe that. It's obvious you know that that's not true and you're just coping.
No credible evidence of any pedophilic sex trafficking or any sex trafficking at all to any third-party individuals, which was the crux of the mythology that Virginia Roberts...
That is the crux of like the MAGA mythology. Again, yes, MAGA has totally ruined the Epstein files by making up a bunch of bullshit and like, you know, always making it all making up all of these conspiracy theories and shit like that. That part is true, but that has not been the official narrative from the government. That has not been the official narrative from the FBI. That's not been the official narrative from media. That's just what MAGA has said, but that has not been the official narrative at all. And that he's claiming he disagrees with the official narrative. That's what he's claiming.
Robert Scoufray incubated, that Tara Palmieri amplified so lamentably credulously, and that David Boies actualized in the legal filings that he carried out on her behalf. This is outrageous.
All right.
This is a fraud that's been perpetrated on the public by a conspiracy. You know what the conspiracy is? The conspiracy is this unthinking, brainless hysteria combined with journalistic credulity, combined with an unwillingness to do any actual research as to the facts and evidence, and to treat David Boies like you just did. Now, why didn't you ask him about the 30% in attorney's fees that he convinced Judge Rakoff in the Southern District of New York to reward him for his almost $350+ million lawsuits against Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan that he's now trying to extract even more from Bank of America, which is why he's trying to prevent the disclosure of Epstein files, because he doesn't want to undercut his case.
Do you know what? I'm hearing it.
Can I ask a question?
I'm hearing a lot of conspiracy theories, but they're all coming out of your mouth. Let me give the final word to Tara, because he keeps
final word.
When he's not lecturing me about my interview skills, he's lecturing you about your journalistic skills. So your response to that and to what David Boies had to say.
Please, Tara, go ahead, defend it.
I don't know, Michael. Have you ever actually listened to any of the tapes at the Palm Beach, the police in Palm Beach, the detective? Have you listened to any of the girls that they interviewed that were as young as 14?
I've listened to them all.
Yeah, and you think that they're not
listened
credible?
to it all, Tara.
You don't think that entire pyramid scheme in a high school?
Do you think Virginia Roberts Giuffre is credible? She had nothing to do with that initial Palm Beach investigation. We're talking about your former journalistic collaborator who had to recant allegations against Dershowitz, had to recant her allegations.
Yeah, see, fucking Tara, dude. She is not good at this shit. She's not good at this shit. She's not good at like pressing people. She's not good at the back and forth, because she does this like, oh, so you think, oh, really? Wow. So you're just gonna say that? That's really, wow. So that's your position? Are you not embarrassed?
Let her speak, please.
Harvard professor Stephen Koslin recanted against Jean-Luc Brunel. So you defend the credibility
let her speak, or I'll cut your mic.
Of your journalistic collaborator. Go ahead.
Do you work? Who do you work for, Michael? Because I've never met anyone in my entire life who would like, who's paying you? Who do you work for?
Oh my goodness.
I think
this is what I'm talking about. She's fucking garbage, dude. She's garbage. I all the respect that I had for this woman just drained with the fucking quickness, dude. The first time she actually had a real back and forth with somebody that she disagreed with, for the first time. Every other time, like the one that she had with Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, that one, Kat ran away from that, and so it like, maybe Tara would have gotten exposed in that one, but it ended up making Tara look like a fucking boss because Kat just ran away from it within seconds of starting. But in this one, she just can't actually engage. It's so bad.
I think a lot of people are wondering this, because I've never seen anyone quite like you going after victims of sex crimes and attacking them like this. So you must be being paid by someone in power who does not like these accusations that have been made against them. And I think it's fair to ask, are you being paid by any of the men who've been accused by Jeffrey Epstein?
I'm having trouble hearing right now. I wish I could respond to whatever nonsense she just blurted out.
I'm asking you if you have ever been paid by any of the men who have been accused of crimes.
Maybe somebody can
astonishing coincidence that you suddenly lost your hearing when you were asked a very difficult question, and rather telling, I may say.
I heard it.
Okay, I'm not saying you didn't get cut. I'm just saying.
If he can hear you, can you ask him that question? Because he can't hear me, but maybe he can hear you asking that question.
Yeah,
I think it's a fair
Michael,
question
can you
to
hear
ask.
me?
Did you
can
just?
You hear
I
me,
can
Michael?
hear you very faintly. Did you just allege that I'm somehow implicated in the Epstein criminality, or did I mishear you?
I asked you if you were being
Tara
paid
asked
by
if you're
anyone.
Tara asked if you're being paid by anybody to smear the victims of the Epstein
rather than
scandal.
defend the merits of her journalistic output, which she can't because it's indefensible, what does she do? She tries to impugn me personally, tries to imply or
You're not
allege.
answering
What's the answer to the question?
Yeah,
Of course I'm not being paid
I'd
by
like to hear an
anyone.
answer
I'm
now.
paid by my
It's a yes or
readers
no
on
question.
Substack, you idiot. You just can't engage on the merits, Tara.
So is that a no?
You are a disgrace.
I mean,
you
I'm
are going
happy
to
to go
be
through all of my
remembered as
reporting,
somebody
which
who was
was
integral
fact-checked.
in fomenting this moral panic and mass hysteria that's led to mass defamation like you just tried against me. You know how Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey got caught a few days ago accusing a random auto mechanic?
See, him saying that he's paid by his readers doesn't mean much. Like, it's very possible that there is somebody who's implicated in the files, and they read Michael Tracy, and they start. There's somebody who maybe already sent a lot of money to him over time, or just started sending money to him, and start messaging him saying, "Hey, some of this stuff is bullshit. You should look into it." And then they start, like, sending him in directions and kind of like trying to get him to do X, Y, or Z. That, oh, who the fuck are you? Foolery Show TY. Good.
In New York and a random IT manager of having been complicit in pedophilic sex crimes? You're just following on in that tradition, which is so emblematic of how this issue has functioned in the popular mind.
I'm going to give
now
Tara.
it's being weaponized politically.
Tara, let me just.
Of course, Piers.
Tara,
I resent the implication. I resent the question. I asked her straightforward questions about her own journalistic work.
Okay. I'm going to Tara now.
Single aspect of it.
You don't just get
Instead,
to
she
talk
tries to
ad
do her
infinitum.
whole little defamation song and dance because
Michael Tracy is the most long-winded motherfucker of all time. Like, he is almost as long-winded as Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe he's Jeffrey Epstein's son. Maybe it's in his blood. Like, we watched an interview with Jeffrey Epstein the other day, and everything, holy shit, the guy was just so long-winded and just never answered a fucking question the whole time. It was wild trying to get a single answer out of him. He just never answered anything.
she can't actually engage in an intelligent way because there's no defense to what
Tara,
she's
let
done.
me.
No, there is.
Nor for David.
Tara,
Bowie.
let me ask.
I can talk about my reporting on the Broken
Jewish.
Jeffrey Epstein
Tara, let me
podcast.
ask you. Tara, you don't need to justify your reporting. It's been excellent on the whole scandal.
Why not?
Tara, let me just ask you.
I'll justify
what was your?
mine.
Let me ask Tara. What was your response to David Boyes' interview? Finally.
You know, I think David Boyes has done a lot of incredible work, and I know that to go after, the Crown was a really big deal, especially for his firm. They're obviously one of the biggest firms in the world, and so to target, the monarchy is a really big deal when you have offices in London, and that can affect, as anyone would know as a lawyer. So, and I think it's great that his partner, I'm blanking on her name right now. She's really earned the trust of the victims, and they're really hard cases to pursue. I mean, when you go after the most powerful people in the world, you can't represent them either. And when you have a white shoe law firm,
you're just not saying
it's like, how are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to do that? So I think it's incredible. I think it's very commendable. Excuse.
It's. I was about to say you cannot say that's credible just because it was hard. Okay, it's commendable. He's asking about credible. You start saying it's commendable. Great, cool story, bro. Glad you got all the fucking education you needed from the fucking Leering Center to get your journalism degree.
Excuse me. And I, there's still so much more to do, though. There's still so many more places to go. And unfortunately, I just don't see it coming from the Southern District of New York. Like, in particular, with Leon Black. I mean, the man who was picked to replace Leon Black by Leon Black himself, like, he picked his own successor, and that man is Jay Clayton. And now Jay Clayton is running the Southern District of New York. He is the lead prosecutor. And is he really going to do an investigation into the guy who picked him to succeed him at Apollo Management when he had to step down? When Leon Black had to step down because of Epstein, an Epstein investigation, found that he paid Epstein $150 million to do estate planning. It's just everything is so incestuous. And how are we supposed to trust that power will police itself? We can't. And that's
where journalists, you know what? That's where journalists like you come in and where lawyers like David Boies come in. I've got to leave it there. Thank you all very much indeed.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Absolutely nothing. We got absolutely nothing from this. That's so fucking embarrassing. Foolery show. I just died a minute ago and let you eat my body. And I am already back and bigger than you. So, take that. Back and bigger than ever. All right. Ah! What Pixo? You can't have it, bro. You can't have it. This is my poop. This is my slither poop that I'm eating from my carcass that I killed. It's a weird game. It's a weird game. We eat poop from other slithers. And then we kill them and eat their dead carcasses. They're of the same species as it. Game's weird.
AOC I just happened to see tonight. She was asked about the Epstein files, and she just declares that Epstein was a convicted child trafficker, which of course Epstein was not a convicted child trafficker.
It's a game of words you're playing there, Michael.
With that label.
Okay, I did say that as well. I when we watched her say that, I did say, wait, he was not convicted. He died before he got convicted of sex trafficking. He had a conviction in 2008 for, I thought it was for underage prostitution. I don't know, but.
You're playing a game right there. As part of the finding that Maxwell was guilty of those acts of trafficking and enticing minors for sex, there is a necessary finding by that jury that Epstein himself did it. Do you accept?
I'm trying to speed this video up, and these little fucking pumpkins over here are trying to kill me while I'm doing this. I can't. I don't know why I called them pumpkins.
That Epstein trafficked minors for commercial sex.
I don't accept the construct of trafficking writ large at this point.
Do you contest that the overwhelming evidence suggests that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked minors for commercial sex?
I'm not willing to grant that at all. To whom did Epstein traffic minors?
I do think trafficking is an odd concept. It is an odd legal concept at this point. It has kind of like grown and morphed into things where I think even like using a telephone at this point to organize meeting with somebody can now be considered trafficking, which there isn't. I don't feel like there's like a consistent way to police how broad trafficking has gotten. Like the legal term doesn't, I don't feel like there's a way that we can actually be consistent with the precedents that have been set for trafficking. It is a very confusing term to me.
Minors for underage
to himself.
If there were evidence that children had been on a large scale, then presumably that could be forthcoming, and that would be more than enough to satisfy me.
And by you mean evidence of forcible, not statutory? Because of course there's evidence of statutory. I'm trying to get beyond the statutes.
I don't know what grooming is anymore, frankly, so I don't know how to.
You don't have a concept of grooming?
I wouldn't, on my own volition or from my own first-person perspective, really describe anything as grooming at this point, other than a very straightforward case.
Strongly agree, strongly disagree, no opinion on the following. Ghislaine Maxwell.
Grooming is never straightforward. That's the whole point of grooming. The whole thing is very like... The whole thing is very like mysterious and like psychological and just kind of like in the shadows. That's the whole... That's what grooming is. There is no such thing as a straightforward grooming case. That's not a thing.
Should be pardoned.
I don't think it is justifiable for her to be sitting in prison at the moment.
Holy shit, dude.
All right, everyone can see you. How you doing, Michael? Good to catch you. You're a bit of a hot commodity at the moment.
I know. My face has been far too widely displayed recently on the internet.
And you've been making...
It should be redacted. It should be redacted, but like all the alleged victims.
Alleged victims. Well, we'll get into some of that.
I'm somebody out there just by my ubiquitous presence.
Yeah, well, why don't we just get started, because you've made a bit of a splash, I'll say, not just because of, I would say, your typical iconoclastic coverage of the Epstein files on substance, but also in sort of how you have, for lack of a better word, treated the purported victims of the Epstein case. And my goal to bring you on was...
Treated them? How?
Treated them, yes.
Do I have... I don't have any treatment that I can apply to them. I don't know what that means.
Treated in the context of like your word and rhetoric. That's been the criticism levied at you. I'm just, I think, reproducing it. And I don't think that's an unfair reproduction. Do you?
No, it's not unfair to say that people have objected to my depiction of this or that alleged victim on this or that occasion. Sure.
And so
anyway, I was being pedantic. I don't know why I
worries.
Use the word treatment.
No worries. My goal in this conversation was to give you another opportunity to talk to my audience about what you're calling the Epstein maximalist mythology in your coverage, but also to, I think, talk a little bit about, more in the weeds, some of the these quote unquote, in your words, purported victims in the context of the Maxwell trial, and to try to get your take on exactly what has been corroborated and what has not been corroborated. But
Can I stop you for a second?
Sure,
I mean, I think it's bad practice to append a qualifier to a statement about somebody's alleged victimhood that hasn't been corroborated, or even in some cases in terms of what the DOJ has redacted over the course of these file productions or record productions. Not even has any attempt been made to do the barest verification of even one detail as to the alleged victimhood. So do you think it's inherently insulting for me to say alleged victim or purported victim, or even
I don't think so.
victim if I'm writing a text?
I don't think so. It's inherently, but I think it does signal, depending on who you're talking about, a disposition on one or more victims or purported victims, in which case people might object to that, which is to say the questioning of a particular victim and lumping them all.
I object to the disposition that says mere self-identification of a victim is sufficient to ascribe the label of victim, which is actually the literal criteria that has been employed by the DOJ to determine whom is entitled to have redactions imposed on their behalf on these records. I just don't think that's a workable standard.
I object to that standard as well. But why don't we start there?
Then, so we have the same disposition.
Well, I just want to be clear. I don't think we have the same disposition on some of the purported victims, including those in the Maxwell trial, which I hope we'll get into. But why don't we start with terminology? Because I think you'll find some agreement with me on at least some of what the DOJ is doing in terms of gamesmanship on the quote-unquote number of victims and what's going on there. And I, most recently, in a Substack piece that you put out, this number that seems to keep getting bigger, if I'm honest with you, of 1,000+ victims. So talk to us a little bit about terminology, and then also this the numerosity of the alleged victims.
Yeah, I don't remember if we discussed that highly dubious alleged total of alleged victims when we had a stream in July.
I think so. It was in the summer. Yeah.
But immediately when I read that now notorious July 6, 2025 DOJ FBI memo,
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you joining. If you guys are watching on the vertical stream, we do have 2 streams going. So if you want to watch with others on the landscape stream, that seems to be where the majority of people are watching tonight, you are free to go over there and hang out with the rest of chat and the rest of the community. I think the majority of content tonight will likely be on the Epstein stuff, but I think we do have some other... Actually, no, sorry. after this, we are probably going to watch the Live and Learn panel that happened the other day about the leftist stuff that they got into. So we're probably going to watch some of that. Or was that today? Was that today? Or because I saw that they had the guy on who did the, the anti-Hassan video. Where's your mom watching? I don't know. I thought you said you were with her. A guy did the anti-Hassan video a couple weeks ago, and so I think they had him on and they talked to him. I thought they had him on a couple of days ago, so I was sent a bunch of clips today. And so I don't know if this is a new thing where they had him on a second time or if this is just from 2 days ago, but Tom, it is state charges for Florida in 2008. Epstein pleaded guilty with under 18 for... Wait, I'm aware. Why are you telling me that? Yeah, 2 days ago? Okay. Tom, are you going to address the allegations against you? We finally know what you did to those dolphins in 1998.
Threw up some immediate red flags because on the one hand, in that memo, which launched the uproar that we're still embroiled in now as to the whole Epstein issue, in that memo, on the one hand, they were dispelling all the common planks of the Epstein mythology, right?
We need more thumbs ups, these guys, more thumbs ups.
Right? So they declared, whoops, sorry, everybody. Turns out no client list, no predicate to charge any additional third-party individuals as co-conspirators, no wide-scale child trafficking ring, etc. But then they threw in this new, wildly inflammatory claim that Epstein, quote, harmed over 1,000 victims. And I would think that a skeptical reader, although not skeptical from the standpoint of this all must be a lie, the Epstein mythology must be 100% true, and this is just a cover-up, but like a rationally skeptical reader would have read that and thought to themselves, gee, if they're trying to convey here that they have obtained evidence after a thorough review that over 1,000 children were sexually abused by Epstein, why wouldn't they just say that?
Yeah, I said when they put that out that was probably very misleading. Like when they said over 1,000 victims, I said this is probably very misleading. I don't know why the fuck they would say this, because there's no way that there was 1,000 victims, like 1,000 children that were trafficked, or 1,000 children that were raped, or 1,000, like no fucking shot. No shot. That's bullshit. So I thought, okay, I think most of us see that, and that is our first assumption, is that they're saying there were 1,000 children. But then we think that has to be impossible. So what do they mean? Okay, they probably mean there were 1,000 people who were affected in some way, whether it was children, whether it was families of the children, whether it was later boyfriends and girlfriends of these children who have to deal with a lot of the trauma that comes later, whether it was like that sort of thing. I think that they're trying to say there's a bunch of things branching out afterwards that makes holding the thumbs up hostage. Well, what do I need to do? What we're doing a raffle for who I'm going to have sex with. I went and pulled the names out earlier. It's you. You win the raffle, okay? I'm gonna have sex with you. Okay? You win. Everybody, let's get some cheers in chat. Mantis wins. She is gonna get fucked. So everybody, let's all get but that should be enough for a thumbs up. You're gonna get a thumb up. Something, so might as well give me one too.
Why would they use this bizarre weasel wordage and say that over 1,000 victims were, quote, harmed? Because harm is not really the most legally precise term. That can mean a lot of things. And so I was always highly wary of that figure from the outset, and yet it's been repeated across the political spectrum and across the media ad nauseum.
It has been
a reflection of truth. I mean, actually,
rigged. Sorry, Kyle. Better luck next time, buddy. Keep trying. Keep trying.
I think you and I might have. I remember you and I discussed an appearance by Speaker Mike Johnson on Meet the Press, where he recites this figure to underscore his revulsion toward Ghislaine Maxwell and to bolster his belief that Maxwell should never see the light of day. And so Ro Khanna has like variously tried to revise the estimate upward to
Massey as well.
Well, even Pam Bondi. So like initially they put out it was Pam Bondi, I believe, who put out the statement saying that there were thousands of victims or over 1,000 or something like that. Since then, every time she said anything about it, she said hundreds of victims. Every single time she said hundreds. She said thousands one time, or over 1,000 one time, or maybe 2 times. I think she put it out in like a single report and then said it again in a press conference a couple days later. But I couldn't even say 2 days earlier. I was wondering, I kept waiting for you to respond, and I was like thinking, like, Mantis is the one that I'm waiting for to say something here, but she's not saying anything, and now there's nobody else that's answering either, so I'm waiting for her to answer. What the fuck? But that makes sense. Okay. We saw you say 2 days. Yeah. She said it. She just said it way later. So she's saying that like she had to try a bunch of times to be able to say it. I accept the prize. Okay. Sexual harassment on Thursday, Tom. On Thursday. Thursday is one of the top 7 days to sexually harass people, in my view. I've always said Thursday is one of my most favorite days, one of the top 7 days of the week to sexually harass. Stop ignoring my calls. You'll have to let me on at some point. Ignoring your calls. There's no calls, buddy. No calls. If who is Copen C? I have no idea. If your calls aren't coming through, send me a text message and I'll call you. Okay? How about that? Just send a text to the same number and I'll call you. I go with Mondays. Hey, Mondays also top 7 day to sexually harass somebody. I love Mondays. Mondays are one of my favorites.
100 alleged 1,200 victims. Has he? I'm sure he has.
Well, cited that figure at the very least.
Right. So on some level, yes, thank God for the Epstein files, because we have gotten some transparency and disclosure as it pertains to that number. And if you read my Substack from this past week, you'll know that according to internal FBI memoranda, that number is not a total of alleged victims. It's a number that's inclusive of alleged victims or purported victims. Sorry, I'm going to keep using that qualifier, and their family members. And we don't know who they're even counting among the family members that I guess have been victimized by Jeffrey Epstein. I'm sorry. Did he rape all the victims' fathers as well? Are we including uncles and cousins? They don't specify that criteria. And yet it's been used to grossly inflate this supposed number of victims and inflame this more.
Apparently he did buy over 330 gallons of sulfuric acid. Yes, I saw that. Maybe that's where some of the people ended up on the island. Look, again, the island, not a major hotspot, okay? Again, I gotta repeat this all the fucking time, but I'll say it again. The island is like not a major hotspot for where the majority of the sexual assaulting happened or the pedophilia or any of that shit. The Florida and New York are where like 90% of this shit happened. Mostly Florida, then New York. California might even have more claims than the island. Like the island does have some stuff that happened there. I'm not saying nothing happened there, nothing. I'm saying the majority of the shit, everybody thinks the island is the place. That if anything bad happened, it was the island. If you ever took a plane to the island, you must be guilty. Trump never went to the island, so he's got to be innocent. So the island is not a fucking big deal, okay? Chill with the island, all right?
Moral panic that I think you would have to agree at least on some level we're currently in the midst of.
No, undoubtedly.
And so that's just government propaganda.
I just want to say on a couple levels, undoubtedly in terms of the moral panic aspect to it, I think from every side of the political spectrum, you are seeing people's, the evidence of their claims, their claims are exceeding what is currently available on the evidence and sometimes outright refuted by it. And I want to real quick take a step back here. The figure that we're talking about is relates to a memo that was sent out sometime, I think in July. Was it July 6th? Sunday. It was like a Sunday sort of drop where an unsigned DOJ.
Yeah, it is. It does seem to be true that he just ordered a bunch of sulfuric acid and an inordinate. What the fuck? An inordinate. An inordinate, thank you, an inordinate amount of sulfuric acid. Though, like, if you've ever watched Breaking Bad, you know, that's where you put the little kid that you shot.
And FBI said basically case closed here. You know, we're not, everything that's left is too salacious or whatever. We're not going to release, almost kind of reflexively implying as though people are demanding CSAM material be released. And it's in the course of that where I think your Substack makes the point, which I think is true, that if the goal was to try to, Officer Wiggum, nothing to see here, folks, probably not a good idea to, use that figure if what we mean by victims is something much broader, the set of community members affected in some way by their relationship to victims of Epstein, who are like more victims in the classical sense of actually having been sexually abused. But I'll get to respond to that.
And even so the figure is, they actually cite the precise number in the little footnote that is smuggled into this memoranda, where I happened to come across the explanation for the genesis of that figure. And it's something like 1,137, something like that. And even among the subset of that number that would be, in fact, alleged victim, as opposed to like some random sampling of their family members, the public is just never made aware that the majority of those alleged victims, as far as I can ascertain, would likely be alleged victims who were adults at the time of their claimed victimization. And yet we're told this is a giant pedophilia crisis, that there are just scores of child that have been allowed to proliferate around the United States and go unpunished. Ryan Grimm repeated this claim, bizarrely enough, a few days ago. And I don't know. I just don't think that these distinctions have been made remotely clear to the general public. And that, too, has only served to foment a totally unconstrained mass hysteria and moral panic. When Pam Bondi testified before the House Judiciary Committee this week, and the entire media and social media went wild because of this protest that was done by alleged Epstein victims. If you see the photo that I did, because I missed it, I couldn't watch it in real time, but the first photo of it I happened across had it showed these women standing behind her somberly and doing their act of protest. And because I'm probably a little too well versed.
Yeah, you annotated it with some typos, I might add. You got to watch that, Michael.
But I probably did it too quickly.
Yeah.
But
in protest, they didn't stand in protest. What is he talking about?
They were all the females in that photo were adults at the time of their claimed victimization. I could have gotten into even more detail. Like one of them, I think it's very highly likely, simply just hallucinated her entire experience with Epstein and Maxwell, meaning she is mentally ill by her own admission. She spent years in long-term psychiatric facilities. Liz Stein. She was just on some show I saw today that I didn't watch it yet, but she claims she realized that she was sexually trafficked in 1991 and in 2019 after Epstein died, and she made claims such as that, this is in one of her lawsuits that was filed in New York State, that a cable man visited her apartment and told her that Epstein and Maxwell were looking for her. I mean, it's like just quintessential mentally ill delusions. But this is somebody who has been treated as though she's just a fully verified, quote, survivor. Like she was conferring with Nancy Pelosi when I was at the Capitol in November. And it's just unbelievable that like not the slightest shred of corroborative inquiries ever done to substantiate even a smidgen of these people's claims. But even if we were to stipulate that they have legitimate claims as to them being victimized by Epstein or Maxwell,
these people meaning those specific individuals.
Children. Yeah. Okay. They were not. They were adults when they alleged that they were victimized. Now, do you think that is known, generally speaking, to the wider public?
Absolutely,
like,
absolutely not. But
isn't there a
there
journalistic
absolutely
failure
is.
going
No,
on right now?
I 100% believe that there's a journalistic failure going on right now, Michael. No doubt about that. And part of that, I think, is both really a problem of the journalists themselves, but of the.
I mean, I've said this a bunch as well. I think that like a lot of the like misinformation that's being pushed about the Epstein files isn't really being touched on by the mainstream media very much, and it is kind of annoying. There's even times where it seems as though some of the people at CNN once in a while are actually. Wait, is Ayo one of mine? I don't want to just start following this person around. But they have like my colors, but then they have like wings and shit on them that like bunny rabbit ears or something. Yeah, those are bunny rabbit ears. And a fish tag? Is that what that is? Like a koi? Yeah, it looks like a koi. Defending the abusers. That's sure going to age well. Well, it depends. I mean, again, it's not defending abusers. Like easy body. Let's say I tell you that Epstein. How about this? Easy body. Do you think Epstein killed Charlie Kirk? I would love to know. Do you think Epstein killed Charlie Kirk? I doubt they're going to answer, so I'll just go ahead. If you say no, Jeffrey Epstein did not kill Charlie Kirk. There's no way he could have killed Charlie Kirk. Jeffrey Epstein was dead when Charlie Kirk died. If I turn around and I'm like, wow, I can't believe you're defending Jeffrey Epstein. You're over here defending a pedophile. You're defending one of the worst people ever. That's so disgusting. How dare you? Why? That's not going to age well. You're defending him. Holy shit. Like, but it's not true. Like, what? You're just stating a fact. You're not defending anybody. You just stating that he didn't kill Charlie Kirk. It's just you stating a fact. You're not defending Epstein, right? If this guy, and again, I don't think this guy's right, but if this guy is saying that Jeffrey Epstein didn't do the things that they're claiming and that a lot of this stuff is wrong, he is correct. There is a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of bullshit that's being pushed. People use the Epstein files to just interpret it in any way that's going to be beneficial for them. This is really obnoxious. Like, there is a lot of salacious claims made incessantly just for the sake of hyperbole to get views, because once you say Jeffrey Epstein's a bad guy, we can now claim anything and everything about him. That is bad for us as a society. Like, it is bad. It is bad if there's a bunch of things that we put onto somebody that they didn't do, yet we can just say it anyways because the person's bad. This gives us free reign to claim anything about anyone once we've deemed them to be bad. Epstein and COVID, the ultimate brain-breaking events. Yes, well, yes, for both leftists and MAGA. For both leftists and MAGA, Epstein and COVID have been horrifically brain-breaking events for those people, and it's been hard to watch. Epstein saved Charlie Kirk, and they did a conga line. I saw a video of it. Oh, I saw that video too. I saw that video. Yeah. Definitely not AI.
Sort of influencer class who take this kind of alt media role and who, supposedly we're supposed to be getting more influence-free journalism, hard-hitting journalism, whatever. And I think that is a problem in terms of reporting. In addition to, I think, some of our politicians, including Democrats, who I think have said things that are not substantiated, and I'll include among them some of my favorite politicians who say things like, "We know that Trump engaged in, sexual abuse of a minor." I don't think that that's been corroborated whatsoever. But I want to separate, though.
Who are you referring to specifically?
I think AOC made a comment like that. I like AOC. I think other Democrats who have made something alluding to that.
I still haven't gotten a chance to watch the Judiciary Committee hearing, but didn't Ted Lieu?
He threw Merrick Garland under the bus as well, and I thought that was inappropriate, and I thought that was horrible, and I wouldn't have done that either.
But didn't he reference this report that one of the FBI intake officers or agents took that alleges some kind of murder of a potential Epstein victim who was like kidnapped in Oklahoma or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's just some hallucinatory, crazy ramble that, like many other such rambles, was submitted to the FBI around the time of Epstein's arrest and death in 2019 and into 2020. And it's just standard operating procedure for the FBI to listen to any crank and memorialize what they.
Oh, wow. You think Epstein died? You think Epstein died? I bet you think he also killed himself. AOC did say that. Yes, there's as I said, there is a lot of shit that is being said. Wait, what he just said? I don't think Epstein. Wait, you're saying AOC said that they were kidnapped? AOC did say that, like, AOC has said some hyperbolic shit about this. Like, she has I think she even called Trump a pedophile at one time. She's referenced Jeffrey Epstein as a convicted sex trafficker. She says a bunch of things that are not the responsible way of saying it. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Will you stop? Just play with me. Just be my fucking teammate. Stop giving me your fucking body. I got hose for that.
Reported, and of course they're not conferring any truth value on these claims, and yet when these Epstein files now get released in mass indiscriminately, people don't have the ability to distinguish when they're seeing what looks like an official document that it has this stern, text, and it's listing these wild incendiary allegations. And I guess it's understandable, like, if a low information social media user sees something that floats across their feed and just assumes it to be true or reflecting the truth, like they don't have the context or they don't have the background knowledge to understand how to correctly interpret what they're seeing. But for Ted Lieu, I don't know if he's one of your favorite Democrats, for him to just recite this,
and to throw Garland under the bus as well.
He's no better, text, and it's listing these wild incendiary allegations. And, I guess it's understandable, like, if a low information social media user sees something that floats across their feed and just assumes it to be true or reflecting the truth, they don't have the context or they don't have the background knowledge to understand how to correctly interpret what they're seeing. But for Ted Lieu, I don't know if he's one of your favorite Democrats, for him to just recite this,
and to throw Garland under the bus as well.
He's no better. he's no better than your average freakish social media user.
Well, I think that it was also.
Republicans.
I have no problem saying that Democrats, I think, have behaved irresponsibly on some of this stuff for sure. And I think throwing Merrick Garland under the bus and implying that Garland is part of a cover-up to, I don't know, protect child abusers. I think that is totally.
Did he say that, like, oh, you know, did he do the whole, the Bidens didn't release this stuff either, and they should have X, Y, and Z, like that he
totally
did
uncalled for and not.
If there is a cover-up of some sort going on right now, how could Merrick Garland not have been party to it if he was presiding over?
Presumably, if he didn't know about it, I guess. But I'm not alleging that there is.
They are marked not credible. Not everything is. There's a lot of things that aren't marked anything. They're just put out. Like, there's a lot of things that are just there. Like, especially with like emails and like court statements and shit like that. Like, there's a lot of shit that's just there. We have no idea what to do with it.
So let's get the brass tacks, because you're not talking to an Epstein maximalist. I think you'd have to agree with that.
I got you. I'm just sort of like venting at some of just the alarmist insanity that's been allowed to promulgate almost entirely unrefuted.
So let's get to what we agree on in terms of the maximalist vision. Evidence that Epstein created sexual videos in order to blackmail people. You and I both agree that that has not been substantiated, correct?
Well, not only has it not been substantiated, when the Trump administration came in...
You're too long-winded! Just answer the question! He's trying to make a point. He wants to ask you a question. Just answer the freaking question. No, I don't believe that. Yes, I agree with you.
January of 2025, and they ordered this review of the investigatory file. Thanks to some of these new record releases, we now know what they were communicating amongst themselves over the course of conducting this review. And people always suspected, oh, they must be conniving to redact Trump. And, you know, look, I'm sure there might be some instances of that, just if only to insulate Trump from something that might be politically embarrassing. But
that would be corruption, wouldn't it? I mean, you would acknowledge that would be a political cover-up. You shrug your shoulders, but of course it would be, of course. Why would you be kind of like whatever about it?
Well, I mean, I would have to see a precise example.
If it were to occur, done. If it's a conditional, if
it were to have occurred, then yes, I would find it objectionable. But
you were just downplaying it a second ago as though that would make sense. He's literally doing the thing where it's like, yeah, what the guy who called in earlier was doing. Was like, yeah, I can understand he would want to hide things that are embarrassing because it's not going to look good if he shows his relationship with Epstein, and so obviously he's gonna try to cover some of that shit up. Like, obviously he's gonna lie about his relationship with Epstein.
The main finding.
That was not a bot. Fuck. That was not a bot. It said bot on their name, so I thought I could get an easy kill. That was not a bot.
Which I said like a week ago, I would have loved to see the look on Kash Patel and Dan Bongino's face when they got this email from Maureen Comey, who was tasked.
She was one of the main prosecutors in the Maxwell trial as well.
Correct. And of Epstein initially. Yep. Before obviously that was terminated upon his death. But she was tasked with reviewing the case material in the possession of the Southern District of New York. And
he still hasn't answered the question. He's still just rambling.
And she reported up the chain of command. I guess maybe not technically the chain of command, but she reported upon request from the FBI to Kash Patel that after a comprehensive review of the files, some incredible findings were made that really dismantle the beating heart of like core planks of the Epstein mythology. But like, I haven't seen this really widely reported much. I mean, there's been a handful of items here and there, but it really should be more emphasized, which is that.
Is he going to say that there was no, child porn on his computer?
That she said. And I don't know, Democrats don't seem to be cognizant of this because on the one, I thought they liked Maureen Comey, or I thought they were like big defenders of James Comey. So like they can't do the Republican talk.
You think Democrats are defenders of James Comey? No, but I think that applies to you too, because I happen to take objection with people who, for example, like support firing Maureen Comey over this kind of shit. And I do think that like you need to be consistent in how you approach it. I'm going to take that back when we get to the Maxwell trial, though, because you are crediting Maureen Comey in terms of her finding there.
I'm not crediting her with anything. I'm just noting that she was the prosecutor who was most intensively involved in both the Epstein and Maxwell
and would have more
prosecutions.
As an ambitious prosecutor, would have every and let's be clear about incentives here, folks, when it comes to prosecutors. they absolutely want to find the most salacious thing for their career. I have no doubt in my mind that if you are an AUSA or if you're working in the DOJ, you are an ambitious person who spent, your entire career trying to get ahead, and there's no incentive just from a career perspective not to find that stuff. And so
unless you're working for Trump, I don't think Pisco would be consistent on that claim. I do not think he would be consistent on that claim. I'm pretty sure we could point out some instances where he thinks fuck, why did I do that? I was getting too greedy. I was too big of a rush to get back up there and get the fucking goop. But yeah, I think we could probably point out some instances where some criminality has been overlooked by prosecutors and investigators within the DOJ who were under the Trump administration, and we're talking about people who were close to Trump or people who were associated with Trump, people who wanted to make a deal. Oh, we made a deal. It's the best deal maker. Deal making art of the deal sort of stuff. Love making deals and art. That they probably wouldn't prosecute those people or come out with the most salacious claims for them either.
I have
not to ensure that they can marshal all.
We got a fucking commie. We got a fucking commie here. Red Sneck with a fucking gold star on it. Oh, Harry Potter. Their name's fucking Harry Potter. That's a fucking commie if I ever saw one. I'm gonna get you, bitch. You fucking Chinese communist.
Possible evidence that could enable them to secure a conviction.
That's right.
Yeah, and in some sense, I'm a person who oftentimes doubts these just so stories about the broader conspiracies within the Department of Justice. And so, yeah, I think that in order to allege that there's been a massive like manipulation of Maureen Comey, even why would they bring the case in the first place in 2019 against Epstein if, on the basis of the Miami Herald reporting?
And so what does Maureen Comey say in this March 2025 email or memo of sorts to Kash Patel and the
fucking
FBI higher ups?
Let's go.
She says that they reviewed.
Oh my goodness. Do you guys see the top 10 list up here? Number 10 on there. Pepe Tom fan. Oh, and there's Totally Sober and Tom Bottery show with Bot in. So we got 4 people on this map right now. Okay, cool. All right, I'm coming back to you guys. Y'all stay there. We're gonna team up. Y'all stay there.
All the material that was seized from Epstein's devices in every property, I imagine, but definitely the New York property. And they found not a single video or image that depicted any sexual abuse at all. They depicted no
child porn on this
They found no CSAM or child pornography, as it used to be called. That
just don't say that a lot because we'll get demonetized. But CSAM would be preferred. But just we know what you're talking about. They found some, but not.
Well, they found 10 or 15. They found 10 or 15.
All right, let's get this
CSAM
fucking
images that they say had been downloaded off the internet. Now, look, people, I'm not defending legitimate, violating CSAM or like CSAM that genuinely is harmful to the children that are depicted. But CSAM can include lots of different things, and so we don't even know among the 10 or 15 images.
Got 'em. Let's go.
Do you doubt that it's lascivious content? Do you doubt
Sharing
that
this feast.
I don't know. I honestly
appealing
don't
to
know.
a prurient
Sharing
interest?
this feast with me.
Neither do you. I mean, nobody knows because we haven't seen it. Not that I would make a strong effort to view it. Okay,
Everybody,
but we just simply don't know. I mean, the criteria for what constitutes CSAM is incredibly broad, and I pulled up a court ruling or a decision that governs how the government designates what CSAM is, and CSAM can depict persons under 18 who are fully clothed. It just depends on what the context is. But anyway, we don't have to get hung up on that.
Yeah, sure. I think
the major point is no sexual abuse depicted at all, and no sexually explicit material featuring any purported victim, and no child sexual abuse material that was self-produced by Epstein. Now, I'm sorry, if that were widely known over the course of how this Epstein mythology has been propagated, it would have been a big problem. Like, it's pretty contrary to what just the prevailing assumptions have been, is it not?
And say that in two sentences. Can you give the mythology in 2 sentences about what the overall narrative is?
Yeah, right.
As
Yeah,
best
the
as you
mythology, I define it as having originated with the December 30th, 2014 motion for joinder by Virginia Roberts Gouffre over the course of this litigation around the Crime Victims' Rights Act, which is sort of a pernicious statute to begin with, but that's a whole nother issue. Where she, or rather Bradley Edwards and
Feast with
Paul
me,
Cassell
friends.
allege on her behalf. And by the way, Bradley Edwards has been intimately involved in crafting this legislation, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, in concert with Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, frantically demanding in federal courts that efforts be taken to ensure the maximum possible redactions and concealment of records. So on the one hand, they prance around, he and the alleged victims, trying to make it seem like they're the most vociferous proponents of full disclosure and transparency. But behind the scenes, when they're writing these crazed letters to federal judges, they're actually demanding the fewest possible record disclosures and the least possible transparency. Bradley Edwards on February 2nd actually demanded in a letter to Judge Berman and Engelmeyer that
in the SDNY.
the DOJ that the DOJ remove the entire Epstein Files archive because it contained far too much disclosure and transparency, and I don't know, possibly might complicate his ongoing litigation for a few $100 million more that he's trying to extract from Bank of America and Bank of New York, although the Bank of New York component of that was just dismissed by Engelmeyer. Anyway, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, okay. So let's get 2 sentences of the mythology, and then let's get to places where I think we're going to diverge.
The mythology, it doesn't originate with the Palm Beach prosecution, okay? So from 2006 to 2008, when there was a federal intercession in what had previously been since 2005, the local Palm Beach police investigation of Epstein resolved through the now infamous non-prosecution agreement. He then serves 13 months in the custody of the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, et cetera. Like that's obviously a major component of this entire tale. But in terms of what the mythology is that I'm referring to, that comes later. That comes by way of Virginia Roberts Gouffre, who's represented by Bradley Edwards, and who puts in this motion for joinder that she was victimized by what she says was the sprawling child sex trafficking operation orchestrated by Epstein that was enforced via blackmail, or that produced, voluminous blackmail material.
I still don't see Pepe Tom fan. They're number 3 on the fucking list right now. Pepe Tom fan is in 3rd place on the fucking list. And I haven't even seen them. We're all the way in the far east. Pepe Tom fan, if you're listening, we're all the way in the far right part of the map, and we're working together and taking motherfuckers out. All right, there's somebody named Friendly No Eat. Let's eat this motherfucker.
That ensnared all manner of prominent people, such as a generic category, she says, of prime ministers and princes and politicians, but then also she specifies Dershowitz, Prince Andrew, and Jean-Luc Brunel. Okay, so that's the genesis of the Epstein mythology. Obviously, it's morphed over time. It's taken on different features, just like any mythology would, or like any kind of like world religion would. I mean, this really does sort of function like a world religion now, or a secular religion in a very perverse way. But that's the mythology, more or less. And people have added more recently, like
Pepe Tom fan's gone.
The blackmail must have been directed by this or that intelligence service.
Mossad or CIA.
Obviously enjoyed suggesting Israel as the culprit, etc. But that's the crux of the mythology, and that is just flatly undermined by a number of the pertinent findings that one can glean from this latest Epstein Files production as of January 30th, such as that Epstein was found to have produced no child abuse material at all, and actually nothing in his possession depicted any sexual abuse whatsoever. So I don't know. I think that's worth knowing if we're going to have a perpetual moral panic and mass hysteria, don't you?
I absolutely agree with that. And I think, frankly, that people ought to be skeptical about not just what the government says, but also what some of these purveyors of, I think, conspiracies are trying to sell them. And I should be worried about that 100%. However, and I hope that you agree, you're not speaking to someone who affirms that notion. I'm skeptical of that notion of the mythology. You go too far, Michael. Michael, you go too far.
I'm sure many of your listeners.
Oh, sure, they're pissed off.
Probably.
Yes, they're pissed off. But you go too far.
So are they pissed off? Are they pissed off at you, or they're only pissed
Both
off
of us.
like when you
Both of us.
Me? Okay, good.
We'll give you.
I was about to say, I knowing Pisco's audience, I would bet he has a large portion of his audience who is furious that he's not just like backing up all of these fucking conspiracy theories. I would bet he's got a lot of people there who are mad that he is not doing the believe all women thing and just completely eating up all of this shit.
Your opportunity, I think, because you've been, I think, unfairly maligned by people as yourself having done some criminal acts. I think that's totally inappropriate. I think it's uncalled for, and I think that there's value in having a skeptical journalist on top of stuff. But
think about
you go too far
that for a second. If I was actually trying to hide some depraved sexual motive of my own, or cover up my own trail of child crimes, or if I was...
Bro, you don't need to explain why you're not a fucking pedophile, okay? If there's no evidence that you're not a pedophile, if there's no reason to believe that you're a pedophile, if there's nobody making a claim that you assault, like, you don't have to...
Personally a pedophile, do you think it would be wise for me to be so out front on this particular issue? Like, does that just make sense on its face?
CSAM can have lots of different things. Please tell us, Epstein defender, what sort of things? I'm Pepe Tompe. I assumed that was you, but you should have come over and gotten with us, man. We would have protected you. Yeah, CSAM, like, CSAM can include a lot of things, as he said. He's not wrong. I understand it sounds bad when you like do this sort of thing. Like, even, you know, it's the everything that he's doing here is kind of it's the whole that they're not a pedophile, because pedophile means that they have to be prepubescent, but this person was 13. They had already started puberty. Like, it's that sort of thing where, like, it's overly technical to where it sounds like a defense, even if it's not a defense. Like, but I do think he is overly defensive. I do think he's overly defensive. The things that he was saying about Virginia Giuffre earlier, I think that shit's incorrect. I think yeah, he, as Pisco said, he goes too far, and like, he is, as I said before, he is somebody that I liked, was one of the few who was like pushing back against the more hyperbolic and extreme claims that were widely believed by people about the island, about the about the blackmail, about, like, he is one of the few that is really was doing a good job early on, kind of picking through the bullshit. Now he's gone like leagues beyond that, and that's why even like the idea that he could be getting paid by somebody or something like that, that is like one of the things. He's always been a nut. He's always been a nut. You can look at him, he looks like a fucking nut. Sorry for the, judging by looks thing, but he does just kind of look like a fucking nut. But anyways, yeah, hey, we found each other. We found each other again. Yeah, he goes too far. Oh wait, there's another person named Tomy, but they don't have our colors, so we gotta kill them.
Anyway, obviously, nothing you can really say will refute those allegations. If people want to malign you with these obviously ridiculous imputations of some kind of foul sexual intent, they're not going to be dissuaded of it through like rational argumentation. But it does give some insight to why there is so little genuine skepticism of this story, because who wants to deal with the onslaught of defamatory slime?
Only you. No, but I understand that it's a cost of what you're doing, and that's why I think that people should listen to you. in terms of, anytime there's a narrative that contradicts what people already think that they know, I think it's useful to to examine it, because it often, takes some price or some cost for the person purveying it to, come to that conclusion and then put it out for the people to consume. But you go too far, and here's where I think you go too far. The first thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
Just to give you, so I'm just going to give you a kind of a random.
Yeah, let's just make sure that this is a bit more long-winded before we actually get to any sort of disagreement here and have any substantive conversation. We need to. This winded is not long enough yet, so we need to continue stretching this out before we get to that.
Little data point that I just happened to come across today because I was reading some new material. But this is just something that probably would behoove people to know, but of course is never going to be made widely known, even though it's technically in the new quote-unquote Epstein files, and it's something that I had been looking for some time, but wasn't able to locate, but happens to be in this latest production. Okay, so there was a deposition in 2010. Nope. Oh, well, I have been looking for that as well, but I'm referring to something different. And maybe this was publicly available somewhere. I just couldn't happen to find it. But there was a 2010 deposition by Joseph Fercari, who was the detective in the Palm Beach police.
Bad joke, Tom? I don't get it. What was the joke?
Who did a lot of the initial interviews of potential victims in the Palm Beach phase starting in fall of 2005. And he's asked, so if the people that you interview, if the girls that you interviewed.
Defending pedos is retarded. Saying defending anything is retarded. Like doing the whole like, oh, you're defending them. Like that is always a dumb thing. It is always a like low IQ, stupid fucking person who says shit like, oh, you're gonna defend X, or you're defending them, you're defending that. This is always the dumbest fucking shit, right? It is like, this is something that I've run into 1,000 times, where there's people who are spreading conspiracy theories about something and lying about something. And then when I push back against the conspiracy theories, even if the person who we're talking about is a bad person or like, has done some fucked up shit, there's always people who turn around, oh, you're defending X? No, I'm not defending. I'm stating facts right now. Like, I'm just stating facts. I'm just stating the truth. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why I'm wrong. But they don't. They don't ever tell you why you're wrong. They just, oh, you're defending them? You're defending that? You defend this? Like, it's... My joke was bad, not an intro to CSAM discussion. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying my joke was bad. I was like, I didn't make a joke. I was just answering what it was that you were asking. I understood that you were being hyperbolic with what it was that you were saying. I understood that. But I felt like it was probably a good thing to answer anyways. But the answer would be this, that yes, like a CSAM is considered anything of like a sexual nature with people who are underage. And so you can take pictures of like if there's a girl on Facebook who's 16 years old and posts a picture of herself in a bikini, that can be considered CSAM, right? It is anything that is considered to be like anything that could be considered a sexual nature of a minor. And that is quite broad. I believe that the way that it was framed in a court case by the Supreme Court is that it's hard to define, but you know it when you see it. And that's kind of the question is like, well, when does something become sexual, or when does it become a derogatory or anything like that? Like when is that part of an image? And the Supreme Court kind of just said, yeah, you know it when you see it.
It had all been above the legal age of consent in Florida, which is 8.
Define bootlocker. I only go to Foot Locker. I've never been to Boot Locker.
Would their activity with Epstein all have been regarded as consensual
You're regarded
activity among adults? Because he had acknowledged when asked that there were also some potential victims that he had located and interviewed who were above the age of 18, and he discounted them as potential victims because they were above the legal age of consent. But the conduct...
Conspiracy theories usually turn out to be true. That is one of the most untrue statements that I've ever heard. We can go down the list of conspiracy theories. When you say usually, you're talking about like 0.0001%. They almost never turn out to be true. But what happens instead is that small aspects of a conspiracy theory turn out to align with the truth, and the majority of the theory is thrown out in furtherance of pretending that it was true now. So they will, there'll be a theory of there's a bunch of elite pedophiles that are all making sure that nobody ever knows about them. This is, they will never be prosecuted. They will never be publicized. The media will never talk about them. They're the powerful in the people in government, the FBI. They are all in cahoots. They are all working for the pedophiles, and the pedophiles will never be caught because they're paying off everybody who could ever possibly hold them accountable. Then Jeffrey Epstein happens. Then P. Diddy happens. Then, going Maxwell and all these people start going down for all sorts of activity with underage kids and shit like that. And the people who spread the first conspiracy theory all say, look, see, we told you. Ha! We told you, we were right the whole time. Gotcha. No, you were proven wrong. You weren't proven right, you were proven wrong. The Jeffrey Epstein case proves you completely wrong across the board. You were proven to be totally incorrect. The media talked about it, which put pressure on the government to go arrest them. They did arrest them. They did charge them. They did convict them. The media continued to talk about it. The government officials continued to talk about it. There was a pressure campaign put on them to release files about it, to be more transparent, to get more information out. You were proven completely wrong. You were proven wrong across the board. Everything that you said about this was totally incorrect. Nobody, but for you to turn around and say, no, I was right that that pedophiles exist. Oh, no, I was right that pedophilia is a thing and that some people do it. You think that you came up with that? You think that nobody knew that pedophiles existed? You think that, we all just found out that there's something called pedophilia and there are people who engage in pedophilic activity? You think that's the news? You think that's what you were right about? You just came up with this whole theory that there's a thing called pedophilia? That's what you're just right about there being pedophiles? That's it? But that's what they run with now. That's what they run with now. It's, no, we were right. We were right. See? Pedophiles do exist. Okay, thanks for that, Bunny. Well done. Fucking idiots. You haven't proven anything. You're just red herring that statement. You don't know what red herring means. You have no idea what red herring means. If you think that I strawmanned it, do you think I Mott and Bailey'd it? it literally could not be a red herring. A red herring is an irrelevant statement made about something to avoid the other topic. That is, nothing I said was irrelevant. Everything I said was completely on topic and was relevant. You can think that I'm wrong, but you can't think it was a red herring. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So what is the thing that I'm wrong about? No, it wasn't relevant because you can't prove anything. Whether or not I can prove it doesn't change whether or not it's relevant, first off. Second off, what is it that you're asking me to prove? What do you want me to prove? You didn't ask. What part of what I said is in question? What part of what I said do you want me to prove?
Was virtually identical, according to Ricciardi, in terms of girls who might have been 17 or 16, etc. So all the conduct, according to the police detective who was the most aggressive about trying to establish a case against Epstein in that initial Palm Beach investigatory phase, he himself said that none of the conduct was non-consensual, but for a particular girl being 17 as opposed to 18. Now, I'm not saying that that necessarily should have insulated Epstein from any and all potential criminal culpability for anything. I'm just saying it's definitely a clarifying detail as to the severity of the criminal conduct that people just assume must have taken place. Like AOC, I just happened to see tonight, was in Germany for whatever reason. I guess she went to the Munich Security Conference and she was speaking to a bunch of students or young people. And she was asked about the Epstein files, and she just declares that Epstein was a convicted child trafficker, hence why it's so abominable that so many people would have associated with him afterwards, which of course, Epstein was not a convicted child trafficker. But when she...
it's a game of words you're playing there, Michael.
With that label,
you're playing.
I disagreed with AOC when she said this as well. When I heard her say it, I also stopped and I was like, wait, he was not a convicted sex trafficker. I don't know why the fuck she just said that. That is not true. He was not convicted. He fucking died. Like that. This is like the whole fucking thing. This is like the whole fucking thing is that he died before he could be convicted. And now the only person who's been convicted is Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, this is the whole fucking thing. And for you to say he was a convicted sex trafficker is kind of fucking obnoxious when that's like the big fucking problem with this whole story is that he's not convicted. It's like, this is like the big issue here. He's not convicted. So there's too many questions left up in the air for the rest of us.
Playing the game right there.
Well, not really, because when she describes...
Defending pedos is retarded. You say it's not. Hold on. You've yet to prove why it's not. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. I don't know. I have no idea what you thought I was arguing. That's not what I was arguing. I was arguing that most conspiracy theories do not come true. I have no idea where the fuck you got that I was arguing that it's not retarded to defend pedophiles. I have no idea where you got that from. Too fucking stupid, dude. Holy shit. That is like, how the fuck did you get that confused? How the fuck did you think that's what I was saying? You cannot be this stupid. You got to be trolling.
The alleged conduct of Epstein that led to his conviction in hyperbolic terms.
It's not hyperbolic at all.
That makes people...
That's not hyperbolic. The statement that he trafficked, the statement that he trafficked minors for sex, for commercial sex.
She said he was a convicted sex trafficker. He was not a convicted sex trafficker. He was convicted of 2 prostitution charges.
No doubt about that. But Maxwell was convicted, and as part of the finding of Maxwell's conviction,
she's talking about Epstein.
I understand that she was talking about Epstein, no doubt. But as part,
it is implied that he was convicted because in order for Maxwell to be convicted as an accomplice to what it is that Epstein did, it is implied that Epstein did these things. It is untrue to say that he was convicted because this is, again, the major problem with all of this shit is that the guy who did all of the fucking shit did the majority of it, was the fucking ringleader, was the one who kind of pushed all of this. He did not get convicted. And so it is, I think it is an important detail to kind of be annoyed with when somebody's saying he's a convicted sex trafficker. No, he's not. And this is a major issue here, is that he should have been convicted. He should be. We had a bunch of fuck ups to where he fucking kills himself in jail before he can even be convicted. This is the problem here. And now instead, Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person who's doing any time for this entire entire scandal. This is insane. It's fucked up. And to turn around and say, oh, he's a convicted sex trafficker. No, he's not. Actually. He's not.
Part of the finding that Maxwell was guilty of those acts of trafficking and enticing minors for sex. There is a
Jeffrey Epstein was a pedo and all those files out. Nobody disagreed with that. Rabbit hard. Nobody ever disagreed. Nobody said. I don't know what the fuck you think you're arguing here. Nobody said that the motherfucker's not a pedophile or that he wasn't a horrible person or anything. Nobody said anything other than that. I don't know what you're arguing with.
Necessary finding by that jury that Epstein himself did it. And you are playing games when you say, well, he's not convicted. They found it. It's a ruling on the merits that Epstein trafficked children. And of course he did, Michael. But I think that you would fight back against that.
He was dead. He was dead. Of course.
No.
I don't accept that at all.
No, so you don't accept that Epstein trafficked minors for commercial sex?
Not that he was convicted of it.
I'm not saying that he was convicted. That a court in the process of this jury finding, that of course, tantamount to the prosecution's theory of the case is that in some sense Maxwell is an accessory to Epstein. Of course, the jury can't find that Maxwell.
That's not what AOC. That's not what AOC.
She's not a lawyer. You're playing a game with the conviction term.
Yeah. Tell me about it. I mean, I'm not a lawyer.
The major problem is none of the rich elites got arrested. There should be a list of people going to jail, not just one person. So like who? Super Gary, who do you think should be going to jail right now? I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm asking. Who else should be going to jail over this right now?
Lawyer either, but like I do try to be precise if I'm going to trumpet claims of who was convicted of what child sex trafficking crimes, because the point that she was trying to make in this appearance was that look how heinous it is that Howard Lutnick turns out to have gone to the island and brought his family in 2015 after Epstein had been convicted of child trafficking crimes. So she's referring to the 2008 convictions.
Yeah, so the problem is that in 2008, he should have been convicted of child sex trafficking. Instead, he was convicted of prostitution, soliciting a prostitute, which I believe it was solicitation of a minor, of a minor prostitute. I thought that's what it was. Again, I've asked a couple of times. I haven't seen anybody else. I haven't seen anybody else tell me whether or not I'm correct on that or not. But I could have sworn it was like solicitation of prostitution of a minor or something like that, and that. But what we've heard twice now, other people say that he was only convicted of solicitation of prostitution, and nobody includes the of a minor. And so now I'm questioning whether or not I'm correct on this.
Well, I understand.
The Maxwell conviction came in 2021.
No.
Solicitation of a minor for prostitution. Yes. Okay. So it was. Okay. So the minor part is included in that. Okay. So yeah. So like he should have been charged and convicted of trafficking in that scenario, and that's the one that Acosta gave him the fucking sweetheart deal on, to where he ended up not having as major conviction as he should have. And it is because the reason that that's important, the reason it's important that of a minor is there, is that it could make sense for somebody after he's been charged and convicted. It could make sense that somebody could look at his conviction, look at his record and say, oh, I mean, he's like, you know, we want to work with this guy. Let's look into him. Let's look at his background. Let's see if he has any criminal record or anything like that, especially if you're going to deal with somebody on finances and crap like that. It makes sense that you would look into them. And then you look into them and you see like, oh, okay, so like they have a charge for like prostitution or whatever. Okay, big deal, whatever. Moving on. We can work with a guy who has prostitution charges. Not the worst thing in the world. But when it does say solicitation of a minor for prostitution, now that would be very different. And when we're talking about people who continue to work with him after 2008, when he was convicted of this, and this is now on his record, that makes a huge difference as far as like what you would expect as a reaction to this sort of record. Wes Wexner. Yeah, I don't know that I have like great evidence that Wes Wexner has done any major crimes. I think that it's likely, and again, this is something that I would like to see, that there was an investigation of this. I would like to know that there was at least people who looked into this. But the fact that we don't have any information on any other investigations and any other people who are surrounding him, my assumption for a while has been that all of the people who were close to Jeffrey Epstein, all of the people who were close to him and may have engaged in illegal behavior alongside him, Donald Trump included, all of these people likely cooperated with the investigation and were informants and were able to get deals to make it to where they were not going to be held accountable legally, because they were able to inform on Epstein and Ghislaine and have immunity in the case. That's been my assumption, but I'm not sure. A lot of people bring up that there was immunity from the 2008 deal, and that's why his accomplices have not been held accountable. That's not true. That deal was negotiated by Acosta, who was a federal prosecutor, but he was actually convicted under state charges, not federal charges. And so this is a state deal, to where the state of Florida was not able to charge any of those accomplices in the future. They had immunity with the state of Florida, not with the feds, which is why Epstein and Ghislaine are both capable of being charged and convicted afterwards by the feds, was because the deal was a state deal. Ghislaine Maxwell has tried numerous times to use that immunity to get off, and it's been denied every time, because it was not a federal deal. It was a state deal, because he was charged by the state and convicted by, or sorry, he was charged by the feds, but like the part of the deal was that they weren't going to give him a federal charge or a federal conviction. He was getting a state conviction.
No doubt about that. But now, knowing what we know about going back and
is there no obligation for anybody in the public arena to just be like minimally diligent about the fact record?
I think that this is. Can we just back up a little bit and talk about the nature of that statement and why it's such a faux pas in your mind? So let's start first with like the base facts. Do you accept that Epstein trafficked minors for commercial sex?
I don't accept the construct of trafficking writ large at this point.
And
it's so nebulous.
Okay,
it's so nebulous.
So by nebulous, you mean you don't know what it is? It's undecipherable to you?
No, I know. I know what it's claimed to be per the various federal trafficking statutes.
So in what sense is it nebulous?
It's so subject to prosecutorial discretion.
Well, I mean,
where they can fit a pattern of fact.
I said earlier that trafficking is I do find it to be somewhat nebulous. I do think that the I want to say the commerce aspect of it, where you can literally just use like a phone to like meet somebody, and now this is like part of commerce. Like the idea of trafficking, that I feel like it doesn't meet the concept of trafficking anymore, and I feel like there's been so much precedent that has been set on top of this and decisions that have been made that have really broadened the idea of trafficking to where I don't find it to be decipherable. I find it to be a kind of odd charge that cannot be held in with any form of consistency whatsoever. Because once you start like broadening it so much, I don't think that you can be consistent with this in the way that you charge people.
To one of these trafficking rubrics, according to whomever or whatever they would like to charge, that it's no longer anything like a coherent concept anymore. So,
it's coherent. You can
Maureen told me learned that the hard way when Diddy was acquitted on the sex trafficking charges that she brought against him.
So let's talk about it. So sex trafficking is not coherent. In other words, I understand coherent to mean you don't understand what it is. It's undecipherable. Not that someone with prosecutorial discretion, like for example, you can think of someone who, like, if a police charges disorderly conduct, maybe you say that that's so like.
Yes, he did. He said that it's like it's so separated from the concept to where it's not something that is able to be done like in charged consistently. That is, I would say that falls under incoherent. Yeah.
Indecipherable. What does disorderly conduct mean? That's a different, or it gives too much power to the prosecution. That's different than saying it's incoherent.
The concept of trafficking no longer refers to a coherent and predictable and understandable and consistent set of facts, such that I dismiss it as conceptually incompatible with any kind of like rational apprehension of anything anymore. I'll just give you like one quick example because I'm writing something on this that hasn't come out yet, but there was a court case in Massachusetts where guys who had been convicted of trafficking appealed their convictions up to the appellate state level court. And what did the state of Massachusetts charge these men with trafficking for? They charged them with trafficking after a police decoy posted some ads on some app advertising sexual escort type services from a young woman, and put in the ad, call this number for a sexy time. And like a handful of guys call the number and agree to meet the fake police decoy escort at a hotel. And then once they arrive at the hotel, they're busted and arrested. They were charged with trafficking, sex trafficking. So that just goes to show you how
coherent it is as a concept. I mean, it could be elastic, doesn't mean it's not coherent. And if you keep using the term incoherent, it's going to be a problem for us because it seems like you can understand it.
It was found incoherent by the appellate court because they actually had dismissed those charges.
Wait, just because by virtue of the fact that it was dismissed doesn't mean that it's incoherent. I can understand it. Perhaps it's an extension of the jurisdiction of the state of Massachusetts if it was trafficking. I don't know the specific case you're talking about, but I can cognize what trafficking is and more.
I'm sorry. It sounded like a second ago that when he read when he explained the charge and said what the charge was and that they got charged, it sounded like Pisco said that's evidence of how coherent it is. That's proof of its coherence. But then once he says, well, no, it was overturned by the Supreme Court, then Pisco says, well, it being overturned has nothing to do with whether or not it was coherent. Wait, I thought you just used the fact that the charges existed and that they were charged as evidence of its coherence. So why wouldn't the overturning of the charges be evidence of its incoherence? How can this? I don't agree that it's being overturned meant that it was incoherent. Like the reasoning for why it was overturned is the important part there. But I feel like there's some inconsistency on the arguments.
More specifically, in this case, in the Maxwell case, in the Epstein case, I mean, all of the elements of trafficking here seem pretty clear to me. We can walk through them. I mean, it doesn't seem indecipherable.
I strongly disagree, and I'll give you one example. So, in order to establish trafficking, right, there has to be some kind of interstate nexus. I mean, it depends because there are different trafficking statutes. There's the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, which has been broadened and further codified over the years, but generally speaking, there has to be some element of interstate commerce, right? So
yeah, that's an article. That's an Article 1 problem that you have to use a channel instrumentality of interstate commerce, and that just like sort of speaks to the extent of congressional authority.
And do you know what the instrument? And do you know what
it can be something as trivial as internet using an American bank account. It can be.
Correct.
And this has been upheld.
Do you know what it was in the Maxwell trial?
No, they're multiple. There were multiple
Well,
in the Maxwell trial.
Do you know what the marquee piece of evidence was that was cited?
I don't know.
as
How about the flights? The
instrument-
flights
No, no, no,
between
no, no.
states? There were flights between states.
That wasn't the key instrument of interstate commerce that was alleged.
You're talking about the Palm Beach. You're talking about the Palm Beach prosecution.
No,
Or you're
no,
talking
I'm
about the
talking about the Maxwell trial of 2021.
Okay, what do you characterize as a marquee?
Well, the prosecutors rolled out as a physical exhibit to display to the jurors, like in the courtroom, a massage table. And they told the jurors that this massage table was an instrument of interstate commerce, not because they could even establish that the massage table was transited by Maxwell across any state lines, but because the table was originally manufactured in the state of California and was used in the state of Florida. That's the
I don't know if you're. You sound a little bit like a Heritage Foundation guy right now, because I don't know if you're caught up on the Commerce Clause jurisprudence of the Supreme Court. There's this case called Gonzalez v. Raich, where a person solely growing marijuana.
Marijuana.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
So you might take an issue with how far the court has gone, from Wicker v. Filburn all the way to Gonzalez v. Raich and all that shit. But that really isn't about the decipherability of the statute. That's just like your own take on whether or not the Commerce Clause has gone too far in these crimes that should be limited to another jurisdiction.
It's my take on how
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if Pisco's really misunderstanding this or if he's just being difficult, but or is anybody else like misunderstanding this? I feel like it's pretty straightforward. Like, let's say within the statute, they start to say that, like, if you are meeting somebody for, for some sort of sexual deed using some sort of, I forget how they word it, like interstate commerce, to engage in the act, that like the idea of like trafficking now makes it to where just the communication of something is trafficking. Like just any sort of like communication about something is now trafficking. And I thought that like the idea of trafficking was supposed to be about like you actually moving things from one place to another, or like illegal deeds to like over time, and it's like a more broad, like, you're doing things in a very sorry, I'm having trouble like putting it into words, but I feel like it is hard for me to put into words while fairly like obvious in its explanation, I guess, or understanding. I don't know
how arbitrary the elements of trafficking statute violations can be when prosecutors want to creatively concoct a certain case.
But what you're pointing to is an issue of federalism.
It's not about some larger issue really around the Commerce Clause.
No, it is. When you say it's so ridiculous, how can this be a channel or instrumentality of interstate commerce? Well, because the Supreme Court has held that even like trivial things that affect directly interstate commerce can be. But the thing is,
I realize that.
Yeah, but the contention doesn't speak to whether or not
it's totally arbitrary. Which is why I find the concept of trafficking as a legal construct to be increasingly
but you could say that about any statute which uses this jurisdictional hook in the statute. For example, there are CSAM statutes that will use in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce. There's nothing improper if Congress is going through and these statutes are all subject to judicial review with them just using the powers that they have according to the Supreme Court to criminalize some conduct. And crucially, it doesn't speak to whether the act itself is understandable, just because you can think of how a prosecution might wield it sort of maliciously. It doesn't say anything about that. And it's really just your take on the Commerce Clause jurisprudence, not about the coherence of trafficking as such. You agree with that or not?
No, I would maintain that it's more about the coherence of trafficking as such. Obviously, if you wanted, you could broaden it out into a more theoretical discussion about Commerce Clause jurisprudence writ large, but one need not do that in order to make the more specific argument I'm making now as to the growing and I think absurd elasticity of trafficking as it's conceived by prosecutors. And it's a very useful tool for them to create what they call conspiracies, which I think I remember talking to you last time, is very much something that prosecutors favor because it's just such an expansive concept, and it's very much determined by a prosecutor's whim. So I'll give you another example of how absurd the trafficking construct has become. Like when Harvey Weinstein was sued civilly by a woman who claimed that she was sexually victimized by him because they were attending the Cannes Film Festival one year, and he invited her to her hotel room, and she claimed that something sexually untoward happened at the hotel room. A federal judge found that she could bring a claim of trafficking against Harvey Weinstein, where the facts at issue are her going to his hotel room and then something sexually improper allegedly happening, because the judge found a thing of value was exchanged insofar as Weinstein allegedly suggested to this woman that he could help her get movie roles. Now, I'm sorry, if trafficking is broadened so radically beyond what would have been conceived to be when these statutes were originally passed, then I'm sorry, I have to just insist that it's, yes, incoherent. When the TVPA was passed in 2000, and you go look at like the statements that were made by the sponsors of the bill, the legislative history, what Bill Clinton said when he signed it, it was contemplated as putting a new tool in the federal law enforcement arsenal to crack down on like literal mass organized sex enslavement. But
the statute isn't limited in its terms to those situations. I mean, it just is the case that the language of the statute is broader. And well, no, the statute says it, right? The statute says to engage in a commercial sex act. What you described with Weinstein there, I don't know the facts of that case specifically. That's prostitution. Right? You might not believe that it's plausible that in the case that you're citing.
What the fuck was that? What was that? What was that? He turned so hard and then went back the other way. I hate this.
That it was in fact prostitution. But if someone says
exactly, I agree.
Okay, but then that's not a problem with this.
Everything that would have been commonly understood to constitute prostitution like 10 or 15 years ago is now reflexively assumed, especially by prosecutors and also in the political domain, as trafficking. So for example,
some cases by definition. In some cases, by definition,
I don't agree that there's a static definition that's just somehow being accessed.
18 U.S.C. 1591. That's what
people in the year 2000 couldn't access.
Wait, no. I'm saying the people of the United States, through their Congress, enacted statutes, and in those statutes, they determined that certain prostitution acts constitute trafficking. Now, you might say, "I wish it weren't that way. I wish that prostitution weren't sometimes defined as trafficking," but it just is. And the case that we have of Maxwell is so clear. It's like in what you would expect.
Contemporaneously, in 2000, when this federal statute was passed, as far as
I do think, yeah, what Epstein and Maxwell did would be classified as trafficking, even just for themselves. Even if it's like them trafficking to themselves, the fact that they have Ghislaine like going out and finding people for Jeffrey, and then like Jeffrey has like just a whole onslaught of different people who are there to recruit young women and bring them to him so that he can have sex with all of these young girls. This, I think, is just obvious trafficking. Like, it's just blatant trafficking. Even the process of putting them in schools and giving them jobs and all sorts of crap like that. Like, I think that this is just blatant trafficking. It's just what it is. It's not. It can't really be argued. That is just trafficking.
I've been able to ascertain, no one suggested that this new trafficking statute could be used to encompass activity as simple as a, quote, John patronizing a prostitute. Like, there were already statutes on the books that could criminalize that conduct if it wanted to be criminalized by a prosecutor, right? So no, I just don't agree that, like, just because that act was passed and it has been so radically broadened in its interpretation over the years to fit the needs or whims of prosecutors, that means it's
let me just define it.
That trafficking is.
Let's just read the statute. This is the statute. 18 U.S.C. Section 1591, sex trafficking.
You got to go to the original version, though. Go to the one that.
Wait, why would I?
It's been revised. It's been revised
since 2019.
It's been revised since 2000.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the one as enacted when it was charged against Ghislaine Maxwell. So that's when you'd have to claim, like, presumably you would think.
Yeah, you're talking about the one that currently exists is is incoherent, so he would have to read the current one if you're talking about it currently being incoherent. Just saying go back to the one 2000 doesn't tell us that it's incoherent now. So it doesn't
think that or you're saying that the conduct is going back to the 90s and it wouldn't encompass commercial sex acts, and that the revisions don't include commercial sex acts? I don't think that that's true, because that's what they argue.
Trafficking statutes writ large, to my mind, unduly empower the state to criminalize conduct and assert it as some element of a broader conspiracy that is way too deferential to the punitive powers of the state, and has resulted in conduct that would have been almost universally perceived as something much more anodyne, or let's say something much less radical and extreme and like frightening, meaning like a prostitution charge. It's been repurposed and reframed and recast as something much more on its face sinister to the average hearer of the news that somebody's been indicted for a trafficking offense. And I think that is bad as a value judgment that I'm personally, now making, because it is extremely susceptible to being manipulated and to foment mass panics and moral panics and mass hysterias, such as we're now seeing today on steroids. I mean, there was a reason why Epstein pleaded guilty to 2 prostitution charges. There was a reason why, when some of the early litigation, civil litigation, was brought against Epstein around that same period, 2008, 2009, 2010, the alleged victims, who were Jane Does in that initial series of lawsuits, self-described their own conduct vis-a-vis Epstein as prostitution. But, today, it would be unthinkable that anything that ever a victim was party to could be characterized as prostitution, because then you're somehow maligning the alleged victim.
Well, I just want to be clear whether or not
I just don't think that cultural and legal and political shift has been a positive one.
Well, can we put your normative? I think you're entitled to have your normative opinion about these statutes. Absolutely. Can we put aside your normative conclusions for a second?
Sure.
As defined by Congress and as interpreted and understood by the courts, do you contest that the overwhelming evidence suggests that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked minors for commercial sex?
I'm not willing to grant that at all. To whom did Epstein traffic minors for underage sex?
To himself.
Oh, bro.
He trafficked. So it was a trafficking conspiracy of one. I guess.
Wait, no.
After the fact?
Hang on. So conspiracy is different. Conspiracy is different. Conspiracy is an agreement.
That's what he was charged with.
No,
that's what he was charged with.
Understood. My question for you wasn't what was he charged with. I do think that he conspired with Maxwell, 100%. But putting that aside, do you have any doubt that he trafficked, regardless of conspiracy?
Look, if prosecutors really want, they can charge almost anything under the sun as trafficking. So sure, by the letter of the law,
they couldn't charge you with trafficking. They couldn't charge you with trafficking.
Well, no, not me, because if there's any even hint of a fact pattern that could suggest some somebody being transited, or somebody having their movements facilitated for the purpose of some potential sex act, no matter how.
What would it take for you to grant it? What would I have to show you?
I mean, I'm sorry if this is obstinate.
It is obstinate, because I'm putting aside your normative view.
Well, I think justifiably so. I just don't grant anything to do with trafficking as a legal construct.
No. Why?
So you don't
I
even
trusted you.
Wait.
I trusted you because of your fucking colors, and you killed me. I trusted you. You little motherfucker. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, bitch. Where are you at? Come here. Get your fucking shit. Right.
Putting aside your normative view about whether it's been misused, you're saying you won't even entertain the hypotheticals relating to trafficking? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, I'll entertain all the hypotheticals you want, but I'm not gonna grant anything.
You won't even grant what it would take for you to be convinced that he was trafficked? What would it take? What kind of evidence?
I'm not convinced that these statutes are useful, are worthy at all.
And thus you won't answer the hypothetical, correct?
No, I mean, because if you had asked me, do I grant that Diddy trafficked anyone? I would have said, wait, I mean.
Well, Pisco already said putting your normative views behind. So he's asking just according to the law, do you think that they committed trafficking? And you said no. But now you're back to why you don't like the law.
I mean, and this was before he was acquitted, I would have probably said something like, well, I don't know. It really needs to be tested to see if the elements of this alleged trafficking conspiracy are actually at all valid, and if they comport with what a reasonable person would understand to have been trafficking which granted can really go way beyond the contours of what had been understood as trafficking like 10 or 15 years ago. But nonetheless, we should actually do a thorough evaluation of the evidence before I'm willing to stipulate that up front.
But the question is conditional.
I think I would have been vindicated in my reluctance to.
I know, but the question is conditional.
Avoided, right?
At this point, I want to know what kind of evidentiary burden these maximalists need to rise to. Like, what would they need to show you for you to be convinced that he was trafficking?
Shouldn't be a statute put on having a minor, even if you did 20. Wait, you mean a statute of limitations? That's not what a statute is. A statute is not just a statute of limitations.
Children as understood, or sorry, I should say minors as understood by the statute. And it sounds like
that's a good way of reframing it, because like I could be convinced in the maximalist theories, I suppose, or at least components of the theories, with or without the invocation of the term trafficking. Because like if you could show me, as Ryan Grimm posited, or he was amplifying something from Whitney Webb from 2020 that he claimed has been dramatically shown to be true, and how awesomely prescient was she to have declared as some kind of fact claim in April of 2020 that Leslie Wexner financed an operation that resulted in the trafficking and mass of thousands of American children. Like, if you could give me, like, it should be.
Yeah, I'm not speaking to Grimm though, but we have the Maxwell trial.
I'm responding to your question of how I could be convinced in the validity of some of the planks of a more maximalist interpretation of what Epstein did. Right.
I mean, with respect, I meant with respect to trafficking.
I could imagine being convinced if like there was any evidence ever produced that there was mass scale children. Like, in theory, there could be evidence establishing such a thing, right? But there just isn't.
Putting aside rape,
but if there were, I would have to be amenable. I strive to be rational, open to new evidence, etc. And I could imagine evidence being furnished that could give credence to that statement. But that doesn't. But we don't necessarily have to shoehorn that into this ever-expansive concept of, quote, trafficking, which can constitute like John's going to a police decoy in Massachusetts, or somebody going to Harvey Weinstein's hotel room at the Cannes Film Festival.
Let me give you a hypothetical. So suppose that Epstein, suppose that you believe Jane as part of the Maxwell trial. Suppose you believed her, and Epstein was paying in cash.
Nadia Bjorlund.
Yeah. Suppose that you.
Let's use their real name. So, like, I mean, I just reject that we have to perpetually conceal the names of adults in their like late 30s forevermore. When, if we're going to be beset with this moral panic and mass hysteria, I think it's more than warranted to have all the available facts at the ready to discuss in detail, rather than playing this little game where we have to walk on eggshells and not ever divulge any, quote, victim identifying information, which is what is governing the DOJ's redaction.
Do you mind me using the term, James? Does that bother you? Will that be a sticking point?
I mean, you can't. Why would you want to use the word? Why would you want to use a pseudonym? I mean, we know who she is.
It's just easier for me to say. It's what's referenced in the trial. I'm just asking if you have a problem with it, regardless of my reason for it.
I mean, I don't have so much of a problem with it that I would be like vehemently denouncing you for doing so. I just think it's a bit silly.
Okay.
And unnecessarily like obfuscates a critical element of this whole issue. And I thought we were all about opposing any obfuscation as to the
at this point. I think that there's a public interest with respect to names and stuff and they've already, frankly, it's all very searchable and easy to find anyway. And so, to the extent that there was any public interest in it, I think, any interest in them, it's been obviated by the public interest in making sure that all these claims are thoroughly vetted, et cetera, et cetera. But I just want to be clear, like, it seems like you have a problem with the notion of like covering up names at all in like any case. And
I just thought we all agreed that we were in favor of disclosure and transparency vis-a-vis Epstein. Hence the clamor for the release of all the Epstein files. And I don't remember really anyone ever clarifying that when they were demanding the release of Epstein files, they actually were demanding giant sweeping exceptions that were going to necessarily.
Well, it's in the law. It's in the law.
I know it was. I know.
Yeah, I was about to say that, like, the problem is that all of this stuff was already redacted in the first place for a reason, and it was to protect victims. And you saying women in their 30s doesn't really negate whether or not these are like long lists of powerful men who are might have fan bases, who might have ardent defenders. You may not want, anytime you go look for a job, and somebody does a Google search on your name, or everything that comes up to be about like your, for lack of a better term, sex life. and you know your history here, that like this would define you forever going forward. Now, obviously, continuously being in the media and answering questions about it and all of that shit kind of does away with whatever anonymity you were hoping for. But I will say that like that part is a bit more confusing to me. The like necessity of protecting the victims from having their names out, but then the victims constantly are putting their names out. Oh, are you kidding me? How the fuck, bro?
It's what's in the law. The law simply authorizes buying information. It
I'm
doesn't
sorry,
require her
Tom.
to do so.
Your apology
and it
is
doesn't even
not
really spell out the
acceptable.
criteria for what would constitute victim identity.
This little purple and blue naming themselves. I'm sorry, Tom, on here. You help kill me, this big guy over here. And I will fuck.
Okay.
Sure, but the people's house, the people's house.
That definition became clarified when the victim lawyers started petitioning frantically federal judges to require the most expansive possible redactions.
That's fine. I'm just acknowledging
that people not realize that if we're talking about criminal investigative files, that's necessarily going to include lots of files that are intertwined with, to quote the DOJ FBI memo, information that pertains to alleged victims. Like, what do people think the prosecutors were investigating?
Whatever they might think about, it distilled that way, the people's house, Congress, overwhelming majorities, passed the laws with exceptions in there. And so as understood in our democratic progress, exceptions, voluntary exceptions, but clearly with the eye towards that being done. Otherwise, why would they put that in there? And you might have a difference of opinion there, and I certainly don't want it to be a stopping point here. I'm not going to object.
That's why I criticized the legislation before it was passed.
Sure. And listen, I've had my critiques of the legislation. I think that it is both at once commands maximal disclosure, but also creates these seemingly contradictory exceptions that allow a lot of play on the joints and a lot of claims that would almost keep this in the news no matter what. And
I'll just say, I mean, it is true that there was a time. I mean, they've been removing files like at rapid fire at the because of the demands of these victims, quote unquote, purported victims and their lawyers, where there was a filing like last week where Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, says that these 6 law firms that we're conferring with who represent purported victims have, after January 30th, started informing us of brand new alleged victims that now we have to go back in and redact files on the behalf of. And of course, they're not doing any vetting whatsoever to determine whether the claim victimization is at all valid. I mean, it could just be totally made up, and they expressly say that they'll take on its face any claim of victimization.
Just by virtue of it being said, and I think they were doing
by virtue of it being declared.
Yeah. No, I mean, you and I agree with that. So let's stick with what we know. And I was about to get into a hypothetical, which was, suppose that a claim is made by a purported victim that at the age of 14, and suppose you believe the claim. All right, that's the other supposition. That at the age of 14, every 2 or so weeks, this person was being flown out to touch Mr. Epstein's penis, to fondle Miss Maxwell's breasts, and in exchange, given money for such things, travel to New York, travel to New Mexico, and also in Florida, if you believe those claims were true and in fact accurate. A, would you describe it as prostitution of a minor? And B, would you think that you'd be convinced that it was trafficking of a minor?
I would have ethical objections to that if that were true. I would need more information to know how strenuous my ethical objection would be. So, for example, was there contemporaneous evidence that, stipulating that this happened? And again, even just if what you laid out did happen, it's already objectionable on some level, but there are gradations of how objectionable an act is. And I would want to know, for instance, is there any indicia of contemporaneous harm that was inflicted on the 14-year-old as a result of this? Because that
suppose
would
there's
make
not.
it more severe. That would make it more severe.
Suppose, and in retrospect, the person who was 14-year-old at the time says, I actually really enjoyed it. I got a lot out of it. Would you agree that those acts, notwithstanding her pleasant, fond, like looking back fondly, would you grant that that was prostitution of a minor and trafficking of a minor, notwithstanding her positive feelings?
Prostitution? I don't know that I would call it prostitution. Again, I don't know exactly what criminal statute it would necessarily it could be chargeable under. But speaking as to my own personal, individual, just normative reaction to that, yeah, I would find that normatively, at the very, very least, highly suspect, inadvisable, objectionable, perhaps incredibly foul and malicious if additional details were filled in demonstrating that. But
what if it was
I don't know,
penetration, penis into vagina? If that were the case of a child, would that be prostitution in your mind? It seems like it's an unmeetable bar. No, I'm not asking whether it's objectionable. I assume that you think it's all objectionable, and that's what I think that you've already said, that it's all objectionable, that you think it's disabled. I'm not asking that, to be clear. I'm asking whether or not you think it would be child prostitution.
Because what's the quintessential prostitution sort of fact pattern?
Money for sex.
John patronizing a, what people would have called, I'm not saying hooker to be pejorative, but like something in that area, in that vein, in terms of like what the popular conception would be. And this seems like something else. And this characterizes, I think, a lot of the definitional.
I do think there are a lot of like weird things, and this is why there's like the term, it ain't tricking if you got it. Like that for guys who are in a relationship, like there's a philosophy that says, I was coming for you, Pepe. I was coming to help you. I was about to wrap that motherfucker up if he tried wrapping you up. But yeah, they're like that. If let's say I have me and my wife, it's Valentine's Day, and she says, hey, I want to go out to dinner. So if you take me out, I will give you the best head you've had in your entire life. According to like this statute, we would be engaging in prostitution. But nobody would ever call that prostitution. But when we say, like, with Harvey Weinstein, like him giving, movie roles and things of that sort to actors and actresses over whether or not they're willing to engage in sex acts, this makes it to where, like, any sort, and I think that is I think that is prostitution. That is like wrong. That is coercion. Maybe not prostitution. I think it's coercion. I think that like the act of doing this is coercive, but I wouldn't say that I wouldn't want to call it prostitution, because it is like, yeah, I think that a lot of this is somewhat nebulous in the way that they're describing it, and it's not clear where like prostitution ends and begins, and I'm a bit lost on it to an extent. It's hard to tell.
Ambiguity around a lot of the Epstein case, because I don't know that the term prostitution really captures a lot of what the alleged victims.
Whether it does, whether it does or not, would it be
thing or an escort thing or something more informal or less?
I know, but I'm giving you a hypothetical. I'm giving you a hypothetical in which a
would I call 14... prostitution? No, necessarily. I don't.
No,
think
not
so.
Now. This is. I'm granting
like
that it's
maybe like enticement of a minor, like something.
What would it need to be prostitution at that point, right? Like you're paying money for sex from a minor. How is that not prostitution? Assuming you believe those facts.
Because like it's not necessarily like a direct like one-to-one financial transaction.
Assume
right?
It is.
It could be the case that like maybe certain amenities are provided for the 14-year-old over the course of her taking these trips or visiting the people that she's engaging in sex acts with, but it's not as though like a sex act is performed and then some cash is handed over. Right?
No, so I'm describing the fact pattern that you believe in this hypothetical, which is Epstein brings over 14-year-old. Epstein, knowing what he's doing, gives money to 14.
We all need to get in one big Congo line around this big group of people, and then just keep just making it smaller and smaller. But none of us are big enough to do this by ourselves. But if all 3 or 4 of us do it together, then we'll be able to wrap them all up.
17-year-old, says, here's $100, and then has sex with her. And Epstein knows that the money is a but-for cause. It's necessary to get the sexual activity, and that's why he's doing it.
I guess part of me just
I knew that was going to
thinks it's unfortunate that somebody in that position would be labeled as a prostitute. Like, it seems almost a bit.
I have to keep my head. Each one of us would have to keep our heads on the outside of the other person's tail in order for that to work. But if we do that, it'll be harder to make it smaller and smaller. I guess technically we could.
Too pejorative? Like, I know that, so the girl that Epstein pleaded guilty to procuring as a minor for prostitution in the Florida case, like the 17-year-old, she's very aberrational in this entire universe of purported Epstein victims, as far as I've been able to tell. In that, I've read all her testimony. She testified before the grand jury. She gave a fairly lengthy interview to the Palm Beach police that's on video. People could go watch it. And she's always struck me as like eminently credible, well-adjusted, not clearly not like overtly attempting to embellish or dramatize anything. She just seems like 100% credible to me in her account of what occurred. And she ended up being the sole minor whom Epstein pleaded guilty to procuring as a minor for prostitution, because she said that she had consensual intercourse with Epstein literally the day before her 18th birthday. There had been some incrementally escalating sexual contact prior to that when she was 17, but the statute was really satisfied when there was intercourse, which was somewhat unusual for Epstein. But he did.
Yeah, why wouldn't you grant that was prostitution and she was a prostitute when she did that?
Because it seems too.
That's what he was convicted of. That's what he agreed to plead guilty to.
I know. Like statutorily, yeah, I guess it does constitute prostitution. I guess maybe just more colloquially, I have some reservations about summarily labeling her as a prostitute, because it just seemed like it was a bit more of a nebulous type of situation to me. So I don't know. I don't think that she. In other words, I guess I just more on an ethical level, I just don't think that she owes to be, consigned with the label of prostitute.
I guess what I'm describing is like the act of prostitution, which, as I understand it, is sex for money, and anyone who engages in that,
or a thing of value now,
or a thing of. But you would have to grant that, right? I mean, do you really think that they're like, if you use Bitcoin, it shouldn't count as prostitution? Clearly, there's some like.
No, I mean, that's
money's fungible, and
it has nothing to do with the form of currency. It's just that, like, okay, so a sugar daddy type relationship, let's say that's consensual. So there are websites like Seeking Arrangement and so forth where this happens all the time. I was just commenting a few days ago that it seems.
But that is so the sugar daddy thing is like why a lot of this gets very like muddy, because the sugar daddy thing is comparable to what it was that I was talking about earlier, where your wife says, hey, you take me out to dinner tonight and I'll give you the best head you've ever had. Like, that's very similar to what it is we're talking about when we're like talking about sugar daddies and sugar babies. Like, this is like the dynamic is like, hey, you do X for me and like give me an enjoyable time, and I will continuously give you a good time in a sexual way. And it's like the concept seems like, oh, obviously prostitution, but then if we say same exact thing but you're in a relationship and it's a gold digger, but you're kind of agreeing to like the gold digging aspect of your relationship because she's going to give you a good time, well, now that feels different. But is it? Like why is it different? Like it's hard. It's hard to really like explain where we draw these lines and why we would draw the lines. It's not easy at all.
Perfectly plausible to me that if an enterprising prosecutor really wanted to, he could begin charging this as either prostitution or trafficking, right? I would be shocked if this hasn't been contemplated already, because things of value are exchanged, and this somewhat transactional, but also consensual, and maybe genuine enjoyment is also derived from it on some level. Like, it's complicated, right? Not everything in life is black and white. Sorry to use a cliche, but so I just don't know.
Well, and when they say like money is fungible, like where again, like the lines are, it's so fucking blurry. Like, okay, I want to be with a woman who is successful, who is smart, who has money, who treats me well, who laughs at my jokes, who is supportive of me. This is a woman that I would be in a relationship with. Well, what do you mean by relationship? Well, I mean that like we would be monogamous. What do you mean by monogamous? I mean we only have sex with each other and like nobody else, and that like there's parts of our relationship that are intimate that are only for one another. Oh, okay. So you're saying that like these are qualifiers that you have in order for you to have sex with that person and nobody else, and they can take you off the market with these things. Okay, so like this is like, money's fungible. Like, these are things that you find valuable. You find value in these things, and you're giving this trade-off for this. Like it's just so fucking blurry, dude. That like it's so hard to like the even like the idea of prostitution starts to disappear. Like you start to sit there and think, wait, everything prostitution? Like, and there are people who believe this. There are people who literally believe everything is prostitution. Everything is prostitution. Everything is about prostitution. Everything is, oh my goodness, holy shit. I just walked up on a fucking gold mine. What the fuck happened here? Holy shit. Holy shit. What the fuck? This is... I'm gooping. Oh my goodness. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, Pepe. Get it. Get in here. But yeah, just like there's people who literally believe that everything is about sex. All things that we ever do are about sex. Jobs are all about sex. Cars, all about sex. Like everything, like patriarchy is built on men trying to find ways to impress women. And that like everything is just a new way to make women like you and think that you're impressive. And that like all jobs and clothes and like everything about your entire life is just a way to get women to find you attractive. And yeah, this is like an entire school of thought, is that like everything is prostitution. Everything ever. All you're doing is just finding ways to make women feel as though there is value to you, and that women are only trying to extract that value from you. Like, and there's just it's hard to argue with. Like it's hard to argue with, because what the fuck? How is everything not prostitution at this point? Like how it's hard to, yeah, it's just, I don't know, because the fucking concept of prostitution just seems so broad now. Like, I don't know.
Know that I would be comfortable just declaring, as we sit here, that anybody who engages in some kind of transactional sex relationship that, yeah, does involve exchanges of things of value, perhaps even just straight cash at some time.
Dudes who are twos are convinced relationships are transactional. Because they obsess over nines and tens, whose superficial nature. Kind of. I mean, relationships are transactional to an extent, right? Like they always are transactional, which is kind of the point that I'm making, is that like, if just by saying like, I want to be with a woman who cares about me, who does this, who does that, like who looks after me when I'm sick, who laughs at my jokes, who like is nice to my family, who like there's an aspect of it that is transactional but we don't think of it as a transaction in a like one-to-one sense, but there is a transaction happening. Like I want this, and if you have that, and then I will give you my time, my love, my relationships, my dick, like all this. You know, these things are this is kind of the point that I'm making, is that it's not as simple as the fucking red pillars make it out to be, where it's just a one-to-one transaction, but it's also not that simple, because there's a lot more involved. There's a lot more that matters there. Like I was on a panel a while ago, and we were talking to the girls, and the girls are saying, like, you know, they're arguing against red pillars and talking about how red pillars are wrong and that they don't know what they're talking about. They've never been in relationships. They're all incels, blah, blah, blah. And to an extent, they're correct. But then we start talking to them and we say, okay, would you date a guy who didn't get you a ring? Like if he asked you to marry him, but he didn't buy a ring, would you say yes? And they're like, no. He has to buy a ring. Like, why? Why does he get the ring? Like, what? He should show that he cares. Like, well, but let's say he's already shown you that he cares in every other aspect that he could, but he doesn't get a ring. They'd be like, well, that would make me question everything that came before and whether or not he actually cared. And it's like, okay, like that makes sense, but this thing isn't, like, the ring isn't what they want, right? The ring is not the thing. The ring is a representation of the thing. It is symbolic of the thing, which is how much they care, how much they love them, how, like, what, you know, a sacrifice, it is a token of their love. Like, it is meant to be a symbol, but even the symbol, even what it's meant to symbolize, is just a thing, or it's a symbol for other things that you are still looking at as something that you want in order for you to say yes. And so there's always an aspect of a transaction. There's always an aspect of a transaction. It is always going to be somewhat transactional, but it's not transactional in the way that we conceptualize transactions. Am I making sense? Like, the way that I'm saying this, I know it's hard for me to say it, but it's like there's Tom, the strategy is, I'm gonna let you eat me every time you see me. Just make sure you circle around me. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. 1, 2, I think I might play Arc Raiders. So no, you sound drunk. I do not sound drunk, okay? It makes perfect sense. It is transactional and not transactional. It is prostitution and not prostitution. It is a sugar baby and not a sugar baby. All things at all times. Which means that prostitution is prostitution and not prostitution as well.
At certain points, but maybe, I don't know, you pay for a vacation, you pay for a flight, you pay for meals. A lot could be roped into this pretty broad category. And so, no, I wouldn't just say that anybody in a sugar.
Because even consider the idea of, let's say, I want to pay somebody to just, like, to hug me, right? I want to pay somebody just to hug me. I'm an incel. I'm lonely. I don't have anybody around. I don't have a girlfriend. I've never had a girlfriend. I just want to feel a woman hug me. Okay? That's it. I just want somebody to hug me. And then eventually it's, you know what? I just want somebody to just spend time with me. Just hang out with me. Like, we'll watch movies. We'll watch Netflix. We'll go on dates. Like, that's it. But, like, I'm not really Not looking for anything else, okay? But it's like I just want to feel loved, right? I just want to pay somebody to do all of these things, to just kind of be an escort, and to just hang out with me and go out with me and make me feel almost the girlfriend experience, right? But then eventually, like, in order for me to like actually feel like that girlfriend experience and like feel like this is like they actually love me and stuff like that, they would have to like have sexual engagements with me as well, like but I'm not paying them for the sex. I'm paying them for the girlfriend experience. I'm paying them to feel like I have a girlfriend. I'm paying them for the whole shebang. But not sex. I'm not paying them to have sex with me. I'm paying them for the girlfriend experience. Just girlfriends have sex with guys. Like, that's just a thing that they do. But that's not what I'm paying for, right? Like, this is all to me, I don't know. This is all so fucked up. Like, it's all, there's no thing there that like we can actually like latch onto to say like this is the, you know, I don't want to pay for sex. I want to pay to feel loved. That's it. I'm just paying to feel loved. I'm paying for attention. I'm getting that through sex, but not paying for sex. I'm just paying to feel loved. Just happen to get that through sex. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Sugar daddy, it's not my cup of tea, but I wouldn't be willing to just declare here and now as a general principle that anybody who ever partakes in that is either a prostitute or.
Well, my hypothetical wasn't a sugar daddy relationship. It was more like a thing of value indirectly in exchange for sex. Now you can make a question, and you know how much attenuation is allowed before you get into these unclear places. I wouldn't grant that all of those relationships probably are legal under the law. And listen, I might even have problems with the authority that a lot of prosecutors have already. And I'm not saying that I'm like in support of all these regimes.
We agree there.
But all I'm trying to tell you is I think even though I appreciate a lot of the skepticism, which I agree that journalists have been far too, derelict in their duty, I think that your standard is impossibly high with respect to some of even the things that are, convicted of. You take issue with characterizing Epstein's one, victim that you characterize as being a prostitute, even though that's what he was convicted of. It seems that you think that he got a raw deal, and even for those areas, you won't even grant it.
I don't understand how my standard isn't possibly high. I just offer to you a standard whereby countervailing evidence could dispel me of my views, which is that if there were evidence, leave aside prostitution as a legal construct, leave aside trafficking. If there were evidence that children had been raped on a large scale, then presumably that could be forthcoming, and that would be more than enough to satisfy me that my basic understanding of this Epstein matter has been faulty.
And by you mean
Hello.
Hey, what's up, brother? I gotta pause your stream real quick. How you doing, brother?
Okay. Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Long time no speak.
Yeah. I was about to say I haven't seen you around in a while.
Yeah, sorry, I pop in and out from time to time. I just wanted to probe your brain and try and arrive at some consensus about this whole transactional nature of romantic relationships.
Okay.
I feel like you're super wrong.
Okay.
So there are certainly like transactional interactions. Like, tell me again the example you use where it's like, well, if we're going out on a date and I buy the dinner or something, then maybe she'll give me a blowjob, and so that's a transaction in some sense. Like,
yeah, or if she says like, "Hey, you do the dishes tonight, and I'll give you the best blowjob you've ever had in your life," right? Like, there is that is like literally a stated transaction. But let's say, I date somebody who says, I don't have sex. I want to be celibate my whole life, not interested in having sex. Like, I'm probably gonna break up with that person, right? Like, I don't want to be with them. I need to be with somebody who I can have sex with. Sex is like a very important part of a relationship. It's something that is like a necessity within a relationship to have. And so that is like something that differentiates what it is that you have with somebody versus all other relationships. And anything that can closely resemble or lead to sex now becomes off limits for all other relationships, because this is like, you're in a monogamous relationship. So you have to now like cut off anything else that could be sexual in nature with all other people. The thing that is like differentiating all of this is the sex. And so what is your contention with this?
Yeah, well, so I'm willing to agree with you for most normal romantic relationships that sex almost has to be a factor, right? Because I can conceive of, and I'm just talking about, extreme ends, that there are relationships where sex isn't necessarily a huge factor. Uh, or there are relationships where having sex with other people isn't necessarily a huge factor. But I would say for like the majority of relationships, that having monogamous sex with the person you're in a relationship with is probably important. So I'm absolutely willing to go there with you. I don't mean that we should have sex. I'm just saying I'm willing to agree. uh, but is the sex part the part that makes that relationship meaningful? Is that what you're trying to establish? Because that's all we've talked about so far.
Meaningful, I feel like, is a little bit too simplistic, but I think it is probably the most important part of a relationship that that differentiates it from, as I said, all other relationships. Like, when I'm in a monogamous relationship with somebody, I can have like deep, meaningful conversations with other people. I can spend long periods of time and have very strong bonds with other people. I can I can do like pretty much all of the same things with everybody else, except for things that could except for sex or things that could lead to sex. All of those things are now off limits, and like that is the basis of like monogamous
All right, Tom.
relationships.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Mhm.
Do you think there's a difference between sex and intimacy?
Yeah, of course, but sex is intimate, but not all intimacy is sex.
Okay, so do you think that maybe there's sort of an intimacy factor that might factor into separating sex from prostitution, or relationships from prostitution?
Um, what do you mean?
So, in my mind, there is something that separates sex in a relationship from sex in prostitution. There's something there that makes it not necessarily transactional.
Okay,
And
so
my
before
yeah, go ahead.
before you explain that,
Yeah, go ahead.
what about sex that is not in a monogamous relationship? One night stands, like going out, Tinder dates, like shit like that. What about those? What separates those?
Well, I would imagine there's very
Not from
little
a
intimacy.
relationship, because obviously the intimacy is the difference in a relationship, but what separates this from
What separates one night stands from monogamous relationships?
no. What separates it from prostitution?
Um, I would imagine very little, to be honest. Are
Okay.
you saying there's probably a transactional value that leads to a one night stand, much the same that a
Well, that there's that, but what I'm doing is I'm um putting more dots on the spectrum.
Yeah, I'm
So
willing to follow you there.
yeah, so I'm adding another dot to the spectrum to say, okay, so we're just comparing a marriage, like a monogamous marriage of sorts to prostitution, but that is like all the way down at the edge of the spectrum is like a monogamous marriage, whereas like there's a lot of other things in between that we can put dots on and then now find the similarities between those and the marriage, and then kind of continue to shrink this a bit. Because if you and I met on Tinder, or through one of these one night stands or something like that, that's how we first started interacting. Like this intimacy that we built over time was around that interaction. Yes,
I could probably agree with you there. But if I'm following your argumentation, you're saying that a one night stand is very close to prostitution, and I'm guessing that there's like these are both instances of casual sex, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's probably like the transactional nature of it is probably a lot more at the sort of forefront of that. I'm guessing. Or are
sure.
you saying that like there's going to be like a
I'm
string
saying
of
that
transactions
I'm saying
along the way?
I'm taking the amount of intimacy out of it. I'm taking the strong bond that exists there, and I'm removing that aspect to where this already exists. The bond can be created after and even around this, but the part of it is that the bond existing is also like for a lot of people, the bond existing is that this sexual nature is able to be consistent. We are able to have a consistent sexual nature if we have the bond. We have to have this bond in order for that to continue. And if we do not have this bond,
does that necessarily have to contain a sexual aspect for a bond to develop? What if you have a girlfriend?
No, it doesn't have to. But I'm saying that if we are going to eventually be, if we are eventually going to be
there that
in this,
doesn't have anything to do with sex, right?
The bond,
or there is something outside of that.
The bond is not okay. Again, so we have the bond is what I'm bringing up. The bond is the thing that keeps us together, right? The bond is what keeps us coming back to one another. But the sex is the thing that changes this bond from every other bond. I have tons of friends. I got a lot of people that I talk to, a lot of people that I have intimacy with. But I do not have sex with those people. I do not have sex with everybody that I have a bond with. In this scenario, I have sex with this person. If me and that person start to lose this bond, we stop having sex with each other as well. But if we have the bond, we have sex with each other. And the sex is like the thing that is always going to be like what differentiates everything else. If you and I, if me and this girl, we stop talking to each other, we're no longer like interested in each other, this means we stop having sex as well, right? These are like, that is like,
good sex, maybe. You're telling me you've never had sex with somebody you haven't also had some sort of emotional or romantic bond with? Or transactional bond with, even. Like, you haven't just had a transactional bond with somebody and or transactional sex with and not had a bond with them?
No, I'm not saying that, but that's why I'm saying in a relationship. We're talking about relationships right now. Your disagreement is over relationship sex.
Well, my disagreement is over how much of it. Yeah, I do have some disagreement there. Go ahead.
So my point overall is that in order for that relationship sex to exist, the other things also have to exist. That like the relationship is built on the other things. and
Are
then
you saying that
therefore
there's
you have
transactional
sex.
natures to all of these things, or there's only transactional natures to the sex part, or where does the transaction part come in? Because this is where I'm trying to differentiate the prostitution aspect from the relationship or like the monogamous marriage aspect. Like, I feel like you can separate things to where it's obvious that this thing is prostitution and this one isn't. And it seemed like you were trying to argue that it's pretty much all prostitution in some sense. And I don't.
Well, it's more so that I'm saying prostitution almost like doesn't really exist. Like it's not really a clear, there's not a clear separation between prostitution and everything else. Not that everything is prostitution, but that nothing is prostitution.
Okay, I maybe I completely misread what you were saying, but I thought that you were saying that there's a transactional nature to all of these experiences, so everything is prostitution. But it sounds like now you're
No.
saying
The point, yes, the point
that
was to say that you could make that point, but that when you make that point and you see the connections between these things, then you realize that there's a connection between like everything, and that it's kind of hard to really distinguish now what is prostitution and what isn't for that reason. And so now like prostitution becomes this kind of incoherent concept that is undefinable.
So, okay, so you're saying that not every, is it possible that there are sexual interactions that are not transactional or don't have a transactional nature to them? Or would you agree
No.
with that statement? Or do you
No,
think that
probably.
there must be some level of transaction in every sexual encounter?
Maybe like I think the closer that we get to prostitution, probably the less transactional they actually become. But
Wait, what?
Yeah, like the closer that we get to prostitution on the spectrum, the less transactional they probably become.
Wait, when you say transactional, I just want to make sure that we're using similar terms.
Something for something.
Okay, quid pro quo.
Correct.
You're saying that the closer to prostitution. Now, prostitution is women selling their bodies for money. That's like the most transactional.
Well, not just women, but just like
like humans selling their sexual.
Sure, that is the most simplistic
form.
Other
than a sexual
that
connection.
Sure, that is the most simplistic form. But what we were just talking about is the fact that like for like Brett Weinstein or Jeffrey Epstein, like in a lot of these like court cases, they're not selling anything for money. Like there's other things that they're getting in return for sex, and so like they can get like a movie role or
but wouldn't you
a job.
Say those things? But wouldn't you say those things are more analogous to money or personal gain than like a shared connection? Like those women weren't sucking Jeffrey Epstein or Harvey Weinstein's dick because they wanted to, because they thought it would please them, and they thought that would heighten their sense of connectedness and their relationship to each other. They did it because they thought if they didn't, then their personal goals would be cut off, and it would stifle them in their careers and their personal ambitions. And so that to me is a more transactional type of sexual encounter, and therefore closer to prostitution, as opposed to a husband and wife who go out for date night, and it's like, okay, well, I already love this guy, and I'm going to give him the best head of his life, and I'm going to tease him by saying, well, if you buy me this dessert that I like, I'll satisfy you even more. Like there's one sexual
hold on,
encounter
I'm not denying that there isn't something that does separate it to an extent. And the main separation would be that in this case, both parties feel like there is something that they want to do and that they want to get out of it. Like, and that when it comes to the sexual aspect of it, both of them want to do that act with one another, but they both want to do that act with one another as long as those other aspects continue to exist. That is the
Well, and so I guess the argument that I'm trying to make is that in one instance, in the exploitative instance, or in the trafficking instance, or in the prostitution instance, the part that makes the woman the participant is much more tied to sort of their own, personal well-being or safety or gain, as opposed to sort of this connection with this other person that they value, maybe even beyond themselves, like is in a like a relationship. Like, does that
Yeah,
make sense? Like there,
it
like,
does,
and
but
to me, like
that doesn't
that
separate
degree
it
of
in my mind. Like the getting like this feeling out of this relationship where you
yeah,
feel
but
safe or you
I feel
feel
like one of them is
special
very
or you feel
toxic, and another one is not, and one is
that's
almost
not
virtuous.
that's not in contention though. Like that isn't part of the contention. It's part of like the do you think that we can define these things based on whether or not they are toxic or virtuous?
No, but I
Like
think that there's,
conceptually,
I think
that's
that these
why
are
I'm saying
aspects that help us
conceptually.
delineate the
Well,
difference between
I agree. That's why I was
prostitution and
saying like we
relationship.
can. No, I agree. That's why I'm saying that like we can like conceptually we can understand that there are separations, but most of these are going to be based on like a feeling difference that like we look at something and it feels different and that it feels like there is a definitive uh, separation between one and the other, but there is not definitionally a separation between one and the other, and that these concepts start to blend together over time along the spectrum because there is not a definitionally like major difference between them.
So are you essentially saying that like there could potentially be, and I'm just throwing these things out there. Don't hold me to any specific one, but you're saying there could be sliding scales of all these different aspects that we've talked about, like personal gain or uh, uh, interpersonal connection versus like monetary gain or career
Even
progression
can
or
even those
power.
as well. I'm saying that like it wouldn't be odd if a woman said, I want to be with a guy who makes $100,000 a year, and that like this is part of like her feeling safe and her feeling like there's security and things like that. This would not be like a outside of the norm sort of thing for her to say or feel, yet that would continue to like add to the almost monetary aspect of the
Okay, but
relationship.
we both accept and recognize that there are things beyond like monetary gain or monetary security that women can value. And so would we put that on a different sliding scale and say, okay, well that can be added to the equation, but at the end of the day it's still a transaction? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there are things about the relationship that are transactional. That like if I'm going to be in a relationship with somebody, as I said, there are aspects that I would like to be part of that relationship, right? There are things that I want in that relationship, and that and I named a bunch of different like things that
Yeah.
I think are like
So
important within a relationship.
so to me, and what seems like something that could mislead people who are looking at this conversation, and maybe confused myself even, is that you're saying that there's a give and take of like values, and there are different people who are compatible in different ways, but at the end of the day that give and take amounts to a transaction. Is that essentially what you're boiling it down to?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Now that I can completely agree with. I totally agree with that. I do think that there is something beyond that, and we don't have to
Of course.
explore and discover this right now, but I feel like when we start introducing concepts like prostitution, that there is something beyond that dynamic that we've just agreed to, that I think that there is something that delineates prostitution from that. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe you can convince me otherwise. But I
Again,
feel like
I'm not saying that there isn't some like conceptually Again, not like definitionally. So if we're saying like, here's a definition of prostitution.
No, not at all.
No, I don't think that we can like really delineate these things. But conceptually we do. Like we have like an entire picture of a thing in mind that involves a lot more that a definition cannot encapsulate. And so you and I are going through those other things that are, like, especially the bond that exists there, that is a delineation, but that delineation is not going to show up within this definition that we'll look at, or any even like legal statute that will exist. That delineation will not exist there.
Yeah, I think you're probably correct there. Yeah, I don't think I have any qualms with that necessarily. I just, so when just real quick, just to tie it back to the conversation that I interrupted with Pisco talking to Michael Tracy, it seems to me that like Michael Tracy is basically just trying to say, okay, well these were just prostitutes, and Pisco is trying to say, okay, well no, but there was some sort of wrong that happened, and I think my initial disagreement came from when you were kind of more on the side of Michael Tracy saying that, okay, well yeah, like they were kind of prostitutes in a way because there was some sort of like quid pro quo that was going on there, and so
no,
it's hard for us to determine where the wrong thing
I'm agreeing with Michael Tracy in principle, not in the argument that he's making. That like, I think because like initially they started off talking about trafficking, and I do think that the term trafficking even legally is become like incomprehensible, but that but then that led to like whether or not it was prostitution in this specific scenario. And again, I think that like I was talking about like the idea of like, it ain't tricking if you got it. Like this is an idea that we say like, if it's your girlfriend, you're no longer a trick. She's no longer a prostitute. But if she's not your girlfriend, then now it is prostitution. Now it is tricking. Like if you gotta buy her dinner and take her out and do all of the, take her to a movie, show her a good time in order for her to be willing to put out, then like, yes, this is just prostitution and you're just a trick. And that's like, that is that's what I'm saying, is that there's always this like aspect there that exists that makes it somewhat transactional, to where we can't really separate these things completely at any point.
Okay, do you think that Michael Tracy would make an argument anywhere near the sort of argument that you're making?
No, I don't even think that that's the conversation that they're having.
Yeah, I don't either, because I would just say that like, I feel like, yeah, there are these sort of
they're just talking about like legally. That's all they're talking about. It's just like within the law.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I didn't take it that way, and I didn't take the arguments that you were making to land that way. But if you're saying that like there are these fundamental axioms, or these fundamental like what's the word, like these fundamental like connective tissues that you have to take into account when you're considering these arguments, then I guess
yes,
that's fair.
I'm just talking like conceptually, linguistically, like the separations between these two things philosophically, that like they aren't as separate as we would consider, and that there's so much overlap that they're hard to separate within a definition, but that like we can look at them, and as I was saying earlier, even with what was it, the Supreme Court decision on what is or isn't, I think derogatory is the term that they used, and whether or not like a child being in a picture and how that picture is presented, that if it's derogatory, now this becomes CSAM. But like if it's not derogatory, then it's not CSAM. But how do we delineate what is or isn't derogatory? It's just kind of, you know it when you see it. Like that's right. That is the term, is you know when you see it, right? That I think that is very similar to like what it is that we're trying to separate here, is that like a lot of it is just kind of like we feel the difference. Like it is, we know it when we see it, but there's still lots of relationships that we would look at where we would feel like this, even though this is a marriage, it does feel like prostitution, like a gold digger with like this super rich guy. Neither one of them really seem to like each other, but they all have benefits off of, like, he gets the trophy wife and she gets like a nice big house and whatever prestige that comes with it. That would feel like prostitution. Like, it would feel this way, but there's not, again, a way to like draw this hard line to where there's a delineation. But the like conceptually, we know the feeling is there that this is drastically different.
Yeah. Okay. And also, and then there are other factors like, okay, these girls were young, they were invited to this island under a certain pretense, and then that kind of changed. And so
I am not arguing that these women actually
Yeah,
are
you're not-
prostitutes in any way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you were trying to get at the sort of deeper thing. Okay. Well, then I think that you're a poor communicator, Tom, because I had a very different understanding until we hashed this out. But yeah, no, okay. I think ultimately I do understand where you're coming from now, and I hope I didn't waste too much of your time or.
No, it's fine. I don't think anybody else like thought that's what I was saying. I didn't seem to like be getting that kind of pushback in chat, but that but I guess I get where that
I don't know, brother. Your language
where the
sounds
wires
a
got
little
crossed.
Cavalier, man.
I don't know. I think that like I was I don't know. I think I was just talking about the term prostitute and how this is odd, but it didn't seem to be analogous to the conversation that they were having, considering they're not even talking about relationships or any of that shit. Like, they're not talking about monogamy. They're talking about a guy like trafficking children, which the children already in the first place can't even like consent to any of the things that I'm discussing within like monogamous relationships anyways with this fucking 40-year-old man. So none of it would be an analog to the Epstein scenario.
Yeah, and none of it necessarily would be analogous to, well, it would be more directly analogous to prostitution. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Well, I really appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Appreciate you calling in.
Yes, sir. We'll talk in like 9 months.
Yeah, true. All right. Later, Romy.
All right. Peace.
Peace. Did anybody else, just to double check, did anybody else think that I was making the case that these girls were prostitutes, or that like why Michael Tracy is correct? Did anybody think that I was like here to make the case that like Michael Tracy is right in what it is that he's saying? Just wanna check, like, ones in chat, if that's what you took what I was saying. Like, ones in chat if you thought I was making the case that like these girls actually are prostitutes or something.
Forcible, not statutory.
We're being told that we're in the midst of the biggest pedophilia crisis that's ever afflicted humankind, essentially.
Yes.
But you mean evidence of forcible, not statutory? Because of course there's evidence of statutory.
There's evidence of statutory sexual misconduct. I don't know about, I guess it depends how you define it. If we're talking about like forcible intercourse or penetration, not quite as much evidence of that, but some sexual contact, sure. And look, I mean, that's why Epstein was very aggressively investigated by the feds when they interceded in that Palm Beach case. And that's how they came up with this resolution where you have to plead guilty to 2 state-level charges, register for life as a sex offender, agree to a civil restitution mechanism where he would waive any ability to contest claims against him by the 30 or so government designated victims who hadn't been adjudicated as such, unlike the one girl who was 17 when she had the consensual encounter. But nonetheless, the feds wanted
and
to
the 3 others in federal court against Maxwell, which you want to ignore. Why? Because he wasn't the defendant there?
Four others.
Well, I'm not going to characterize.
You're discounting one?
Well, the one that I'm discounting in terms of sexual abuse or is where the one who she went to New Mexico, and under the laws of New Mexico.
Oh, really?
Well, hang on a second. So, that doesn't mean she wasn't trafficked. Just to be clear, that doesn't mean she wasn't trafficked because the age for trafficking is. I'm not going to characterize.
You're discounting one?
Well, the one that I'm discounting in terms of sexual abuse or is where the one who she went to New Mexico, and under the laws of New Mexico.
Oh, really?
Well, hang on a second. So that doesn't mean she wasn't trafficked. Just to be clear, that doesn't mean she wasn't trafficked because the age for trafficking is consistent. It's 18.
Okay, so but this gets to my point about the fundamental incoherence.
What's incoherent about that? That's very clear what I just said.
So you're saying you're willing to acknowledge effectively, right, that Annie Farmer, that's who you're referring to.
Yeah, I was about to say Annie Farmer did make the claim that like they did have intercourse with her. So I don't know why that would even be contested here at all. She did claim that they had sexual intercourse with her, not just some sort of sexual contact, as he tried saying a moment ago, and that there isn't evidence of that. There's no way. There's no way. That is the claim.
Matthew Bonvillian tipped $50. Much love, brother man.
Hey, yo, let's go. Matthew with the 50. Let's fucking go. Let's get some W's in chat for Matthew Bonvillian. Appreciate it, man. That is super nice of you. Appreciate it. That is very helpful. For anybody else who wants to donate, you guys can use the tips link in the description or use it's a Stream Elements link. If you don't have it on the vertical chat, you're able to go to my channel right here, and it is up here on the links portion where it drops down, and there's a Stream Elements link right there, and you can donate using PayPal or debit card or credit card, and it is all way better than using Super Chats, because with Super Chats it takes about 2 months for me to get the money, but with this it's all immediate, and with Super Chats YouTube takes about 1/3 of the money every time, whereas with Stream Elements it all goes immediato.
Yes,
that she was loaned to
Thank
New
you,
Mexico.
Matthew.
That she was not subjected to any
illegal sexual
wrongdoing. Which is what Judge Nathan ruled.
So hang on a second. Because under the laws of New Mexico, the acts, the sexual acts themselves, were legal. The sexual acts, but that's not the nature of all that went on there. And of course, the trafficking statute is irrespective of state law. And so I'm just saying, as a matter of law.
It's been a little frustrating that Pisco hasn't brought up the coercive nature of these relationships, and that is like the delineating factor between one and the other, is that yes, even if this relationship was consensual in some form, it doesn't change the fact that there is a coercive aspect to the relationships and to the sexual acts in and of themselves. I don't know why this isn't being mentioned with every fucking breath right now. This seems like it should be the thing that is changing like how these relationships are engaged in. Every fucking time, like whether, even if we just say, oh well, the age difference is the age difference is the big difference maker here. Like, okay, the age difference, one thing, the fact that they're minors and he's an adult, or the things that are promised for in order to coerce them, or like there's so many different things that drastically change this. That's going directly into the Getting Tom Laid fund. True. Let's fucking go, boy. Gotta make it so I don't I get to stop having sex with these fucking hood rats.
It's not the case.
No, it's not irrespective of state law, because
the enticing statute,
legality or lack thereof of a certain sex act in New Mexico is relevant to whether okay, sure, yeah, no, that's true, but just so you know, just for the record, you're gonna have to discount one more of the 4 government witnesses in the Maxwell trial, because there were 2 that were found by Judge Allison Nathan, who was otherwise preposterously pro-prosecution. She was. She was nevertheless compelled to instruct the jury that 2 of the 4 government witnesses, so 50% of what we're told by Ro Khanna is 1,200 victims, although we know that includes like uncles and second cousins.
Yeah, but can I ask why you repeat that? Because you and I we started this by saying that's a ridiculous number that's never been substantiated, and we find laughable on its face. Why'd you repeat?
He's been repeating a lot of things and been very long-winded with it, where he's not ever like only directly engaging with anything that Pisco's saying, but instead is engaging like tacitly with Pisco's argument with a bunch of other things that are arguing with other people on the peripheries. It's been super annoying this entire time. All right, I'm gonna end the vertical stream. If you guys want to continue watching, you're gonna have to go over to my other stream on YouTube. Head over to my channel here, and you can click this link with this thumbnail on it with my big bald beautiful head right here, and head shut right here, and then you'll be able to watch the stream with the rest of us. But we are going to end the vertical stream here, so we got other things to cover, we got other things to get into. But yes, you got to head over to the cool kids chat over there, and if you don't just scroll on the vertical chat and watch other boring stupid shit. Okay, head over there. Let's finish the stream up on a good note, and let's all create a bond so that we can all eventually have sex with one another without a transactional nature. Okay, head over to the other stream and finish watching with the rest of us. All right. Yeah, go over there. Later, fools.